Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all doing well today. I'm just going to do my normal technical tests to make sure everything is working while we hopefully see a couple people trickle in. Okay, so YouTube is working. Now, is this? Yep, looks like it. As is that. Awesome. Everything is working today. So now I just got to get my own stuff pulled up. Oops, I forgot to pop that out. There we go. Okay, it looks like just about everything is working just fine. Yep, audio is clear on... Oop. My bad, Kick viewers. I muted my mic for some reason. Okay. So, we should be just about good to go. Let me just open up stuff on. There. You did? Really? Well, I appreciate you being here. That's interesting. I didn't realize anyone else was analyzing Mushoku Tensei right at this moment, but hey, that's what happens. So, today is going to be a pretty long stream, because I did not plan ahead when I was doing things the last 2 weeks, because I didn't know how much it would be the first time, so it just ended up being 3 episodes, because that's just how long it ended up taking. So I decided to do 3 episodes again last week, and I didn't think that Mushoku Tensei Season 1 Part 1 was 11 episodes, not 12. So in order to make it kind of fit, I'm going to be doing the rest of the part today. Otherwise, if I had thought about it, I would have done 4 last week and 4 this week, but, you know, this is what we got. We got 5 this week. So probably about 3 episodes in, I'm going to take a quick break so I can just rest and get some food, and I'll play one of my edited videos just as filler during that portion. But another difference is on YouTube, I did some testing. Turns out the audio is probably safe to play. I will mute it during the OPs, but for the most part, you should be able to not get the stream nuked if I play the audio. The visual filter, unfortunately, does still have to be a thing. And there's not really anything I can do about that. But with all that being said, that's a minor issue, all things considered. So, let's just get started then with Mushoku Tensei Season 1, Episode 7. And there we go. So I absolutely love this intro here. Okay, so the cool thing about that is, ooh, I just realized something. I forgot to open up Epic Pen. I can't scribble on the screen if I don't do that. There we go. Okay, so one thing I really like about this intro is that it visually showcases the improvement. And that's something that is, I think, a strength of the anime as compared to the light novels. Where in the light novels, it had a stylistic thing of character sheets in the light novels, which I think was kind of neat. However, it's not it's not as visceral, I think. So in the light novels, here, let me explain this. So the light novels would have the start of the chapter. It would be like Eris. I can't draw with I can't write with a mouse for shit, but it would be Eris, and then it would say like sword god style intermediate, fire magic beginner, this, and that's how it would showcase Eris's continual improvement and also her changing relationship with Rudy. The anime does not do this, which it makes sense because this is not a text-based medium. However, what the anime does do is it actually showcases the improvement, so we can actually see. Come on. So we can see the sword fighting ramping up in intensity compared to how it used to be. And even though obviously Eris still gets her ass handed to her by Ghislaine, it's just a level up. And that even does more to show it than just... Sorry, my cat's a little anxious today, a little energetic. So, yeah, we're gonna just probably have to deal with strange cat noises today. But, yeah, so the anime does eventually say, oh, you're moving up to advanced rank soon. You know, in the anime, that doesn't really mean anything to the viewer at this point, because I think the power scaling is not as clear as it is in the books, and even in the books, it's not all that clear. But, and it also, I don't think, does a great job of showcasing that Eris is actually really good, because being intermediate at age 7 or 8 at this point is, or maybe she's 9 at this point. I'm not entirely sure. I don't feel like opening up the books to check, but you know, that's actually pretty impressive that she's almost at advanced rank at that age. Oh, let me quickly, sorry, I gotta mute the YouTube stream, unfortunately. So I will say, I do really like this opening style where they actually showcase things happening during the OP. And it's also great that to see Eris directing her frustrations more inward than outward now. She's yet to really grow up completely, but I do like the little subtle indicators of that. And that's another thing that I really like that the anime is doing as opposed to the books, is that they're really highlighting a lot of the familial commonalities between the different people. Like with that, how she'll act a little tsundere, kind of like Eris does. And we'll see a little bit more of that soon. But it's just another funny little thing. It's another thing I think the anime does right. And also, Hilda's a great character. I kind of wish we got to see more of her overall. Okay, YouTube can get unmuted again. Yeah, and I still do think it's a little bit weird that they're really pushing the worship side of thing. Hey, Sandwich Man, thanks for showing up. Good seeing you again. But so yeah, again, I'm probably going to be harping on this a bit because it's a funny thing, but it's not something that's super... It's not just comedic. Because in the books, as I've mentioned in previous streams, Rudy doesn't really start worshipping the panties for a while. It becomes just something that kind of brings him comfort later on, because it's basically a physical representation of how much he completely idolizes Roxy. Yep, my cat is going crazy. But, okay. And it is supposed to be funny. It is supposed to be a joke. It is supposed to be silly how Rudy is treating these panties with such reverence. It is, again, a little bit weird that it's happening this early, because he doesn't really need that kind of guiding center at this point, a way to kind of center himself and collect his motivations, essentially. But it is still funny either way.
Hi! Hi? ルーデウス様、お初にお目にかかります。エドナ・レイルーンと申します。折り入って相談に参りました。授業時間が足りない？はい、半年後、お嬢様は10歳になられます。その際、領内外から貴族の方々を招いて、大々的にパーティーを催すのですが、そのメイン。
Yeah, that's a thing. And interesting. So I've been working on a video that'll hopefully be done today. But it was kind of inspired by a lot of what we've been talking about in these Mushoku Tensei streams. Is the anime does not exist inside Rudy's mind in the same way that the books does. So it doesn't always showcase the underlying reasons for the way he acts. And I think that's a big reason why a lot of people tend to kind of dismiss Mushoku Tensei out of hand, is because in the anime, a lot of it is just... It's harder to see it as the result of psychological damage, basically, than it was in the books. So I'm actually very curious to see how it'll do things further on into the series, because I've only seen season 1 part 1, but later on, especially once he starts going to the school arc and past that, yeah, I agree. And again, I think the big thing is because the books are from a first-person perspective and it's Rudy just narrating everything in real time, you get to actually see his weird thought processes going on all at once. Which is something that it would be kind of impossible to do it in a TV adaptation. And that's unfortunate, but it's the reality of just how things are, and that's one of the challenges when it comes to adapting media from one medium into another. And ultimately, the whole purpose of this is to kind of look into it and pick it apart as much as possible. I do want to highlight that as much as I do complain about a lot of little things that the anime does worse than the books, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination saying that it's not doing a good job, because I think it is actually a very enjoyable show, and I think it really does translate a lot of what I like about the books into at least this early part of the story. おー、エリスのダンス、それは見ものですね。おっと失礼。ダンスは貴族のたしなみです。エリス様にも身につけていただくのですが、今のままではダンスどころか礼儀作法もままなりません。でしょうね。でしょうね。あ、いえ、続けてください。ですので、よければルーデウス様の授業時間を分けていただければと思い、参った次第でございます。なるほど、なるほど。そういうことでしたら、どうぞどうぞ。よろしいのですか？エリスには誕生日をいい思い出にしてほしいですからね。Yeah, Rudy's behavior there is a little bit unnerving, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, it is explained by the fact that he's excited that he gets a bit of a break, but it is interesting to see Rudy. Oh, Natalie, welcome back. Good seeing you again.
他の大陸の文献ならこの辺だね。
読めない。
重心語だね。興味があるのかい？
少し時間ができたので他の言語でも学んでみようかと。
Yeah. And I definitely do like how even though Rudy, you know, he's still definitely kind of fucked in the head, but I do like how it's building on the stuff from the first 4 episodes, which was volume 1, of how his new sense of purpose has kind of turned into him. Jesus Christ, Cat, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah, his sense of purpose has kind of turned into a search for knowledge, and he's kind of really leaning into that. I do like that. It sets up some... It builds on what was already set up, and it sets up his personality way in the future, even in the stuff that the anime hasn't gotten to yet, where we kind of see a possible path for Rudy going forward, where even when things go bad, he still kind of holds on to that search for knowledge, which is kind of neat.
信号は素晴らしいよ。なんたって従属を使用人にすることだってできるんだから。
なるほど、それはいいですね。
おや、君もあれの良さがわかるのかい？
ええ、初めて実物を目の当たりにしましたが、モフモフのあの耳、たまらないですよね。
わかる、わかるよ。
I absolutely love this scene.
僕は特に尻尾が好みでね。感情に合わせてぴょこぴょこ動くときなんてもう。
I like this scene for a couple reasons, and yeah. One of the things I really like about the anime specifically, that again, this is one of the few things that I do think the anime does a little bit. This is one of the anime does it a little bit better than the books, is how he is. It really showcases a lot of the gray rat personality traits, the stuff that may or may not be hereditary, but is common among them. And one of them is the beast folk obsession. And the books do it a little bit, but it doesn't really feel the same. And I think that seeing, Philip's demeanor completely break here is funny, because it just shows the gray rat overcomes the mask. And I think this will make it even funnier during the scene in the future, which I believe it's definitely past where the anime has gotten to so far. But there is a part where Rudy ends up having the Beastfolk friends, Linnea and Persena, I think their names were, and then Eris becomes completely obsessed. I think this inclusion here is going to make that scene a lot funnier when it happens, because then they can just call back to how they've established the Grey Rats to be, as opposed to the books where they basically kind of said, oh yeah, the Grey Rats really like Beastfolk.
やはり君もグレイラットの血を引くものだね。
フィリップ様、僕は重心語を勉強することにします。
よろしい。特別に本の持ち出しを強化しよう。
And I do think this kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Sandwich Man, is that the anime does kind of make him a little more horny in some ways. And I think and I do think it's kind of funny how his passion for language learning in the anime starts from because he's horny, basically. And he's like, I want more to learn Beast God because of the books. Because of, not the book, because of the Beast Folk obsession. Although, it's been a while since I've read the second volume of the books, but I think it was just something he was interested in, and he just happened to pick Beast God partly because he knew Ghislaine was there and she knew Beast God. And also he had his existing interest in Demon God because of Roxy.
ついでに他の言語の本もお借りできますか？ありがとうございます。ロキシー先生、お元気ですか？近況報告。
Yeah, and like you were saying just now, it is notable how much of how effective of a learner he is, and this is something I mentioned in my volume 1 video, and also I think in the first stream I also mentioned this. It's a little bit unclear how much of Rudy's personality and existence is biological, like his new body is affecting him, and how much I don't remember. I don't think he struggled. I think he struggled with Demon God a little bit more just because he didn't have someone to walk him through it. And that's one of the reasons he ends up asking Roxy for help, and she ends up sending him the language guide. But yeah, so when I was talking about the biology, is because one thing we do know just scientifically is that children are very, very effective learners. And that's the primary reason that even with absolutely zero education, most children are able to speak by the time they go to school. And some of them can even, like for me, I was not taught directly to read as a little kid, but through watching things like Sesame Street and being read to as a child, I did have some basic reading skills by the time I entered school. And again, most children end up being fluent in the language. Okay, good. Thank you, Natalie, for making the timeline clear. It's been a while since I've read the books. I've been meaning to, because I want to do something on Volume 2 soon. However, I just need to figure out a way to do it that's not like the 5-hour thing that I did for Volume 1, because that did not get enough views to justify doing that again. So if I can find a way to kind of do the same thing but break it up into multiple videos, that's what I'll probably do. I just have to find out how I want to do it. But yeah, so it's unclear whether some of that biological childhood learning is affecting Rudy's ability, or if he's just really smart, which is that's kind of where I'm leaning, is that I think he's actually just always been way smarter than he thinks he is. And also, of course, as you're learning languages, human tongue is his second language, because he, grew up using Japanese and then had to teach himself human God through immersion. Once you've learned a couple languages, future languages tend to become easier. Granted, I don't speak more than one language and a little bit of another, but from what I've heard from people who are multilingual, especially like people who are like polyglots, they say that after your second or third language, then languages become way, way easier, because you just kind of have that mindset. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, yes, I do remember that much. I do remember that he had difficulties with those two languages. I remember one of them. I think he said one of them just didn't have any texts whatsoever. It might have been the ocean one, just because you can't really have paper underwater. But yeah.
僕は今他の大陸の言語を学び始めました。
重心語に等身語、魔人語。この世界にはまだまだたくさんの言語がありそうだ。
I like how he says that. And even Rudy brings up the biology. Issue. And I do like, one of the things I do like about this is the way Mushoku Tensei kind of highlights Rudy's intelligence as his primary strength, as opposed to his magical capacity, because we all know that he has an abnormally high mana capacity due to the Laplace aspect. However, it would be so easy for Refugine to have made it so that his obscene magical power kind of becomes his defining tactic, even though I think a lot of times what ends up benefiting the most is the stuff that he thinks about. So for example, when he's learning languages, that ends up becoming useful immediately when he goes to the demon continent, and later when he has to talk to people who use, well, the anime calls it battle god, in the books they call it fighting god. So, or how a lot of his success later on is because of the magical construct he's created, the magical armor. So I do like how it is early on showcasing his intelligence, and that's his primary strength beyond just his magical power, which granted is, like he starts combining spells. Yeah, his magic is, and again, his magic is extremely powerful, and he does end up developing to be extremely powerful just because he basically doesn't have any restrictions as far as how much mana he needs to use. So I don't want to ignore the fact that yes, he can officially reach king rank, most likely is at emperor rank in terms of ability, and is possibly scraping the border of god rank, but and that is very, very significant, but it is cool how his intelligence kind of is the thing that pushes him forward. And I can absolutely relate to that. Learning languages is difficult.
しかし魔人語は参った。全くわからない。
お嬢様。
エリス？
お見苦しいところをお見せしました。
どうしたんですか？
お嬢様、ダンスがどうにもうまくできないご様子で。
心中お察しします。
このままではお嬢様は大恥をかいてしまいます。
それは困りましたね。
ええ、せっかくの10歳の誕生日だというのに笑い物にされるなんて、いくらなんでもあんまりだと思いませんか？
つまり僕に何かしてほしいと？
エリス様を説得してはいただけないでしょうか？
And I actually do also really like this. They did it in the books as well. It's hard for me to remember exactly how it was done, but I do like how a lot of the servants in the Grey Rat household are starting to show a bit of subservience to Rudy, not like just because of his relative position, because he has kind of been placed at a level between servant and full family member, because he's just kind of in that middle position where he is still working for the family, but he's also part of the family. So he's below the family, but above the servants. So it would be natural for them to show a bit of deference. But because he's actually getting through to Eris in a way that none of them have been able to, they're all kind of looking up to him, with this teacher specifically, who, even though we just saw her name, I've completely forgotten it again. And it's one of those things that it hits much harder when you can see it as opposed to when you can't. And again, I love how her violence, the way that they're showcasing her starting to care for Rudy more, is that she is slightly less violent than before, where that kick was more of a push than like her first meeting where she full on just decked him. And this is another thing. I actually noticed this the other day, because I was watching, because when I decided I was going to go all the way to episode 11 today, I, of course, needed to watch those first so I could have my notes prepared. But one thing I really like that I've noticed from a future episode that now applies here is that Eris talks a lot differently when she's willing to be vulnerable, especially in front of Rudy, which, of course, the fact that she's willing to be vulnerable in front of Rudy is a big deal. But she ends up talking much quieter. Her voice drops like an octave, and she has like a breathy tone in her voice. And I think that's a really lovely touch by the voice actor. Because see, even when she's getting a little bit animated, because she's like, she's angry, she's upset, because she's frustrated with her inability to properly learn how to dance. Even then, she still keeps that lower tone, that breathiness. And I have no idea if it was a decision by the voice actor or by the director, but either way, I think it was a great decision. And I think especially, it's, again, one of these strengths that an anime can have over a book is that you can tell these kind of little stories with audio as opposed to just text, which obviously the books wouldn't be able to do. And with Eris specifically, because she is fairly closed off, and it takes her a long time to really start being honest with her feelings. And let's be honest, that's a big part of the problem they have at the end of the Demon Continent arc, is she can't really express her feelings, but being able to show it in a way that she's not admitting it, but she's showing it, is pretty good.
気持ちはわかる。俺も前世じゃそうやって逃げてた。でも俺は知っている。いつか後悔するんだ。あの時頑張ってればって。
何でもできるルーデウスにはわからないわ。
And Rudy's basically doing the same thing with his voice.
例えば先日からいろんな地域の言葉を勉強し始めたのですが、全くわからなくて困っているところです。それでも勉強はやめません。なんで？なんでって言われると難しいですけど、うまくできないことほど一生懸命頑張ってできるようになった時の達成感もすごいからですかね。僕も手伝いますから、ダンスの練習もう一度してみませんか
？And again, the violence, but again, it's nice to show that she's starting to grow up a little bit. She's being a little bit less violent, and that's kind of how she just shows affection. Even when they're adults, she still, in some ways, ends up kicking the crap out of him.
何してるの？早くついてきなさい。はいはい、お供します、お嬢様。
And also, I think that scene right there was, I believe it was the first time we've seen Eris express negative emotion that wasn't explosive in some way. So I think that's a neat little touch.
エリス、ちょっと落ち着いて。落ち着いてるわよ。早すぎます。もう少しリズム取って。ルーデウスが遅すぎるのよ。
なんてこった。まさかここまでとは。
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will say it is interesting that they don't showcase the connection between dancing and swordplay until a bit later in the episode. I don't know that it really affects anything, but it is just something I took note of. And I also do like how they showcase Ghislaine as being a pretty decent teacher, even for non-swordplay things. And I know they mentioned, again, I know this is going to go back to my nitpicking from earlier, from the previous stream, about how the money, I don't think they really had it make enough sense, because I don't remember the exact numbers they put, but the value they put on the coins was a lot lower than I think it should be. But, it's actually kind of like a big deal that they're willing to pay Rudy that much for his figurines, which I don't think is, I mean, they do show it, I don't think it's really emphasized enough. Okay.
重いな。なんだろう。あ、ロキシーからだ。やっと帰ってきた。はあ、ロキシーの香り。
Okay.
ルーデウス様へお手紙拝見しま。
So I will again highlight this a little bit later, but I think this is just because this is a great shot to showcase this. It is interesting how they handle language in the anime specifically, because in the books they just kind of say this is written or spoken in this language, and we see human tongue as being a kind of alphabetized language, sort of, again, like most of us are familiar with, as opposed, because we got to remember that Rudy and, of course, the author are Japanese, so they have a completely different writing system that uses both phonetic characters, but also characters that they represent a meaning, but not a sound. And most of them have multiple pronunciations. It's a pain in the ass. But they gave human tongue this kind of, this westernized alphabet type script. And it's impossible to say what exactly these are because I know there's a guide out there somewhere I've heard. I don't really feel like going and looking it up and just doing the cipher, but later we will actually see examples, especially in the Demon Continent, of Demon God script. And that actually looks a lot more Japanese. Some of the Demon God letters actually look Japanese. Have I considered doing a book 2 analysis similar to Otaku Spiritus? Yeah, reading and analyzing 2 or 3 chapters. Maybe. I'm trying to see... I'm trying to think of how that would do it. My main issue with going that route is that I would like to... If I'm going to create multiple videos, I would like to do it in a way that you don't need to watch the others to enjoy each one individually. So... that is an option, and I may do that. And I will fully admit that a big motivator for doing the 5-hour video is because I kind of wanted to be able to say that I did have a multi-hour video of that nature, because that's something I enjoy watching in my own time. It's something... Joseph Anderson was one of my very early inspirations on YouTube, and he does those insanely long videos. I remember watching one video I still fondly remember watching was the 8-hour Pokemon Omega Ruby video from a different person that I don't even remember their name. So that was a reason I wanted to make a super long video, but yeah, okay, so doing them a few chapters at a time is definitely a possibility. If possible, I might like to see if I can just break them up into different themes and ideas. But that'll be harder. But I don't know. I'll figure it out. I do have my notes from Volume 2 still written down, so I don't want that to go to waste. I'll figure something out.
もう8歳になられますか。成長なされたことと思います。まさかフィットアリを領主ご息女の家庭教師とは驚きで開いた口が塞がりません。それに剣を切れ。
So yeah, I know I mentioned this last stream, but I'm still very conflicted on whether or not I like Paxs being comedic at this stage in the story, because I do feel like so much of his story moving forward, like that early point of them meeting. Yeah, it was one of those things. It was a very daunting task. That video was daunting. And it took me a long time to get it done, and I even took a couple breaks from working on it because it kind of overwhelmed me. But it was one of those ones that I'm ultimately glad I made it. I think it was some of my best writing work, and also just one of the most creatively satisfying videos I've ever made. So I'm glad I did it. I do wish it did a little bit better so I could justify continuing that style, but you know what? It's still good. But back to what I was saying with Paxs, I feel like a big part of his story that makes it effective is how when he and Rudy meet for the first time, he's incredibly insidious. Like, that is his entire deal, is that he's terrifying because he is essentially a past life Rudy with power, and he's going to do all these terrible things, capture Roxy, possibly make Rudy watch. Like, I feel like it's kind of undercut when you see these funny, like the Rudyisms, basically. And I do see why they're doing it. A, because it is funny. Funny is always entertaining. But also because Paxs and Rudy's stories are parallel in many ways that, of course, I'll talk about that when the anime eventually catches up to that point, because I know it's pretty late where Pax's story concludes in when Rudy and the others are in Sharon. But so they are leaning into how much early Paxs is similar to early Rudy. And they're showing a lot of the same mannerisms, although he's obviously a little bit more aggressive about it. But still, I feel like him being funny this early on does kind of take away from what we'll see when he's first reintroduced. But we'll see how it is when we get to there.
私の水浴びを覗いていた頃のルーデウスはどこに行ってしまったのでしょうか。遠い人になってしまいましたね。
That being said, this is still funny. I can't help but laugh when I see it.
こちらは相変わらず王子に手を焼いています。さて、本題ですが。
Although I will also notice that Sharon in this particular letter is a lot less golden than it was in the previous letter. And that I don't know, I'm not 100% sure if there's a reason for that. It might be because, you know, everything was kind of looking up for Roxy. She's very idealistic, hopeful for the future. Like, things are going pretty well. I'm happy to be here. And now she's kind of settled into a routine, so it's become more normal colors. But I'm not 100% sure about that.
文法も独特で難しいと思います。なので不詳ながら一冊教科書のようなものを書きました。私の直筆です。かなり時間が。
Let's see. He knew his plan to get Roxy was dumb and wouldn't work. Although he hadn't captured, Rudy knew Eris and Ruijerd would come. Okay, that's an interesting interpretation. Because, and I can only speak to my own perspective, but when I originally read it, and I have not done a reread of that section of the story yet, so my opinion may well change when I eventually do. But for me, it was always like, he wasn't meant to be imposing or intimidating, but it was more that he was just essentially a vile creature who happened to be put in a position of strength over Rudy at the time, and who very clearly wanted to do bad things to somebody Rudy deeply cares about. So the idea was that he is a threat at that point. Yeah, and they definitely did make him to be pathetic. Like, I do agree 100%. He was never meant to be competent. It's more like he was, again, just kind of a blob creature who happened to be put in a position where they do have a degree of power over Rudy just due to circumstance. And the fact that somebody who is clearly just as hedonistic, or probably more hedonistic than Rudy was, is at the point where they might actually be able to act on that hedonism, regardless of what anyone says. So, but again, it's one of those things. It's meant to be kind of like a starting point, and I feel like because his conclusion happens so much later in the story, it's something that we can kind of accept it either way. Because, again, I do think that whichever way you look at it, it kind of all leads to the same thing, which is how his story does ultimately end up kind of paralleling Rudy's in several ways, except with a more negative end. And hi, Cat. Yeah, Cat jumped on the desk. Okay. It's funny because I think she actually might cry if she saw it on a bookshelf. Yeah, he was hateable, seemed like a real threat in Rudy's mind to Roxy. Okay, and as I will say, my opinion may well change when it gets to my reread in the books or when I get to it in the anime. So I'm not married to that opinion, but it is definitely something that's kind of been in my mind since I started watching the show.
先日王子が私にそっくりの彫像を買ってきました。ローブが着脱式で体型からほくろの位置まで同じでした。もしかすると近日中に呪い殺されるかもしれません。
That's funny. Although actually, I'm starting to think, was it in the books? I think it wasn't Paxs who ended up buying the figurine. It was, I think it was him who ended up buying the figurine in the books, just because, of course, his whole story starts out with him being completely obsessed with Rudy's figurines and wanting to follow in his footsteps. But I'm sure they'll reconcile it.
大丈夫そうならまた手紙を出します。ロキシーより。
まさかロキシー像が届いてしまうとは。シーローンの王子様はお目が高い。直筆か。
And yeah, like I was saying earlier, this definitely looks like, and I do like this because it showcases what we can probably assume that this is demon god for whatever this is in human tongue. So, and we can see that the demon god, actually, this kind of looks almost Korean. But when we see demon god script later in the series, but when they're actually in the demon continent, it ends up, to me, looking closer to Japanese. And like I even remember seeing a symbol that looked kind of like this in on a poster in the demon continent. Because again, I think it was like either yesterday or the day before that I watched that part of the series. So it's still fresh in my mind, and I remember thinking, like, oh, that looks kind of like a katakana Su. So, but yeah. I do find it interesting that Rifujin actually had the different language formats in mind when he went, or at least whoever directed the anime. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's one of the things I'm actually hoping to get out of these streams. I like, obviously, I've been thinking about Mushoku Tensei a lot over the past couple months. I've been watching the series recently. I've read the books, been completely obsessed with them, and of course, completely just autistically dug into the first book. So I have a lot of opinions about it, but it's only really been my perspective from it. So I'm actually very interested to see what people end up thinking of how they're interpreting certain things, especially the ones who are doing it differently from me. Because I mean, I know that you're also a big Mushoku Tensei person. I know that you've looked into it quite a bit, and I know that have a strong understanding about that, especially when I've seen your videos where you're talking about the character motivations and what they're thinking. And in those, I actually end up agreeing with you a lot. So I'm actually very excited to see the ways where you and others will disagree with me. So I'm not, like, don't act like you're going to be offending me by bringing up alternatives, and you don't feel like you have to hedge yourself by like, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, but yeah, don't worry, it's perfectly fine. And if I'm remembering correctly, it was this scene where they showed the sword play thing, where he first made that connection to Eris, where she started to improve, and then really she really improved at the dance itself. But again, I might just be misremembering. I was willing to open up the books and check things during my note taking, but I didn't do that with this. Because I will say I am glad, because when I was watching part of the Demon Continent arc, which we're going to get to later in this stream, I remember having a thought when I watched the episode, and I was like, is it doing this? I thought that it might have been switching up the timelines a little bit, where it made a certain reveal earlier than I thought it actually did. And then I was like, okay, I need to check the books to see if this is true. And then like, oh no, they actually did show it in the books and I just forgot. So I saved myself from saying something stupid.
ルーデウス様との練習の成果が出せればきっと大丈夫です。
明日のパートナーは僕じゃないですけど大丈夫ですか？
とにかく今日やったことを思い出して頑張りましょう。わかったわ。
心配だ。
Yeah, and that's another thing I do like about the anime specifically. There are a lot of scenes with 3 characters where each of the 3 characters will have a different reaction to something. Well, like in this one, it's, Rudy's kind of just like a little bit pessimistic, where Eris is all excited and the teacher is just kind of like, you can almost see the blood vessel bursting in her head as she puts on a smile. Okay.
お米ないですか？ないですよね。すみません。
I will say Rudy is funny when he changes up his hair.
我が孫娘エリス10歳の誕生日。アスラ王国各地から取り寄せた美食の数々を用意した。大いに楽しんでくれたまえ。
Okay, yeah. Don't have a whole lot to say at the moment just because it's
エリスお嬢様、おめでとうございます。
not really doing anything beneath the surface.
耐えられるか？いきなり殴りかかったりしないよな。
ルーデウス様、
これはエドナ先生。ごきげんよう。
大丈夫でしょうか、エリス様。
何事もなく終わってくれればいいですね。
さあ、本日のメインイベントを始めるぞ。わしに取り入りたい。
Oh, I never noticed that Soros's eyes were red. That's kind of neat.
ものは孫娘の手を取るがよい。
I'll have to look. I wonder if red is just something that's going to be in Eris's family, because obviously Hilda has red hair. I know Soros has red eyes. I'm going to have to, next time we see a close-up of Philip, I'm going to have to see if they have any red in his color scheme.
私と踊っていただけますか？
And I also do like how they visually can show Eris as having improved, but is not like quite there. It's a nice touch that you can't really have in the books, at least effectively. Oh, they even fell in sync.
どうしたエリス？立ちなさい。まさか踊れないのか？
Yeah, and actually, I just thought of that. That line is kind of neat, just because Eris is obviously concerned about embarrassing herself in front of all these people, but also it's like as soon as her grandfather, who is again one of at this point 3 people she looks up to, she's like terrified of disappointing him as well. Because even before she started being decent. It was her grandfather and Ghislaine were the only people she actually liked, which I don't think the anime shows that as explicitly, but you know, the books had the little character sheets at the start of each chapter. And of course, hiding the eyes is, you know, pretty common way of showcasing frustration and
Eris-sama.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I'm not sure the anime actually ever specifically explained how the different branches of the Grey Rat household work, at least at this point, so I'm not sure the average viewer would really know what Boreas really means. Because I know she's introduced herself as Eris Boreas Grey Rat, and that's the Boreas family. But that it's essentially different branches of the Grey Rat family, where they're essentially like all, in some ways, they just share an ancestor, basically. It's an interesting way. Granted, I don't think most people today would have too much familiarity with how like noble households used to be in medieval times, because they did weird shit like this. But I don't know that it's important, but it is interesting. And I also don't think they really go into the fact that Eris and Rudy are technically related, even though they're second cousins, so that's still a pretty good distance off. But you know, it's an interesting thing they don't really mention that much.
僕と踊っていただけませんか?
誰だ？どこのやってくれたな、ルーデウス。
I didn't see his eyes, so I didn't think to pause it and check.
練習通りやりましょう。分かってるわよ。行きますよ。
I need to look at character eyes more, because I genuinely did not notice until now that Eris's eyes were red. That is. I'm just thinking. I think I really do have to see just what each character's eye color is, because that is interesting, because we don't see that in the real world unless somebody has like dyed their irises, which some people do. It looks a lot creepier than this.
Eris まさか緊張してるんですか？
おじい様やお父様たちが見てるもの。
エリス。
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ghislaine looks like orange eyes. That makes a little bit more sense just because of beast folk. I would imagine... Actually, when we see a cat folk, I gotta see if they have yellow eyes. That would be kind of cool. Now it looks like those ones don't, or at least they didn't color them.
そこまで難しいものは求められていない。問題なのは。
エリス、目をつぶってください。うまく踊れるようになる魔法を使います。
そんな。
I like this because Rudy's almost doing what like a parent would do to their kid to give him some motivation and confidence. But she like actually believes he can do it because he's a really good mage. That's pretty cool.
魔術ではなく魔法です。僕が合図したら、それに合わせて攻撃を避けるつもりでステップを踏んでください。
And I do think it's interesting that they showcased, I mentioned it briefly earlier, but it's interesting that they brought the connection between dancing and swordplay in at the dance itself as opposed to during the lesson like in the books.
ちょっとルーデウス。
いきますよ。はい。はい。はい。はい。
And it's not like that's a unique observation either, because a lot of literature has compared swordplay and dancing because the emphasis on footwork. I really like this shot as well. I know some people don't like any deviation from the standard 2D animation styles, but I'm actually, and I can't say for sure that had used CGI in it, but I know a lot of those types of shots, when they look 3D, they often end up being CGI. I actually like it when they do things like that. So I know it's not the most common thought, but I think I do enjoy that. That's a great reaction. And again, I loved Saros in the books. I think I like him even more in the anime. They really brought out his manic insanity perfectly.
ルーデウス様、さっきのは一体。
剣術の授業でフェイントの対策を習ったんですよ。
フェイント？
エリスはリズムが取れてなかったんじゃなくて、ステップが鋭すぎたんです。なのでフェイントに騙されないようにタイミングをずらしてみるとぴったりでした。
ああ、このエドな目から鱗が落ちる思いです。
And of course they tie it back to the opening scene, which is always a nice thing to see.
わかった。ルーデウスはす
エリスがちゃんと練習に取り組んだからこそできたんですよ。
And that actually is another nice little touch is Rudy kind of imparting the importance of, hey, you did this because you worked at it. And you're now seeing the results of your hard work, which I think is something that ends up sticking with her, because obviously we know that later on in the story, a big driver for her is that she feels like she's not good enough. So she says, I'm going to go off and work on myself to become someone who I think is worthy. Although it is not as obvious that this is what she's thinking when you see this smug ass expression, which is just perfect.
おいくつですか？ご趣味は。
ルーデウス、君にあまり目立たれると困るんだが。
And I love that. I love how Rudy is gets female attention for the first time in, probably pretty much his entire life from someone who's not already close to. And it's just like, it's almost like that meme. It's like, you see this woman standing in line at the grocery store. What would you do? Be like, I'd get scared and cry.
まあ、今日は特別な日だから許すとしよう。ベッドに連れ込むなら否認はしてくれよ。
That's like exactly what Paul would say. It's great. That's great. And again, I love that the tsundere-isms, which again, I should come up with another way to describe it, because Eris is not like a typical tsundere, because she kind of does eventually kind of wear her heart on her sleeve, but she does kind of play off of those tropes. I love how those are her ways of showing affection. It's cute.
どうぞ。
何それ？
僕の師匠によると、魔術の師匠は弟子に杖を送るそうです。遅くなりましたが、よければもらってください。
そんなのよりあっちのがいい。
ルーデウス師匠、ありがたく頂戴いたします。
苦しゅうない。
Yeah, Ghislaine is just... Ghislaine is one of my favorite side characters in the entire series. She has a very interesting way of just kind of doing and expressing things. I almost wish we could have gotten a little bit more of her in the main series. I get that she's not meant to kind of be the focus, but just the way the discipline from her sword play training has kind of instilled into her leads her to have some very interesting reactions to things, especially when you combine that with the fact that she kind of internalized that she thinks she's kind of stupid, even though she's not. Just because she before was never taught things like reading and basic math, and or magic, and she picks up on it fairly quickly, but things like that, where she, despite being a sword king, this kind of person who stands above most in the world, she's able to kind of show a degree of respect for Rudius as her instructor. So I do like that.
私もそっちがいい。ありがとうございます。
良きに計らえ。
なんだ。
多分プレゼントをき。
Oh, what's that figurine on the bottom there? I don't recognize it. I'm almost wondering if that's a reference to something. It might be, it might not be. It's hard to say just from looking at it.
一族に伝わる魔除けの指輪だ。つけていると夜に悪い狼に襲われないと言われている。
いいの？
ああ、ただの迷信だったからな。
One thing I really like about this is almost a mirror of the scene from episode, I believe it was episode 2, where Roxy gives Rudy the pendant of the, I always got to make sure to pronounce this really specifically, Migard. Yeah. I would not be surprised. One of the things I've noticed is that a lot of the characters in the story display some autistic tendencies, and it may or may not be the case, but a lot of everyone's behaviors kind of would make a little bit more sense if that's the case. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Eris is a little bit. But I like how this scene does mirror the scene where Roxy gives Rudy the Migard pendant, and it's kind of just a display of master to student, something that's just really touching. And this is the same kind of thing. Ghislaine gives Eris her ring as like just kind of as symbolic. And of course, Eris, it really means a lot to Eris in the same way that Roxy's pendant meant a lot to Rudy. Rudy completely does not see the connection at all, does not see how important this is, but I really love how the series, both in the books and the anime, love to parallel older scenes with later scenes. It's great.
大切にするね。
俺のプレゼントよりも嬉しそうじゃないか。
Yeah, and he just doesn't get how important that is to her.
まあ女の子だし
And
ね。
it's like, oh, girls like
と
jewelry.
ころでギレーヌ、迷信だったと？
ああ、あれは寝苦しい夜だった。パウロが水浴びでもしようと誘ってきて。
あ、やっぱ結構です。
そうか。
That's great.
Wow! スエゼンクワヌはなんとやら。いたずらしちゃうぞ。
魔除けの指輪、効果あるじゃん。
I absolutely love that little moment right there. It was in the books as well. It's one of those things that I kind of wish the people, and I've been thinking about the people who kind of dismiss Mushoku Tensei out of hand just because I'm working on a video about that specifically, so it's been on my mind. Yeah, that's true, the meme sound. But one of the things I kind of wish I could see from the people who dismiss Mushoku Tensei, who just say Rudy's this awful, terrible person who they can never accept, I would love to see just what they say about this scene right here. Because it's one of those things where Rudy, you know, he refrains from molesting Eris again, this, as opposed to previous times where he actually does, but he kind of stops himself because he's actually really starting to care for her. He's actually realizing he's getting this gut instinct of don't do this, and he can't quite comprehend it. So he almost projects that onto the ring, even though it's probably as much the wand, you know, the wand that he made her is gripped in her hands. And it's like, wow, this actually means something. And it's like, no, I can't do wrong by this person. It wouldn't be a good thing to do. And he just can't really comprehend that because something I've harped on a lot about is that I do believe that a lot of early Rudy's issues stem from the fact that his only form of anything resembling happiness for several decades was the pleasure he felt when masturbating. So he kind of views everything as sexual. He interprets positive emotions through a sexual lens, which is why a lot of his positive emotions towards people like Roxy, Sylphie, and Eris do manifest as desire, even though two of them are underage and he thinks the other is underage as well. And he just behaves in just inappropriate ways around them, why he fantasized about turning Sylphie into his perfect woman. But then also, as he's starting to develop these real feelings and this desire not only to have them, but to do right by them, he ends up developing the conscience that's telling him, no, don't act this way. And it's just kind of throwing him for a loop. And this, I think, is an amazing example of that. I do think the scene from later on, where he actually does cross lines, and of course the anime doesn't contain the funny line from the books, but I think that actually showcases that even more, how he ends up hurting someone and developing a new moral boundary because of it. Yeah, let's say his crime's tolerated because of his profitable connections in the slave market, so he can't be an idiot. Okay, let's see. Watching the current state of politics, most people. Okay, that both of you do have a point. I will say, yeah. Well, so when it comes to how people view things, I don't know if you're familiar with my video work, because that's kind of my primary content. This is just kind of a thing I'm doing on top. This streaming is kind of a thing I'm doing on top of that. But I cover a lot of stuff that has some degree of either edginess, sexuality, or both. Where, you know, I mean, Mushoku Tensei is probably one of the least horny things I've ever covered, honestly. But I'll cover things like the Rance games, which, by the way, those actually did influence Mushoku Tensei quite a lot. Where it's a series of porn games that spanned for about from the early 90s, or actually no, the late 80s, all the way to like 2018 was that series. They're porn games where the protagonist is a rapist. And it's a comedy series with serious tones to it. So I cover things like that. I've covered a lot of visual novels, and visual novels often have sex scenes in them. So I'm used to seeing a lot of people who just can't accept when something is kind of outside the norm. Like, one of the things I like to say is that some people see boobs and their blood immediately goes to things that are not their brain. So it's something I'm used to, and I will say that my perception is usually to just kind of ignore those people, because I think generally they're not worth engaging with, because most of them are just closed-minded, and some of them can be kind of stupid. But my opinion with Mushoku Tensei has kind of shifted a little bit, just because I think it is harder to see the underlying thought processes with Rudy in the anime. And they are it's a very nuanced, complex topic that it's very hard to do it in the same way that the books did, because the books essentially are in present tense, technically past tense, but it's a beat by beat stream of consciousness style of storytelling. So it's hard to really get all that nuance in the anime. But so I can kind of understand why people might have a gut reaction to Rudy. But at the same time, it is frustrating to see people dislike. I don't hate when people dislike things that I like, but I hate when they dislike them for the wrong reasons. Yeah, that is true. But ultimately, all you can really do is have some thick skin about it. That's the unfortunate reality of it. I just think, though, people who shit on Mushoku Tensei are oftentimes even dumber than the ones from other stuff. Like, a while back, I did a video on the Euphoria hentai because I really liked the visual novel. I liked it as a story, not for the H scenes. I actually didn't care for the H scenes, but I watched the hentai, absolutely hated it because it was just bad. And that I can kind of understand why people have that visceral reaction to it, and they can't get over that because it's so extreme that it's hard if you're not kind of primed to be able to overcome that. But something like Mushoku Tensei, it's not as bad. Yeah. There is some truth to that. I do like Western and Eastern media concept that trends do shift between the different areas. They each have different influences. I will say that there's plenty of Western stuff that does kind of explore other things and does let kind of things be what they are. But it's definitely more common in Eastern to just kind of present things as they are. And I do especially like that. One thing I do like about Japanese art specifically is that they're writing for a Japanese audience and they don't let any outside influence really affect that. So you can actually see it as the author wanted to create it rather than trying to form it in a way that pushes a certain expectation for a wider global audience. And also granted, Mushoku Tensei started out as web novels, where I don't think Rifujin was even a professional writer when he first started publishing Mushoku Tensei. So he wouldn't have been thinking profit-wise anyway. But yeah, I mean that stuff does exist in the West too. You can find plenty of stuff that just explores these complex moral issues without actually having a moral push behind it. Like I think the Walking Dead comics are a great example of that, where they just it just continually showcases humanity at its worst. But it's less common in popular mainstream stuff. I don't know about that. I don't know that they don't understand reincarnation. I mean I think they can get it. I just don't think they really can accept the literary device that it is of him getting a do-over, both obviously in a physical sense, but also in a emotional and moral sense, where he kind of uses this as this new start to grow, even though it's not necessarily an intentional process. But it's an interesting thing. Maybe it's something I'll make a video on one day, but who knows?
な時間からお盛んだこと。
ルーデウスか。
And I'll say also, this is another interesting bit that I like the little thing they did with Soros here, not the sex specifically, but how they handled Soros overall, because this is when I read the books originally, to me I viewed this as kind of inserting a bit of moral ambiguity into things. Like, you know, Soros is generally a decent guy. He's excitable. He's a bit of an asshole, but he seems to have his heart in the right place. In the books, I almost viewed this as him kind of using his position of power, and he might actually be doing this, I don't know, but to get laid with one of the Beast Folk maids, because obviously the Grey Rats are obsessed with the Beast Folk, and he has the ability to get one if he wants. So I thought, you know, maybe he might be a generally decent guy who does also abuse his power. And then later on in the story, which is way past where the anime has gotten to this point, we ended up realizing that, you know, Soros was actually like really loved by his staff, especially by Ghislaine, where they don't really show it that much. But Ghislaine, I don't want to give any spoilers at this point, just for people who haven't watched that far, because it's not relevant to the deeper topics. But when Soros is wronged, Ghislaine gets very, very angry about that. Like, more. So he was like more than just an employer to her. He was someone she really cared about, that presumably did right by her. So I liked how this was almost like a little fake out for that.
サウロス様、申し訳ございません。お邪魔してしまったようで。
よい。見てみろ、ルーデウス。
いつもと調子が違う。賢者モードだろうか。
I love that.
あれは？
わからぬ。
And I do actually really like how they visualize the displacement event in this. Like that little thing right there that just, I wasn't exactly sure how they would do that, because they described it in the books, but I couldn't really fully visualize it. But I do think it's neat how it does have a visual appeal to it, how it looks different from everything else. And it almost kind of looks the same way Rudy looked at it when he saw Perugius's castle in the previous episode. Yeah. No one's supposed to have it in Eastern religion. That was your past life. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do know there's kind of different ways it goes in Eastern, because again, I know that in Eastern religion, reincarnation is a lot more common, depending on the religion, because I know, yeah, Buddhism and Hinduism are definitely big on reincarnation. I don't know if, and Buddhism is one of the two bigger religions in Japan, with the other being Shinto. I don't know very much about Shinto. I know there's the spirits in everything. There's a couple gods, and that it's, I don't remember if there's much reincarnation going on there in that religion. But yeah, but it is an interesting thing, and yeah, I don't know. But I also think reincarnation, as far as isekai goes, it's fundamentally different, because, you know, if you're in in a Hindu or a Buddhist, you're reincarnating into another person in the world at a future time. It's not so much like this where you're transported to a new world. So I am not, my thoughts aren't enough formed to be able to say whether I think there is some sort of connection there or not. That's something I'll have to think about a little bit more, but my gut instinct is that it's different. I'm just not 100% on that.
ものではない。
なぜそう思われるのでしょ
そう考えた方が良いからだ。
う。なるほど。
That is cool. Looks almost like another planet.
どうか空から女の子が降ってきますよ。
Oh, I didn't realize that pretty much exactly happens. I mean, his prayer doesn't influence that, but like technically speaking, girls are raining down from the sky as a result of that anomaly. Okay, so that was episode 7. And I like how that is the first real hint at the wider story that's going to be unfolding, because this is something I mentioned plenty of times, but it is pretty neat how the first 2 volumes of the story are actually the prologue of the entire series, because usually you don't have such an extended prologue. Because if you look at okay, so if you've ever been to an English class in the US, I don't know how they do it in other countries, but we are taught something that's called Freytag's pyramid, and they don't explain it very well. They just kind of show it to you and expect you to know it. But it's a pyramid that kind of goes like this, then this, then this, then this, where it says this is the introduction, this is the what's known as the inciting incident, that it's the thing that kicks off the story once everything is established. Sometimes this happens at the very beginning. Sometimes there's a little bit of preamble beforehand, but then everything kind of builds and builds and builds and builds and builds until there's a big climactic moment, conveniently called the climax, which, you know, it's like in like Lord of the Rings, that would be where they're going on the journey, and then this is the moment where Frodo is in Mordor fighting against the ring to throw it into the volcano, and then everything kind of winds down, and that's the end of the thing. This is called Freytag's pyramid. Is a basic explanation of how a 3-act story is typically structured. With, you know, that's just how it is. They do not explain this very well in school, but that's how it works. Very interesting thing is that the displacement event, which happens at the end of Volume 2 and the end of Episode 8 in the anime, that is this part right here. That is the inciting incident that kicks off the rest of the story. And granted, the entire thing of Mushoku Tensei, while you could probably divide it into 3 acts, it does have multiple arcs, and that's a common thing with extended stories like this, where they'll have multiple arcs. Most of them will also have a 3-act structure where each individual arc will kind of go through this process. But I do find it interesting that there is so much in this prologue section. 2 entire books, which is like about 90,000 words. Let's see. Reincarnation is usually treated as a new person, only when it came to the West, and a singular life concept. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because, again, I'm not too... While I do understand reincarnation as an idea, I'm not familiar with the cultural impact it would have. And especially since most of what I've seen from the East regarding, at least in fiction, would be kind of isekai-styled things. And granted, a lot of that is modern pop culture, which is going to be different as well. Okay, but that's interesting because, yeah. And when it comes to things like Christianity, or honestly a lot of Western religions in general, including ancient ones like the ancient Greeks and Romans, or the Egyptians, which the Egyptians probably don't qualify as Western, but it's the same kind of thing where rather than becoming new, well, actually, come to think of it, the Greek religion does actually have reincarnation, but it's different, where but even so, both of them are you die and then your spirit goes to whatever the next step is. Whereas in Christianity, that would be heaven or hell. Judaism would kind of have a similar thing. The Egyptians would have things moving on to the afterlife, and the Greeks would have you be taken over the river Styx by Charon, who would then you would be judged by the fates, and you would either go to one of the layers, like you'd go to Tartarus, Asphodel, or the spirits of the fields of Elysium. And if I'm remembering correctly, if you are going to the some people do have the opportunity to bathe in the river Styx, completely wash their memories. No, it wouldn't be the river Styx. It would be a different one where you'd wash your memories and then you could go and be reborn. I don't remember. I've never really studied it, but I played Age of Mythology as a kid. It got me very interested in Greek mythology for a while. So I read stuff. And then, of course, the Percy Jackson books came out at just the right time for me to be interested in that. Although after the first series, I kind of fell off of it. But yeah, so most of them do actually, the religions I'm familiar with, do actually end up having a persistence. So I didn't actually realize that it was considered completely new. Because the way reincarnation was explained to me was kind of like, your actions in your life affect your standing in your new life. And then your actions in the new life will affect your standing in the next life. And it's the idea that you're supposed to continually be improving and improving until you eventually achieve the peak. Yes. Yeah, and yeah, that is true. They do have a lot of mini arcs. That's very common in extended stories because you can't have just that one Freytag's pyramid for a long story like this. Because you can't just linger on any particular act for too long. Because that would just the pacing would just die, which is why usually stories like Mushoku Tensei, and it's actually very common in a lot of shonen type stories that are meant for kind of a young male audience, is they'll have the beginning point and then the end point where they reach their goal, and then they will have these different smaller stories with them that will be broken up, and there will be like a Freytag's pyramid with each of them. And again, this is not exclusive to Japanese literature. This is very common in Western TV as well. It's just kind of a natural consequence of having a story that goes further and further and further. Although I will say that shonen stories often suffer from pacing issues, which for a couple reasons. One of them is that pacing is just a hard thing to get right. But the second is a lot of times series are made without knowing how long they're going to last. Like, especially with shonen, a big influence with that is getting like a mangaka getting published in Shonen Jump, where they basically go until they're not financially viable anymore. And that's when they kind of have to wrap it up. So it's hard to really do that properly because you might actually go further than is really the right decision. And you might get cut off before you're ready to close things out. So it's hard to plan with a structure in mind, which is actually why I really respect a lot of stations that'll have TV shows with a set amount of time ahead of time. Like, I think Breaking Bad was one of the best examples of that as far as Western shows, where it's a 5-season show. It was very clearly meant to be 5 seasons from the start, and it was pretty much perfectly paced, in my opinion. Okay, so I need to pee. I will be back very shortly. Next week, I'll make sure to make a BRB screen for. I'll make sure to fix that next time, but it won't be too hard. And I did figure out that different hotkeys work on all 3 of my OBS instances simultaneously. So we'll see that shortly. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry, it took a little bit longer than I wanted just because the cat was demanding a bit of attention. She's a very affectionate cat, but she has, I think, she gets a bit of separation anxiety, and she gets very demanding of attention. I kind of have a feeling that her previous home, she may have had some issues there, but I don't know. It's usually not a problem, but sometimes I'm doing stuff and she just will not leave me alone. So let's move on to episode 8. I know I got into a long... There we go. Let's see, yeah. So building hype and no actual plot. Then he's shown in build mystery and get axed. Yeah, I think the big issue is that being published in not just Shonen Jump, but any kind of shonen style. And American TV has the same kind of problem where a show will be renewed for as long as it's financially viable, and they just kind of want to keep things moving at a big clip compared to and I get it, there's financial reasons to do so, but it does cause issues with having an extended narrative that actually has a proper emotional resonance. But then again, a lot of those shows can be very fun to watch. I haven't watched a whole lot of shonen, but when I do, I tend to enjoy it. And even like, I think the example I always give as far as Western shows, because despite appearances, I haven't actually been a weeb for most of my life. It was kind of in my early 20s that I actually started to get into weeb shit. But an example I always give of this is the show Supernatural, where if we go back to kind of the structure I was talking about, and it does the very common structure of one major arc per season, and it'll have that Freytag structure. But what it started out was they started out here with the hunters, the two main characters hunting supernatural creatures and ghosts, but the goal was always to kill the yellow-eyed demon, who this was the person who had killed, I think, their father. And that was kind of the defined end point. And so they had I think they had 3 seasons leading up to that, where each one kind of had a core idea, and it almost did function as a wider 3-act structure itself, but each one had a smaller one in the middle, and it all kind of led up to the confrontation with the yellow-eyed demon. And they kill it, but the show is so popular, it's making the network so much money that they're like, you need to continue this. So then they kind of have to go past what their original endpoint was. And then it moves on, and they have a different antagonist, which I think this time was I haven't seen either of those shows, but I'm sure it's a commonality in those. But yeah, then they move on to like the devil, and then they do this, and the pacing, the broader pacing, I think the individual pacing was fine, but the broader pacing was just so fucked because they kept having to go further and further than they were expecting to end the show at. And it got to the point where they had a separate problem where the first thing had stakes that were up to here because it was a demon they were fighting. Then, you can't have something at that same level, so then you got to move on to the devil. Then, that you can't do that. Then you have to move on to something else. And at one point, they go on to like literally like Christian God level. Like God becomes a minor side character in that series, and you're basically fighting against someone who's more powerful than God. And then at that point, they kept going because like, how do you even go back to that point? And they ended up dropping it down to like here because then it was just like the enemies were just like people. And that's that. Yeah, that is an issue with TV because shows last for as long as their financial viability lasts, usually, not always. But that does not always correlate with what would be right for the story.
前世じゃ英語の勉強とか好きじゃなかったけど、 分かってきたら意外と楽しいもんだ。
And again, just like the last season, there's more improvement going on. They're showing more improvement. But this scene almost kind of mirrors the previous episode's opening scene where Ghislaine and Eris are training swordplay and showing that improvement. Now Eris is showing even more improvement. But they're also showing Rudy improving as well. He's starting to learn Demon God tongue. He's starting to improve in a lot of ways. But
10歳のパーティーから早2年。エリスはあっという間に剣心流上級になってしまった。
Advanced rank is far more impressive than the anime seems to indicate.
才能の差を感じるね。
And I can feel our gap in talent. Well, he does have a point as far as swordplay goes. This is a great early indicator of Rudy's consistent inferiority complex, because that becomes a key thing about him, where he does heal from a lot of his trauma from his past life in many ways. He does, a lot of his issues end up being resolved. He grows, becomes a better person in many ways, becomes a healthier person. One thing that never fully leaves him is this inferiority complex, where he always feels like he is less capable than he actually is. And this is a great thing. And there is some truth to what he's saying here when he's saying, I feel our gap in talent. Eris is a much better swordsman than he is, even at this point in the story. Part of it is because of his Laplace aspect, meaning he ain't getting a battle aura, which you kind of need to get to. The way I kind of, based on my speculation, I do think without a battle aura, a regular person could maybe get to the intermediate level. Like, if they did lots and lots of training, that's probably about the extent of a person's physical capabilities without having some magic pushed into there. In advanced rank, you definitely need battle aura to do that, because in the books he mentions that at advanced rank you can kind of chop a boulder in half with your sword, which, not really possible without some assistance. So he's not wrong about Eris being better at him than swordplay, and not only the battle aura, he's also just not the type to... I don't think he has the personality type to really excel in swordplay. He's too in his head, which is to his strength as a mage, as a magician, actually. I keep forgetting that in Mushoku Tensei, magic users in battle are called magicians and not mages. I'm going to forget that for probably the rest of my streams. I don't think it's ever something I'm going to figure out. But while he is correct about this, he's also wrong in thinking that Eris is just more talented than he is. It's just that their strengths lie in different ways. And he continues this pattern of underestimating himself, even after he goes well beyond the point of being obviously impressive in various ways. Like he doesn't realize how impressive it is that he's learning what to his peers would be a second language, but to him is his third language, or really his fourth, since he's also making progress with Beast God as well. And he doesn't realize, even in the books, one of the things he says is when he's discussing the different magical ranks as part of the exposition, he mentions Saint rank as being something that's really highly impressive and and something to shoot for. He says, man, I wish I could be Saint rank someday, but that's probably a pipe dream. Then he gets Saint rank in that book, and he doesn't even accept how that's actually something impressive. He's like, man, I'm only Saint rank. So many people are so much better than me. And he does this forever, but even when he ends up, I don't want to spoil it right now just because the anime has not gotten to this point yet, and it's going to be a big deal when it happens. But Rudy ends up fighting someone who is canonically overpowered. He is so ridiculously strong that he can go up against other people who are established as ridiculously strong and swat them away like flies. And he's someone who's already fighting with a handicap. And he still is able to do that. Rudy ends up fighting this person at one point. And obviously, he gets his ass handed to him. But he put up a more impressive fight than pretty much anyone that person had fought previously. And he's like, it's actually kind of impressive how much you made me do to beat you. But he still kind of views himself as weak because he couldn't overcome him, despite the fact that it's... Again, he ends up... When you combine his power and his intelligence and the things he comes up with to enhance his power, like, because he ends up constructing magical armor to compensate for his lack of battle aura. He ends up being one of the strongest people in the world when you put everything together, and he still kind of views himself as just kind of good. I do like this initial pushing of that concept.
前より大きくなってる気がする。本当何なんだろう、あれ。不思議だ。
Oh, one sec. I gotta mute the YouTube stream, otherwise that's gonna cause some issues. There we go. Yeah, I don't like having to mute, but while the regular audio is fine, I think the OP audio might cause problems. But one of the things I do like about this, I like how every time we've seen the city so far, it's been using a different color scheme. Like, it had, I know at one point it had just really bright colors. Another time it was very, like, almost golden. Just because to highlight the different things people were feeling at the time. And now it's a different color. It's a darker color scheme because of the rain. Mushoku Tensei uses color so much in the anime, and that's one thing I like to see whenever I watch an adaptation of something. I love to see them utilizing the strengths of the target medium in ways that the original source material can't do. And with TV from a book, a couple of those things are like color, music, animation. These are things I think that the talents who worked on this show should be proud of themselves for. And I know YouTube viewers can't hear it right now, but man, this is I love the opening theme. It's so beautiful. Although, of course, in case you guys don't know, those of you watching on YouTube I have that timestamp that's on screen enhanced and kind of blown up at the top of the screen. That's specifically so if you want to follow without the filter. And before today, I also was muting the shows because I thought that would get me copyright struck. Turns out it's actually just the visuals that get hit as far as this goes. And audio is more of a music thing, which is why I'm muting it now. But if you want to follow along on your own, this will help you kind of do so. Because I know it's frustrating to watch it with a filter in front of it. If there was any other way I could do it, I would. Although I'm having a little bit of trouble figuring out what the mood they're trying to set here is. Because the previous episode ended off on a bit of a high note. And there's nothing really bad happening where, I mean, the rain might just be kind of meant to be like a calming thing. Because while rain is usually used to symbolize negative emotions, it's not always. And depending on the context, especially when it comes to things like if an area is having a drought, then rain is a sign of hope, and then visuals will adjust so that the rain has a more positive emotional impact. I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to do with it here. And that's a little secret, is when it comes to visual stories like this, rain is pretty much always an intentional decision. rarely ever just raining because it happens to be raining, unless it's established that that kind of geographical location is a rainy location. It's even in movies, they'll film on clear days, and when it's supposed to rain, they will specifically film on a clear day and have artificial rain. So because it's definitely deliberate, I don't know what it's trying to do. Okay, let me just really quickly unmute the YouTube stream. Okay, we're good. Oh, no we're not. There we go.
早く反応が見たいわ。泣いて驚くかも。ルーデウス様のことですから顔には出さないかもしれませんよ。でも嬉しいとは思うわよね。それはもちろん。
Okay, and that's another nice thing is Eris, her perspective on things is starting to change. It's already pretty obvious to the viewer that she is really starting to like Rudy. And also, it's in the books at this point, like, it's even more explicit. As I mentioned, they have a character sheet in front of a lot of the chapters where they will show Eris's abilities, but also her relationship with other people, where they will have Rudy started out as under the list of people she hates, and moving on to something to people she likes, and then moving on to people she loves. And obviously the anime has not been doing that, but they have been having these little indicators of that changing relationship dynamic. And then this scene, I like it because she mentions, oh, he's going to be really excited. He's going to have this incredible reaction. And they're like, no, he's kind of subdued. He might not, but he'll still like it anyway, right? To the point where she's starting to actually care about the actual effect on Rudy rather than just his reaction to it. Rather than, oh, he has this expression of joy, and that expression will showcase that I've done the right thing. And in this case, it's, no, I care mostly about what he feels. And that's a nice little tidbit.
もしかして陰口だろうか。だとしたら自信がある。枕をウェットティッシュみたいにしてメイドさんの仕事を増やす自信。
And again, of course, they think, oh, they're talking about me. It must be negative. More inferiority complex.
ルーデウスの10歳のお祝いまでに間に合わせないと。ルーデウスもあんな家の生まれじゃなければね。
ボレアス家にとって俺はあまり表沙汰にはできない人物らしい。
ごきげんよう、ルーデウス様。こんにちは。
Yeah, and even little things like that, they showcase that the staff is starting to really accept him as just, again, kind of in the middle between servant and family member. And it is notable that they're calling him Rudy-sama, which is, Sama is an honorific that is indicative of of either a lot of authority or a deep respect for somebody. And not respect as in, like, you know, you might respect like a family, like a brother or sister, or like how a soldier might respect another soldier. It's like a respect that also includes a hierarchy. So it is interesting that they're calling him Sama. But yeah, it's.
最近知った話だが、
Yeah, I'm not sure how to close off that thought.
パウロ・ノトス・グレイラットという。ノトス家はグレイラット4つの本家の一家で、現当主はパウロの弟である。
They are explaining that.
何でもそいつがパウロ以上のクズらしく、水面下で当主をすげ替えようとする勢力もいるんだとか。
I do think the political struggle between the different Grey Rat families was a very interesting idea. I do kind of wish it got explored a little bit more, but I'm also unsure about how you would do that, considering at the very least that the different Grey Rat families were completely devastated by the displacement event. So the dynamic would shift even if there was more of a focus on it. So, I mean, I think it's one of those things I think was interesting. I would have liked to see more of it, but I understand why we don't.
俺にその気がなくとも、ノトス家の血筋の俺がボレアス家の庇護下にあるとなると、よからぬ勘違いをされる可能性がある。だからエリスのように大々的にパーティーなどできない。それを不憫に思ったんだろう。 うちうちで俺の10歳の誕生日パーティーを企画してくれているようだ。泣かせる話じゃないのよさ。うまく泣く練習をしておかなければ。
And I do love the little nods they're doing with Hilda here, because later it's gonna, actually pretty shortly, it's gonna be showing how she really kind of, I like how they set her up as kind of being just kind of the noble bitch, where she's the wife of the Lord. Well, okay, so Soros is technically the Lord, but she's the basically highest ranking woman in this family branch. And they're setting her up to be kind of an asshole, but like the stereotypes you would imagine. But yeah, it's nice. They have these little things of her showing disdain for Rudy, and it'll set up to how she really feels. And I think it's very well done.
それにしてもこの世界に来てもうすぐ10年か。
なんだか想像しいですね。
そうだな。
And of course, Ghislaine. Again, Ghislaine is one of my favorite side characters. Impressively, given the news as of the past couple of years, she has managed to make my internal associations with the name Ghislaine be positive, which is that's how much I actually like her as a character. And it's so great how, despite her very clear strengths, she is such a bad actor. She is a dog. She has so many dog mannerisms. I don't think they really showed it too much earlier, but I know in the books, one of her problems was when it was Eris's birthday. She was standing guard and trying to be stoic, but she was laser focused on the meat and was salivating because of it. So
しかし、たった2年で3つも言語を習得してしまうとは、お前には驚かされてばかりだ。
重心語を理解できたのはギレーヌのおかげです。勉強してたらお腹が減りましたね。何かつまみに行きましょうか。
But yeah, and yeah, that's another thing. It is impressive to learn languages in 3 languages in 2 years. It's impressive to learn 1 language in 2 years, even with an instructor who. Evidence indicates that Ghislaine is probably a very good teacher, but still.
ルーデウス、ちょっと待て。もう少し話していかないか。
はは、そういえば今日だったな。
わかりました。ではちょうどいい機会なので見てもらいたいものがあるんですよ。
And that's another thing. I actually do really like how they show the figurines in the anime, and it showcases that he's really starting to take it seriously because he just has so many lying around him, and he's even in the background of some other scenes. And again, it's just one of those things where it says it in the books on the page, but you don't see it. And also they're just cool. I would buy one of these. I actually have. The only figurine I own is a little Roxy figurine that sits on the side of my desk. It hangs off the desk. So, but I would buy this Ghislaine figurine.
これは私か。なかなかよくできているな。尻尾がついていないが。
どうにも知識が曖昧で。
この様子なら俺が外に出ないように全力を尽くすに違いない。
And this character development. This is going to be the first time Rudy sexually harasses an adult.
ちょっとセクハラしてやろ
う。見せてもらえませんか？尻尾の付け根の部分。
さあ、どう切り抜けるギレーヌ。
なんだそんなこと。お安いご用だ。
ためらいゼロ。
And of course she just
さすが俺らのギレーヌだ。かなわないって。
She just completely bests him, calls his bluff. He's like, yeah.
肩、ちょっと待って。これ尻ですか？
I love the little knocking sound effect it does. It's so stupid because that's not how muscles work. Even hard muscles don't have a wooden sound like that. But it's so funny that makes it even better.
すげえ！憧れの筋肉です。
ルーデウス様、失礼します。お食事の準備が
and this frame right here. Come on, how could you not love that?
10歳の誕生日おめでとう。
これを。
ルーデウスおめでとう。
あ、そっか。僕今日で10歳か。
So, yeah, and that's another thing. It hasn't been super relevant for the past couple episodes, but it was very relevant in the first 4, where Rudy, again, he's still at the point where he's trying to logic his way through emotional situations. And part of that is realizing that, oh, he's supposed to be a 10-year-old child. He wants to act in a certain way to essentially manipulate the people into behaving a certain way, feeling a certain way, but the way he does it is not always, he's not always able to actually convey the things he's trying to convey. And it always works better when he's genuine. So we'll show here that he's trying to evoke a certain expression, but then it doesn't end up staying that way because he ends up looking sad rather than happy.
初めてでここに来てずっと歓迎されてないかもって祝ってもらえ
And then fucking Saros. One of the biggest issues, it's not an issue, but one of the biggest regrets I have about the story is we did not get to see more of him.
るなんて思ってなくて。
戦争じゃ。残すんところと戦争じゃ。ピレモンをぶっ殺してルーデウスを投手に据えるぞ。抑えて。邪魔だってするか。
And that is another instance of a tonal shift where they love to, Mushoku Tensei just absolutely loves to set up a certain emotion and then completely turn it on its head. A lot of the times it's for comedy like this, but in other times it's going to be when something seriously bad happens. They'll have a really happy scene in front of it. That was like with the bath scene with Sylphie, where that was like the worst Rudy had felt up to that point, where it starts out with one of the happiest scenes of that opening segment.
少し演技が上手すぎたか。
おじい様のことは置いといて、今日はルーデウスがびっくりするものを用意したわ。
びっくりするものですか？
なんだと思う？
まさか父様たちがここへ？
And then this moment right here is another great one because it's great how the dynamic of these two is evolving, where she is so excited to be indulging Rudy, and he, even though he can't quite get how important that is to her, he does appreciate that she's going through these efforts to try to make him happy on his 10th birthday, which is also a big deal in this world, which he probably doesn't have that emotional connection to because he's used to the annual celebrations of our world. But she gets all this excitement about it, and then she wasn't able to get Paul and his family to come visit him during his 10th birthday, and she feels bad that she couldn't make his birthday perfect. And it's lovely little nuanced things.
魔物が活性化してるから来れないって。
そうですか。残念です。
And she's almost like panicking because she really wanted it to be perfect for him, because she's like actually starting to care about
あ
him.
のね、ルーデウス、そのね。
え、あれ、やべ。こんな空気にするつもりじゃ。
ルーデウス、あなたはもううちの子よ。
And that's where they kind of are leading up to with Hilda's. And she didn't like him. They showed the scenes of her kind of acting tsundere with him, and then as soon as she sees him as feeling abandoned, her motherly instincts, which were the reason she didn't like him in the first place, but her motherly instincts take over, and she's another great character. Oh shit, Ancap, it's been a while since I've seen you. How you doing, man?
この人、俺のこと嫌ってたんじゃなかったっけ？
よし。いえ、エリスと結婚しなさい。 エリス、あなたうちのルーデウスに不満でもあるの？
And then of course they do another tonal shift to make it funny, where she almost starts. She does treat Rudy as her kid immediately, to the point where she almost is treating Eris as not her kid. It's funny.
ルーデウスはまだ10歳よ。
年齢なんて関係ないわ。
Oh, that's.
あなたはもっと女を磨いて。
Yeah, I'm happy to have you here, and yeah, I will say I've been wanting to do some streaming for a while, but the standard, just doing something like gaming or whatever, to me that doesn't complement my personality very well. I'm the kind of guy who excels more when my thoughts are in line and when I kind of have a plan, which is why video essays are my thing. So I kind of decided I found a way to do that in a stream format. Unfortunately, that does mean I can only really stream once a week, but it's a fun little supplement to my other content. Okay, and then I do have to point out that this is funny because they have the exact same shot of the exact same thing happening with two different family members. I love absolutely how the anime really just hammers home so many of the Grey Rat commonalities.
で、何です？そのびっくりするものって。
アルフォンス、例のもの。
はあ、こちらを。
杖？
この度ルーデウス様のために世界中からありとあらゆる極上の素材を集め、アスラ王国で随一の杖製作士に作らせたものでございます。名はアクアハーティア。
And this is another great moment because, like I was saying earlier, Eris was really pushing to make this a positive event for him. She wanted to make it be really great. But and this is one of the ways she does it, where hey, this is an area she has a strength in. She has these connections with money, and she can craft this really perfect gift for him, which. And it's not just a case of trying to buy him with money. It's that this is something, she has the ability to take something he would want and do it to its fullest extent, which is to Aqua Hartia, which is something he uses for the rest of the series. And it's a cool staff, let's not be wrong. Let's not lie here.
名前はちょっと中二っぽいけど。
受け取って。ルーデスはすごい魔術師なのに杖を持ってないなんておかしいものね。
ありがとうございます。こんな高価そうなものまで。
値段のことなんていいわよ。さあ、パーティーを始めましょう。
Okay. And of course, having a happy birthday party. Soros is great, but yeah. I don't have too much to add right there. Yeah, I swear I'm like the one person who will watch something and then apologize for not pausing enough. It's usually the other way around. That's cute.
エリスには兄と弟が一人ずついたんだ。だが生まれてすぐオートに住む兄に取られた。
So, this scene is another one I think is done really well because Philip is another character it's hard to really get a handle on him because he's very clearly playing the political game. He is very much playing the game, and this is the first time we've seen a character quite like that. Later we'll eventually meet Ariel, who is also very much playing the game, but in a different capacity. But I really like how they handled Philip here, because despite the fact that he does kind of constantly have that mask, and it only very rarely slips, and I mean, the only time we've seen it slip was with the beast folk drooling, which was funny. But this scene shows that he actually does kind of have good intentions underneath it all, which is kind of goes contrary to what you would expect, because usually people who kind of play the game are doing it for selfish reasons. And he might be, but he's not necessarily a bad guy.
ボレアスの血を引く男は当主の家で育てられる。そういう伝統なんだ。
でもヒルダはそれに納得しなかった。
Yeah, and again, that's just another example of their entire livelihood exists around the political game, where one brother ends up winning and kind of taking charge of everything. And that completely shifts family dynamics. So it's hard for them to not be playing the game because their entire lives are the game. And it also, and I do like how they're doing this little exposition on Philip while he's explaining Hilda.
お腹を痛め産んだ子を取り上げられるんだから当然だね。彼女は君を嫌っていたよ。
Yep.
自分の息子はここにいないのに、なんでよその子供が我が物顔でここにいるんだってね。彼女を悪く思わないでやってくれ。
そんなつもりはありませんよ。
Yeah, and that does kind of... Oh, okay, so his eyes are red too. I was wondering about that. Okay, so I guess red eyes are just a gray rat thing. Or a Boreas gray rat thing, because Rudy's eyes are green. But yeah, again, that just showed... I love that little mini character arc we got for Hilda of, even though we've only seen her a couple of times, very briefly every time. Like the first few times we saw her, she didn't even speak. She just kind of huffed and walked away. And then it goes to her kind of breaking down in the at the party and Philip kind of explaining it all. It's Mushoku Tensei does do a lot of that, where characters on the side who are not necessarily important to the main plot will have their own things going on and will have their own journeys. And it just does, it goes a long way to making the world feel real, which is a thing that a lot of writers struggle with.
どうだい？本当にエリスと結婚して一緒にボレアス家を乗っ取らないかい
10歳の子供に何させようって言うんですか。
君はただ座っていればいい。乗っ取りは私がやる。
But then, of course, they darken his face to highlight this kind of more devious nature, where he, despite this humanity he's showing today, he's still playing the game.
今から君のベッドに両手を縛ったエリスを置いておこう。
And that's a little, yeah. So he's a decent guy, but not that
ボレアス家を
decent.
乗っ取る？いやいや、待て待て。冗談じゃない。権力闘争なんて真っ平だ。
酒の席での話ということにしておきましょう。
そうかい。それは残念。
And still, he definitely, he was testing the waters there to see if he has the same political ambitions. Where I will say this is like the most sensible Rudy has ever been. Where personally, I mean, I'm the kind of guy who I would never want to hold elected office. I would never want to be a politician. Like, even if I was unopposed, I wouldn't want to be a mayor, a senator, a president. That just seems like torture. Like, I don't want to deal with that bullshit. I don't like office politics either. Like, if I'm going to work, I want to just do my work and be treated fairly. I completely relate to Rudy's thing right here, where he's like, I don't want to be any part of this, even though he ultimately does end up becoming like a major, not necessarily a political figure, but he shapes the entire dynamic of the world.
では、そろそろ僕は寝ます。
ああ、おやすみ。
おやすみなさい。
And the music is doing a great job in this scene too. That slightly discordant notes kind of heightening the tension. That's another very common thing. If you ever watch TV or movies, just if you hear it almost sounds like it's not quite being, if the music ever just doesn't sound quite right, doesn't sound super musical or it's discordant, that's usually the reason why. It's highlighting tension. Very, very, very common musical storytelling technique.
おやすみなさい。
フィリップについていけば、俺好みの専属メイドでハーレムを作るなんてことも。かあ、もったいねえことした。
And of course, the horny takes over.
おかえりなさい。
ただいま。 どうしたんですか？寝てたのでは？
一人で寂しいだろうから今日は一緒に寝てあげるわ。
フィリップの差し金か？しかしこうしてみるとなかなか。
Yeah, and it's hard to kind of explain. I mean, it's one of the things I mentioned that Rudy views the world through sex, and so a lot of his positive emotions get twisted into desire because that's just kind of how he is. And I can definitely understand why somebody might look at this scene on a surface level and get like a very visceral reaction to it because, you know, he's having these thoughts about someone who is, even though like physically she's older than him in this instance, of course he is mentally a lot older than that, so I can see that being uncomfortable. But it's one of these things, once you kind of understand all that context, this scene takes on like an entirely new dynamic. Even if you throw away the lesson he learns at the end of it, it's at this point where, okay, he's with this person that he cares about, and that care turns into desire. But he's, for the most part, been able to control himself, and he even has improved in that regards recently, because after her 10th birthday, he kind of was keeping his hands to himself more than before. But now he's in a position where things are kind of leaning in that direction, and even though his brain kind of wants him to chill out and not act on that, he's now being put in a position where he might be able to at least partially do that, and he's going to have trouble controlling that and navigating that, especially since every time he's had any kind of sexual excitement, it's been one-sided. So he's not used to this dynamic. And of course he tries to bluff his way out of it, and that just makes things worse.
ルーデウス。
ツンデレロリお嬢様の初めてで初めての初めてを迎える。
And it's worth it if he's Syl for something that. I don't know. They both are kind of awful in different ways. Philip, it's one of those things where while we have seen that little glimpse of humanity from Philip in that previous scene, this shows that, oh man, Philip is still very much looking out for the political side of things once, and he is definitely more than happy, even though he probably does care for Eris to a degree, but he's more than happy to use her as a pawn if he needs to. So I will, but also Rudy, again, I see most of Rudy's behavior throughout the early portions of the series as like a direct trauma response. So it's hard for me to completely blame him for, you know, the blood not being centered in his brain at the moment. But I do like how this moment right there where she says stop and he immediately jerks back and has a visceral reaction to that. And of course he's saying, no, I can't. That is something a lot of people might miss initially because that's just the normal reaction to somebody saying stop. But this is a direct like influence of the bath scene with Sylphie, where she said don't. He ended up doing the thing anyway. It really upset her, and that left an impression on him, which is why he has this strong reaction to hard boundaries. And that's like that was like his first big moral lesson. So I like how it's showing that lesson has stuck with him.
いかん手を出してはいかん。これではフィリップの手のひらの上だ。
今日は寂しい気持ちなので。
Yeah, and of course, instead of just being honest with himself and her, he tries to bluff out of it, and it completely backfires.
エッチなことをしちゃうかもしれませんよ。
ちょっとぐらいなら。
And I do apologize if you can hear that knocking. My upstairs neighbor is doing something. I have no idea what, but I don't really have any control over that.
いいわよ。
Because it is pretty loud.
手のひらの上？いいじゃないか。スウェーデン食わぬは男の恥。多少のリスクは甘んじて受け入れるべきだろう。
And of course, because she gives him not really a green light, but like a yellow light. It's hard for him to set his own boundaries at this point, which, again, that is something he's going to learn after this scene. But it just goes to show he's put in a morally difficult situation for him. Especially since he actually does like her.
毎日修行に明け暮れているエリスの髪はいつもならもっとかさついている。
エリスは可愛いな。
何よいきなり。
触るよ。
And this is definitely an uncomfortable scene, but that's kind of the point. And also, this is like the most vulnerable Eris has ever been around him. So that's just adding another layer to everything. And it's hard to... And you got to remember that she is actually... I want to say 12, 13. So she's not emotionally mature at this point. She doesn't know how to process her own feelings either.
もしかしてこれ OK なんでしょうか ?OK ですよね。やれますよね。いけますよね。よし。いただきます。
And again, that's funny, but still uncomfortable. And remember what I was talking about earlier, how as Eris has started to like Rudy, while she would still be kind of violent towards him, that violence was a lot less intense than it was. It would kind of be just like, it goes from a punch to a knock on the head, and then, bam. She slaps him, kicks him, and then stomps him on the ground. The way she only gets really violent with him again when he crosses a line, because he did definitely cross a line there. And now, what is his age? At this point, so, Ancap, I don't know how much you know about the series. I'm like a big fan of the books, and now I've been watching the show. Yeah, his physical age is 10, because he had reincarnated 10 years prior. But he was 34 when he died in his past life. So, and the whole idea is that he had spent like 20 years in his past life in complete isolation. Yeah, he spent his entire life in 20 years in isolation, completely withdrawn from society. Like, a large portion of what he did was watch porn. Like, his brain is completely fucked, and a lot of the early parts of the series is him trying to overcome that in his new life. So, yeah, physically 10, mentally like 44. Although, I will also mention, it's a little unclear as far as how old his mental age really is, partially because of his emotional growth was very, very stunted, but also because it's unclear and he does seem to be mentally maturing at about the rate as his physical maturity. But I think that's more of a stylistic thing than anything. And it's also unclear how much his new physical body and his physical brain affects his psyche. And again, and this calls back to the scene from it's not quite a pedo situation. It's a case where he is... The way I interpret things is that because he spent 20 years in basically total misery, where the only thing that he could ever do to numb that was to jerk off, he kind of views everything sexually for quite a while. And like, one thing is, later on in the series, he doesn't really start to overcome all that until he goes through another sexual trauma and heals from that. So he does have inappropriate desires and attractions, but I think a lot of it is that the platonic care he feels for these people just kind of manifests himself as desire. And that's just kind of how he operates. But this scene, I really like this because it calls back to the scene from definitely it was episode 4, I believe, where he had the bath scene with Sylphie. He crosses a line there, makes her really upset, and then he feels like shit about it and ultimately reflects and learns. This is the same kind of thing where he does something that he doesn't even realize is bad at the time, and then he hurts somebody he cares about and feels like shit about it. But
完全に我を忘れていた。
it changes a
エロゲー
little
をたく
bit
さんやっ
here.
てヒロインの気持ちが分かった気にでもなっていたか。
これだからって言ってよ。
もしかすると最近エリスが張り切ってたのは。
Yeah, and again, he's even more trying to. He feels even more bad because he realizes just how much effort she went to him. Oh, and I should probably mention, yeah, I have not read I've read the light novels. I have not read the web novels. I don't plan to. I also have not read Redundancy yet. I'm probably going to wait for the light novels before I read Redundancy, but I have started reading Old Dragon's Tale during my lunch breaks at work, which I am enjoying greatly.
俺の誕生日が寂しいものにならないように
Yeah.
気遣ってくれてたからな。
And this is where it hits him. He's realizes, oh, I just fucked up with somebody I care about who's been doing so much for me.
ごめんなさい。今日は特別な日だから特別に許してあげる。
許された。
でもこういうのは
And then this is another bit of little character development for Eris, where she did hit him, which to be fair, completely deserved. But whereas she would have just fully been just anger previously when she was introduced, like a part of her, she realizes that while he did something bad, he didn't mean bad by it. So she's like pretty immediately able to get herself under control and forgive him. Again, Rudy's not the only one who goes through character arcs, and they do a good job of showcasing that, even when a character is not necessarily the focal point.
まだ早いから5年あと5年経ってルーデウスがちゃんと成人したらその時はその時まで我慢しなさい。
Yeah, and that's another important moment where they make the 5 years rule, because Rudy at this point is 10, physically 10, and in this world, just the 15 is when you is the age of majority in this world. So that's when they do it, and Eris is 2 or 3 years older than him, and that's one thing he really latches on to, because I don't believe they have the line in the anime, but in the books, after this scene, the big lesson he learns here is hands to myself, which is just something he has difficulty with. He realizes how important that is. Yeah. I mean, I know at this point in the books she did love him in some way. It's hard to say if it was like the same kind of love, just because, again, she's at the age where those kind of emotions aren't going to be fully formed, and it's going to be very confusing. But she did have a degree of love for him, at the very least, as like the love of a peer, essentially, somebody she really, really cares about. So, and then I know, and the way I see it is just she has a lot of very conflicting emotions at this point as well, and isn't entirely sure how to process them, and probably can't really properly analyze this the scenario anyway. But the thing is, Rudy, again, whenever he hurts somebody, Rudy learns an important lesson. With Sylphie, it was you got to respect hard boundaries. And with Eris, this time it's hands to myself. And in the books, they have a great line, which is very funny, but kind of sums this up perfectly, where he says, "Lolita good, touching bad." Where he kind of realizes, yeah, this is a line I can't cross. I will not cross it. And he uses the 5 years as kind of the linchpin for that, where he's like, I can't do anything. I need to wait until 5 years until I'm an adult in this world. This is a promise I made to somebody I care about, and this is something that I believe is morally the right thing to do. And partly it's because she set up the boundary, and she's like, this is the 5 years, but then eventually it gets to the point where she is an adult at this point. She's 15 and she's ready. He is still like 13 at this point, and he's just like, no, this is not. We said 5 years. It's going to be 5 years. It would be wrong for me to act like this. This is something he's set so much moral importance on. So she actually ends up having to convince him. So I think this is an interesting look into Rudy's psychology.
じゃあ私もう寝るから。じゃあねルーデウス、おやすみ。また明日からよろしく。
Yeah. And that last little bit, that see you tomorrow, is a nice little nod to just show that, yeah, he is, well, she's still probably a little pissed with him. She has forgiven him. And I'm also seeing, and again, like I mentioned earlier, I love how the little figurines are constantly in the background, just to show how much he's actually been focusing on that as a hobby. Although I'm trying to see, I feel like those have to be references to something, but I'm not catching it. It's a shame. Those look pretty cool. Oh, and that's kind of cool. He has a car figurine in the background. And I'm not entirely sure what that is. It looks kind of like a camera. But I don't know. But it is kind of neat that he has the car, which probably confuses the shit out of people here because cars don't exist in this world. And yeah, I mean, yeah, like Ankep said, if you're in the stream, hitting the like does help, but, you know, if you want to do it, that'd be cool. If not, yeah, doesn't really matter. I'm not expecting the streams to be kind of my avenue for growth. It's mostly just, it's something I wanted to do on a creative level. I'm having fun with it.
よかった。
今日が誕生日でよかった。今日が特別な日でよかった。もっとひどいことをしなくてよかった。
Yeah, and thank God I didn't do anything worse. Fucking amazing line right there.
そして、よっしゃー！確約。あのエリスが約束。よし。
And again, I know it does this a lot. The tonal shift. It goes from, you know, serious, but kind of, you know, resolved, but still serious. Him feeling that self-loathing, and then immediately horny takes over and he's all happy because he's got at least a deadline to when he can finally act out his desires in a way that he views as morally acceptable.
それまでは二度と険悪な真似はすまい。5年後、15歳、仲いい。だが我慢できる。頑張れる。俺はどんなエロイベントにも屈しない強靭な男になる。ん？待てよ、5年後？
Yeah, and that's another difficult. That's another interesting aspect where they do mention this in the books a little bit, where he has a couple moments where he thinks about Sylphie and is just kind of confused about how things are going to go, because she is obviously very attached to him as well, and she's like the first friend he's ever had, certainly in this life, but also for 20 years in his past life he didn't have friends. So she's someone who means a lot to him. So now he's a little confused about how things are going to work that way, which, yeah, and the books mention it a couple of times, but they don't really dig into it. And things ultimately kind of just work out well either way. But yeah. And this is another nice thing. I like how the anime is actually taking the time to go back to the village a bit to show what's going on, both as part of the displacement event, the mana influx making monsters more common. Yeah. There is some truth to that. Both of them do have, I wouldn't say she's quite the same as Rudius, because she has because one thing is she's very emotionally aware. She can read people really well, and she's one who's never afraid of being vulnerable, really. But they do have the similarity in that they have a similar experience and background. Even though Sylphie doesn't know that he is reincarnated, he still very vividly remembers the bullying he received in his old life. So, and that was what immediately drew him to her when he saw that she was being bullied, and he stood up for her because of that. And so they have that kind of shared experience there. Although I will say, the way I kind of visualize things, and again, I'm probably going to be saying this a lot throughout the entire series, but I do believe that each of the three, yeah, and that is another great one. It was a great bonding moment. But I think each of Rudius's three women, the three women who would eventually become his wives, I believe they each kind of represent a part of him that needs to grow. And they each have their own journey around that kind of core element of themselves, where they have that thing that holds them back, and then eventually they're able to harness it and turn it into something that makes them stronger. With Sylphie, it's definitely the emotional side of things, where, and I think that's probably one of Rudy's biggest struggles, at least early on, is he has a difficult time connecting with people. Yeah, so Sylphie represents that emotional side, the emotional and the attachment side of him, where he needs to learn how to become a more empathetic person, to care about the people around him, and to just act in a morally righteous manner. And her arc goes from her codependent attachment to Rudy to then she becomes a loyal, she reforms that sense of attachment to a sense of duty when she meets Ariel, and she kind of sticks with her and does right by her and becomes a loyal bodyguard. And then it goes to eventually being a supportive figure, where once they have their family and Rudy needs to go out and do things in dangerous places, she says, hey, while I am capable, my biggest strength is the fact that I can make sure the family is cared for and safe, so that Rudy can be happy and comfortable knowing that everyone's safe when he comes back. So that's how her arc went, and Rudy eventually learns the emotional side of things. Roxy, it's a little harder to pin down what Roxy's all about. Hers is kind of an intellectual side of things and a bit of self-esteem as well, because she's the one who suffers from self-esteem issues. And yeah, it's a little harder to quite pin down. Her journey is all about self-acceptance, and that's something Rudy needs to learn as well. He doesn't ever quite get there, but I'm not going to go into detail on that right now. And then Eris is the part of him that needs to take action. He was always kind of hesitant to do things before. A big reason he's not good at swordplay is because he's too in his head, doesn't react. Eris does take action. It starts out with her being stubborn and hot-headed, and eventually molds into something she needs to utilize that drives her forward in her swordplay, where she takes action and becomes a sword king. And that's just a good way to... I do think each of them just really, they play together in that very integral way. It's hard to view any of them individually because they all come together to serve a singular purpose, and it's very well done. But I do like how they're actually going back to the village to show how things kind of are progressing, both for plot reasons, but also just to see how the characters are after several years. If my memory serves, the book wasn't quite as explicit in that regard.
魔物が活発になっているのはこの村だけではないようだな。フィットは全域で似たようなことが起こっていると報告があった。息子の10歳の誕生祝いは言ってやりたかったぜ。
And that also is a nice little note mentioning, when his family didn't come, and they said, oh, there's an increase in monster activity. That wasn't just a thing they said. Paul is actually really pissed that he couldn't go support his son, and he was excited to be there for him. And so it's just showing that, Paul actually really does care. And of course we get to see, Sylphie a little bit older and not, able to develop a bit of independence. And also we get our first real meeting of Norn and Aisha as people, which I don't think the books did this at all until they were a bit older and they actually when they first meet up with Rudy much later into this story after several more years.
なるん、こんにちは。
アイシャ、隅まで気を抜かず吹きなさい。はい。
こんにちは、リリアさん。
こんにちは。
これよろしくお願いします。
素敵なペンダントですね。
お父さんが大事にしてるのを真似て作ったんです。
受けたまわりました。
And another thing I will say, as much as so when it comes to Sylphie, I know a big thing her hair ends up turning white because of the displacement event, but I do almost kind of think that was a mistake. Not really, because I know that the hair change was meant to symbolize her growth into a new character, basically, because I will say I think she's kind of the one who really changes the most. Even though she retains that core element of herself, she, again, goes from this kind of weak, withdrawn character into someone who is extremely strong. But I don't know, I like the color coding that they kind of do in this, and where, you know, the green hair of Sylphie and the blue hair of Roxy, the red hair of Eris, they all complement each other really well. And I think the green just complements the other two better than the white.
必ずお届けいたします。
And also, it's one of those things where, you know, green hair has such a taboo in this world. I think there was interesting things they could have done with that.
リリアさんはルディへのお祝い何にするか決めました？
はい。私からはこれを。
これを？
ルーデウス様がとても大切になされていたものです。
And I fucking love this. They don't explicitly say what it is, but you can kind of tell what it is if you've been paying attention, because you know it's got to be the panties. And I love how even in the books and in the anime, these just end up being a recurring joke throughout, just for like half the series. And pretty much until. No, actually, even past the point where Rudy and Roxy meet up as adults, it's just so the Holy Relic. It's so funny. Again, I'm still a little annoyed that they decided to take Rudy's worship and make it a thing that he's done from the start, because I do think it is an interesting psychological thing about when he actually does start worshiping them. In a sense, it's like he's going through the rituals of worship, but it's not real worship. It's a whole thing to symbolize how much he idolizes Roxy. But it's still funny either way.
毎日お掃除偉い偉い。シルフィーちゃん、元気になってよかったわ。
ルーデウス様がロアに行かれた後の暴れ方はすごかったですね。
ルーディったらシルフィーちゃんにとんでもないことを教え込んでくれたわ。
でもおかげでいじめられることもなくなったそうですし。
Yeah, and that's actually also another interesting point where, you know, even after Rudy leaves, they're not bullying Sylphie anymore. Granted, a solid reason for that is probably that she could kick anyone's ass at this stage, because I don't know if they actually explicitly said it in the anime, but at the point Rudy left, Sylphie could silent cast intermediate tier magic, which is like, yeah, no other child is going to be able to do anything. Yes, that's true. It is true that they took that joke and made it have a deeper purpose. If you read if you read the books, especially if you reread the books, one thing you will notice is most of the funniest things that happen, not every bit of comedy is like this, but most of the things that I remember, the jokes that stick out, almost all of them serve a deeper purpose. They have reasons for being the way they are. And while it is funny, you look at it and you're like, holy shit, this is what they're doing. And I will say, Rudy is a shockingly talented writer. Like he has just a grasp on long-term storytelling that not very many people have, and it's kind of surprising and impressive that he was able to write Mushoku Tensei, or he was able to have done significant work on Mushoku Tensei before he became a professional writer, because it was Mushoku Tensei that made him a professional writer. And I think he said I remember hearing that he had about half of the story in his head before he started writing, but so many of the little details are things that it's hard to do what he does. And while I don't think Mushoku Tensei is perfect, I do definitely have some issues with the latter third of the story. I remember reading this and being just so thoroughly impressed by what I was seeing. And granted, it was also helped by the people who translated the Seven Seas version of the light novels, because I think whoever they got to do that did exceptionally well. They were able to translate they were able to put a lot of nuance into the text that just shows that they most likely understood it when reading it in Japanese and had the writing ability to bring that to English. And it's one of the things is I am studying Japanese. I'm at about N5 level now, which is not really enough to read things on their own, mainly because Japanese is such a character-heavy language that you can see something and have no idea what it means. Whereas in English, you could probably put a lot of things together in English. But once I'm good enough to actually start like reading at a decent level, I do want to go back and read Mushoku Tensei in Japanese just to see what's there and how much of it, and see if any of it actually didn't get translated over and how much the translators actually did. Because again, I'm just so impressed by how he does things. That again, he is way more impressive than most people are when they start writing seriously. Although actually, I know it was Mushoku Tensei that got him notoriety. I don't know if it was Mushoku Tensei was his first serious work or not. I'm guessing probably he had hobby writing before that, because this is too good to be a first project. Okay, and yeah, that's one thing. I'm trying to see character eye colors. Sylphie has red eyes too. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, and then, I actually, yeah, I really like the different eye colors in the anime. It gives a nice, like, a lot of them are not necessarily natural, and even the ones that are not the most common. But it really actually brings the entire artistic depiction of these characters together. Like, Lilia's purple eyes are great. Norn's green eyes, like Rudy's, are great. And then looks like Zenith has blue eyes. It's very pretty. And that's funny. Okay, and Paul's eyes are green, so he gets that from Paul. And that's also a nice little nod to how things are going to go in the future, where when Norn's upset, she goes to Paul for comfort, and later on when they reunite, Paul and Rudy are going to have their fight, and Norn is going to like hate Rudy for a while, and she kind of takes Paul's side and doesn't like Rudy because he went up against Paul, and ultimately has that aversion to Rudy for quite a while until eventually she kind of breaks down and apologizes to him and really accepts him as her brother. And this is a nice early indicator of that, where she's upset and Paul comforts her. But to a first-time viewer, you wouldn't necessarily know that it's doing that, because yeah, it's common when an upset child is with a parent, the other parent will also comfort them. And notice she calms down. Ooh, there's the displacement event. But yeah, and another thing I like about this is it actually does showcase that Sylphie is having a relationship with Norn and Aisha. So it's just a nice little touch, because eventually they will become like a complete family, and they'll be important parts of each other's lives. It's cute. And once again, for the third time, Sharon is a completely different color scheme here. It's nice. It goes from the gold of the first depiction during her first letter, then the normal colors of her second letter, and now the dark of her third letter. This isn't even a letter. I shouldn't say third letter. The dark of this current depiction. And granted, the darkness is meant to symbolize ominous things happening, because the displacement event is about to happen. But dark is a common literary thing.
この方角はアスラ王国でしょうか。まさかルーデウス。
Man, this is a scene I also really like, because we don't realize at this point, if you haven't seen the show, how important Orsted here is going to be for the future story. But I do love how they establish his power early on, because he is... So for those of you who aren't familiar in the audience, Mushoku Tensei does have a thing called the 7 Great Powers, where it's essentially a magical list of the 7 strongest people in the world, with a bit of an asterisk, because it seems like the typical way things get moved is by people beating each other in combat, as opposed to just being a pure power ranking. But Orsted is number 2, and number 1 is missing. This guy is so ludicrously strong. He's basically set himself to not using magic at all, because for reasons that'll be explained later, he has a very slow mana regeneration because of a spell he had to cast. And so he tries not to use magic, but he's also, I believe canonically... Yeah, well, it's not the curse that does it. It's the spell he uses to counter the curse. Yeah. But yeah, and I think he's canonically just divine level in everything. And he and I love just how quickly they establish his power. I don't think they really established what a threat red dragons can be, because I know they're supposed to be very dangerous. But even if they haven't established that, you can still see that this is not meant to be something to take too lightly. Although the yellow eyes are cool. But if I'm remembering correctly, I think things like this don't even happen. I think, if I remember correctly, they said dragons kind of realize how strong he is and keep their distance. Oh yeah, and that's also another really nice touch. The fact that his eyes are yellow and the dragon's eyes are also yellow. Because, he's the dragon god Orsted. He is of the dragon race. Well, the dragon race are not like dragons, but they're another type of... They're basically... They originate from the same world as dragons, but they call themselves dragon race. It's a little bit complicated. They're basically as different as humans and demons are, but... So, similar, but different. I'm not 100% sure of the mechanics of what dragons are, but... Because, I've been reading Old Dragon's Tale at work. So during my lunch breaks at work, I've been reading it. I'm about halfway done with it. And they do kind of explain that the dragons are kind of the beasts that inhabit the world of the dragon race. And they were kind of like the natural enemies for a long time, until eventually the dragon race ended up learning about things like society and various technical innovations, animal husbandry, before the dragon race kind of took the offensive and stepped on up to the point where they were the ones in control. So I don't really know how connected they are, but they did, they had the same origin, a similar origin. But I do love how both of their eyes are yellow to kind of showcase this, even though someone who is just watching this for the first time won't know about that connection. It's a nice little touch. And then they both have the cat-like eye slits. No, not cat-like. You know what I'm trying to say. Cat-like. I was saying cat-like because they're yellow. Yeah. So again, I just love how they establish Orsted's power early on. And that's another line that is not going to hit for a new viewer, but for a repeat viewer, they'll actually see the layers behind that because they don't realize that, oh, Orsted is in... by the way, this is going to be a bit of a spoiler. The anime has not gotten to this point, so anime only is just be a little aware. Yeah, but at this point, yeah, Orsted is in a time loop, a 200-year time loop. And so he kind of knows what's happening everywhere and why. So he sees the Fittoa displacement event, which is caused by the same event that brought Rudy to the world in the first place. And he's just like, what the fuck happened here? It's not just curiosity like everyone else in the world. He's like, no, I've seen this hundreds of times. This should not happen. So, like, it really throws him for a loop. No pun intended. Yeah, and it eventually sets them up for their first meeting, which, as we know, does not go well. And fucking Kishirika. She is another one of my favorite side characters in this series. She's such a dumbass that it's hard to not like her. And of course the heterochromia is pretty cool, but yeah, she's one. She does feel kind of loosely inspired by Satala from Rance, and that's one of the things I like to joke about is, you know, Mushoku Tensei took a lot of inspiration from Rance. Rifujin has been open about that fact, and you can, just in the visuals alone, you can see a lot of it. But even in characters too, some of the characters are very strongly informed by. Okay, just who are my top 3 characters? It's hard to say because one thing is a character's arc and their writing does a lot of times really raise them up in my eyes. But as far as let's just say, let's not include main characters for now, because I mean, I Sylphie and Eris and Rudy are like incredible. I actually really like them. I think a lot of it is because of the writing. It's hard to really treat them fairly because of it. But yeah, Kishirika is definitely up there. She's such a little ditz. She's great. Ghislaine is definitely another one, because she is a very... I just really like what she's going for and what she does. Let's see, who would the third be? It's hard to say. Badagati is up there, because he's a very fun character, and he also takes inspiration from the Kichikuo Rance version of King Gandhi from thing. Okay, Geese is another great one. I think Geese is phenomenally well written. Like he has such an interesting take on how he does things. I like that. Zenoba is a good character. I enjoy reading about him. I don't think he has quite that same emotional resonance, but I really like what he is for the story. I feel like I want to like Alenalise a bit more than I do. She's, I think, a great character. She's also like one of the most directly Rance ripped off characters. She is basically the same, at least her, not necessarily her personality, but her magical side is a direct rip of Melface Promenade from Rance, because they have almost the same exact curse. Yeah, but let's see. So Kishirika, Ghislaine, I don't know, and probably Ariel. I like Ariel because I do find it interesting seeing a genuinely good person who is highly manipulative and plays the game. Yeah, I agree. Without getting into two spoilers, it's very interesting to see how Rifujin made it so Geese could be such a likable character, and just someone who you can tell is a good person, and how that he can still make the choices he makes. But yeah. Kishirika is just so goofy. Yeah, and that's yeah, with Kishirika, the way she's depicted, I know she's kind of always depicted as a ditz. I would be interested to see her at full power, because that's kind of how she operates, where she dies and then kind of becomes reborn as a child and eventually grows up into an adult. And that's just kind of continues, but she's very powerful either way. I mean, she gave Rudy the future sight eye, but I don't know, I like her.
この魔力召喚口に似ているまさか魔人ラプラスの封印を解こうとする奴がいるのかアルマンフィーここにあの魔力の発生源を調べろ怪しい奴は見つけ次第殺せ御意
I like the decision not to show his face there. Let's see. White Bodyguardi's off stopping. Yeah, that's. Yeah, Bodyguardi is such a tragic character. He's. I absolutely would love to see how the two of them interact. And yeah, and I will say again, I'm going to say this without spoiling anything, but the way the story ended with Bodyguardi, it's one of those things that it was unsatisfying, but in a way that was very intentional. Like, it's like you see why he did things the way he did, but it just kind of hurts to see him as hurt as he was to be in that position.
ずいぶん遠くまで来たな。
ここならルーデウスの最強魔術を見れるのね。
じゃーん。
ちょっとの魔力でこんなに
どう調整が難しいですけどすごいですねこれはそうよかった
I love how she's excited that he likes his gift.
皆様お待ちかねルーデウス・グレイラットの最強最大奥義キュムロニンバスとくとご覧あれ集えよ魔力雄大なる水の精霊にして天に上がりし
And I do also find it interesting at this point. I don't remember exactly how it was in the books, but I do like how he kind of has an interesting relationship with his silent casting, because most of how he learns his magic is just by kind of understanding the mana and how to manipulate it and cause it to create the effect he desires. And of course, when he learned Cumulomnibus, he had to do it with an incantation because he just didn't know the spell. And I like how he's still chanting the incantation here. It's a question of just where he is in his silent development, and I'm just not sure. And this was always so exciting to watch because I know what's coming. And I knew what was coming when I first watched it. And that's another, and yeah, we don't know what that is at this point, but it's cool to see another demon eye right there. Like, they don't reveal that that's why Ghislaine has the eye patch on, but it's cool. And another great fight scene. Yeah, Pulse Horse after Rock decasted. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? I mean, it's one of those things where, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, because Cumulomnibus is a Saint tier water spell, Ghislaine is a Sword King. I'm willing to bet that she could protect Eris in the event of a rogue lightning strike. Oh, hold on for a second. Sorry, I gotta do a thing because I got a bot on Twitch. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I wish I caught that a little bit earlier. But I do love this. Again, I love how I know it's going to become more common later on, but I kind of like the restraint the story has at this point, where they don't show a whole lot of fight scenes all at once, and they kind of just let them space out. Because I believe the first real it's not even a real fight scene, was the one between Rudy and Paul in episode 4, where it was more just Paul knocking Rudy out. And then it was the one with Ghislaine killing the North Saint. And then they move on to this one. It makes each one really have a lot of impact. And it's impressive that they kept them so spaced out, because the fight scenes in this series are fucking awesome. And the animation is really good. And yeah, and you can tell that this is the same guy who was sent there before. But man, the way his mask... Yeah, me too. That would be great. But I like how this kind of fakes out a villain reveal. Like, this plays out like a villain story would. And it would be understandable if you saw this and assumed that he was the guy who caused all this to happen, and that he's just coming up and attacking people. But it also showcases how strong he is, because Ghislaine is a very, very capable person who struggles against him.
あんた誰よ。
我は後期のアルマンフィ。ベルギウス様の命により、この異変の発生源を断つため参上した。
Yeah, and it also kind of softly plays at the idea of maybe Perugius is a villain here, because of course they had him shrouded in darkness, ordering his subordinate to go kill people. Like, it's even though Perugius, he is a bit of a dick, but he's not evil. So I like how they fake out a villain reveal here, even though that's not what it ultimately ends up being.
ペルギウスルーデスお嬢様を連れて下がっていろ。
女どけ。その小僧を殺せば異変が止まるやもしれん。
私は剣王ギレーヌ・デドルディアだ。あれと私らは関係ない。引け。
お前が剣王だと。
我が剣術の師剣心ガルファリオンと。
Yeah, that's the first reference to Galfarion. And another interesting thing. So, the previous scene, they showed a couple of the major players in the world, with Orsted and Kishirika going things. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that was what happened that happened a lot in the bonus chapter of Volume 2. And I remember Galfarion was referenced at that point in the story. And it's interesting to see him referenced here, because he's another very interesting character. But I remember it not hitting me until a reread, where Galfarion was doing some sparring in his area, and he just was casually besting 2 sword emperors, which I thought was pretty neat. I didn't realize how impressive that was. And even though they are his students, it puts into perspective how good he is. And also, Glaine's sword being red is fucking awesome too.
ドルディアの名誉に誓う。
よかろう。事実でなかった場合、後日ペルギウス様が沙汰を下す。
唐突に襲ってきて謝罪もなしか。
こんな場所で怪しいことをしている方が悪い。
何がどうなってんだ。わけがわからない。少し落ち着こう。
I love how eerie this interaction is, because, I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, Adamanfi and Rudy and co. never really get along, but they end up being begrudging allies.
まず空に異変が起こって、次に唐突に男がやってきた。彼は本にもなるような伝説の英雄の使いだという。そんな有名人が唐突に現れて、俺に襲いかかってきた。どうやらこの空の。
And I love how he's trying to think, and you can hear Eris just kind of screaming at him in the
引き起こ
background.
したと思っているらしい。もちろん違うが。
待ってください。
I mean, to be fair to Rudy, if I was in his position, and I can understand why Adamanfi acted the way he did, and partly that's also because he's a summoning, a result of summoning, so he probably doesn't have the same thought processes as a regular person, but I probably wouldn't be quite as forgiving of somebody who just randomly tried to murder me. Yeah, as a spirit. He essentially, like, they don't go into summoning magic a whole lot in the series, but I remember it's essentially, whereas you can normally summon a temporary familiar to help you out with something, Perugius is able to summon permanent people to serve him. And yeah, so it's just it functions a little bit differently. And I know that's going to be a big thing later of Rudy's going to have his very protective instinct for Eris, and that's going to be a big part of what drives him forward and how he ends up bonding with Ruijerd. But yeah, I like how they did that, and that was the reason they were touching when the teleportation hits them, which is why they do that. And yeah, that's true. Like Rudy is, even from the beginning, he's shown a willingness to risk himself for the sake of others. Like even in the prologue of Volume 1, the reason he gets killed and reincarnated is because he, even though he wasn't trying to put himself in danger, he ends up pushing either Nanahoshi or one of the people she was with out of the way of the truck before it hits him. And I have been drinking a lot of water, so I need to pee again, but I will be right back. Okay, I am back. That is episode 8 done. Let's move on. So I actually did learn a bit from the last couple streams, and the way I handled this... Oh, I should probably get rid of the BRB on there. I actually edited the last 3 episodes together so I don't have to keep switching files. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Let's get to it. Okay, so I will say the immediate thing I noticed about this scene here is... Oh, come... Sorry, I don't know why it's not... There we go. But the interesting thing I noticed about this scene right away that made me curious is, you know, Rudy is, you know, obviously in his mind. This is in his mind, so it's just him, which is why he's naked. But if he's naked, why is he wearing glasses? I don't know if that was an oversight or if there's actually a reason behind it. And I will say, as coming from the books, this was one of the scenes I was anticipating the most because I was really curious to see how they would do it. And first of all, I think just visually, I like this. I like what they're doing visually. And the way that we know how... Well, in the books, they call him Man God. In here, they call him Hitogami, which is his original name. Just because you know what he's all about, it makes it very... anyone who's read the books will be very curious about this scene.
すみませんが、どこのどなた様で？
見ての通りだよ。
よく見えないんですが。
僕は人神だ。神様だよ。
はあ、人神。
君のこと見てたよ。なかなか面白い人生を送っているじゃないか。
覗きですか。
さあ。
Yeah, and I do kind of like the voice actor they chose for Hitogami. Because I was actually initially a little bit conflicted about it, just because I feel like Hitogami should be... Yes, yeah. Well, granted, there was... Assuming that the stuff that was in Old Dragon's Tale is correct, none of the gods of this world are like the god. I think that was a... And even the closest thing they have to the god in this story was, I believe, still died, like long before anything happened. But, you know, like, he is kind of on the same level as the other. He was kind of like just the ruler of the human world back when the six-faced world was still all separate. Because there was the human god, there was the demon god, then there was the dragon god, and eventually, you know, some of the worlds started collapsing, so they all kind of came together. He was just kind of the boss of the human world. And yeah, he was like a god, but he was just less of him being like a celestial god and more of him just kind of having the degree of power that marks the ruler of the world. So it's handled a little bit uniquely, but when it comes to his voice, I was kind of wondering if it would have made sense to have him have like a more calming voice, like someone who's just chill, is just like, hey, and someone who's going to be immediately trustworthy, because that would kind of fit into what he's all about. However, I think actually the kind of shit-eating type of voice they gave him also works really well, because it still gets that initial misrepresentation of who he is as like this, you know, benevolent trickster god, but then it really takes on a whole new meaning once you really know what happens in the future, which it's going to be hard to to fully avoid spoilers here. Exactly, it does scream mischievous, and technically that's an accurate description, but you know, it takes a bit of a turn. But yeah, I'm trying not to go into too many specifics, just because if any anime onlys are watching, the anime has not gotten to that point yet. But yeah, it's really nice. I think the voice works really well. And this is also a really nice little touch. Because one thing we'll learn very much later on is that Hitogami is essentially a blessed child. He, despite being basically a god, he also is... He does have certain abilities and that are just innate to him, and one of them is that people tend to inherently trust him. And he is... So, like, just by being in his presence, they want to believe him, they want to do what he says. Like, it's the inverse of Orsted's curse, where his presence makes people feel naturally scared of him, naturally distrustful of him. But Rudy is immune to Orsted's curse. That's how he kind of acts kind of as the person who can interact with him fairly. And this is a nice little nod to the fact that, hey, he's probably immune to Hitogami's blessing as well. So his initial instinct is to lash out at him, whereas most other people would be initially trustworthy. And when Rudy does ultimately trust him, it's just because of the words and actions of Hitogami rather than his blessing that causes the... because Hitogami is very good at reading people. Well, no, not really. He's not really good at understanding people. He's good at understanding somebody's surface level emotions and how to get them to have a certain reaction. So that's how he's able to initially build that trust. Not because of his trustworthy blessing, but because he's able to kind of push Rudy in that
異世界
direction.
転生とか夢見させておいて結局ゲームオーバー。浮かれた俺を見るのは楽しかったか？全く信用できないね。
困ったなあ。ま、とりあえず助言させてくれよ。
言った生前に。助言つって俺を誘惑するやつ。
いやいや。
心。
I'm just imagining just how much anger Rudy is feeling at this point, where he's just really like he feels like everything good in his life has just been ripped away from him, and like he's like, I finally got something to care about and it's gone.
の持ちようでどうにかなる時期はとっくに過ぎたんだよ。ポジティブになったところで絶望が加算されて戻ってくるだけ。
Yeah, positive thinking just makes the despair come back worse than ever, because that's a key part of how Rudy is. He tends to withdraw when things get really bad. He tends to just get overwhelmed. Oh, Koenig, good seeing you again. Welcome back. But yeah, and that was how he was in his past life, where he was isolated and withdrew into himself. And when bad things happen here, that's what he ends up doing. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, I hope it went well. And yeah, I don't worry, don't feel bad about not showing up. Oh, rhythm games. Yeah, I don't know. I will say rhythm game players are completely high level rhythm game players. You guys are built different. Because the only rhythm game I've ever been even somewhat decent at was Beat Saber, because I was able to play like Expert Plus mode in that, but I gotta say, my VR headset, the base station stopped working. I think I need to buy a new one. Yeah, this is the beginning of episode 9. So this is this first meeting with Hitogami. Yeah. Dude, Beat Saber is so much fun. It is kind of like, it's like I haven't done a whole lot of VR games, but it's easily my favorite VR game. And again, it's the only rhythm game. Oh yeah, that's true. It's a workout and a half. You can't do it without getting exhausted. But it's great. Oh yeah, your still works. Oh, you're lucky, because years ago, one of my base stations crapped out, because I have an original Vive. My first base station crapped out, and then I had to live in a place where I couldn't really set it up for a while, so I kept it packed away. And then when I moved to my current place, I tried to set it up, and I realized the second base station had also crapped out. So I'm starting to think where, I bought that for $350 originally. At some point, I think it's probably not worth it to get it fixed. I should probably just buy a new one and maybe see what I can sell that for. Let somebody know, hey, the headset's working, but the base stations are broken. And okay, and yeah, so I haven't been caught up with how Beat Saber has gone. I didn't know they got sold, and I don't know what's up with it. But ultimately, if the core gameplay is the same, I'm still going to enjoy it. But yeah, my VR headset basically became a. Oh really? That's that. How can you be a rhythm game and not like people who mod, because they make the custom songs that make the rhythm games last decades? That's crazy. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. Ultimately, my VR headset basically became a $350 Beat Saber machine. I had some other VR games, didn't stick with them. Beat Saber was the one that I stuck with, but ultimately, there will always be a way. Oh, and 1 second. Let me really quickly see what that was. Oh, I got Discord. Sorry about that. Oh god, that's fucking okay. So, one thing I am friendly with MR of the Villanarch podcast. No, not the Villanarch, but that's of the Vienture podcast. He just sent me a fucking horrific thing. Fucking look at this shit. God damn it, MR. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. he found some horror. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Damn it, MR. But yeah, Beat Saber was fun. I enjoyed it. And again, the reason I'm considering getting another VR headset to replace the one that is mine. Oh yeah, no. Basically, he took my avatar and just photoshopped out the body. It's okay, whatever. But yeah, Beat Saber is literally the reason I'm considering getting another VR headset because but okay, back to Mushoku Tensei.
じゃあこの姿は
君の精神体だよ。肉体は無事だ。
なら目が覚めてもこのクソみたいな体に戻るわけじゃない。
目が覚めれば君の体は元通りだ。
そうか。夢か。
驚いたね。精神体と肉体がここまで違うとは。
And that's another nice little nod towards Rudy's identity things that are never really fully explained, even in the books, where, again, they mentioned that that when he's in his mind talking to Hitogami, he is in his old body, and obviously he has his new body, but he doesn't really view himself as either of those people by the end, where eventually the universe itself, when they have to identify him, that when the magical energies need to actually physically represent his name, they don't call him Rudy, they don't call him his previous name, which a stylistic decision I actually really like is that they don't showcase the they don't showcase his old name. I think that's a nice little addition. And but when the universe has to identify him, they do the symbol, the Migard symbol of the amulet that Roxy gave him, because that's just how it's become such a core part of his identity of how much she means to him, and I thought that was very, very adorable.
で、どうしようって言うんだよ。異物はうざいから元の世界に戻れっていうのか？
まさか。この六面世界以外の場所には僕だって送り返せないよ。
Yeah, and that is also a nice little thing. I know even in the books they don't really mention how the world functions for a while. And that is true. He's I mean, to him, his old self was the reincarnation is basically a reset button for him. And I mean I don't think he ever really accepts that they are the same person. Past Rudy was just trauma Rudy, and current Rudy is Rudy who has overcome that trauma. Because, I mean, I will say one thing. While Rudy's past life is always something that's very important to how he is, he never really goes into a whole lot of detail about it. So, but one of the things I've gleaned is I think his family, while they were well-meaning, they were a very bad support system. So when he was struggling and when he was hurting, they had no idea how to help him. And they just did pretty much the worst things they could do without being outright antagonistic. Because where his father and brothers tried to just tell him to suck it up and deal, where they were trying to give him a push, but that's just not how it ended up working out. But yeah, his father and brothers told him to suck it up and deal, and his mother enabled him. Yeah, they enabled his behavior. They didn't really give him a path forward. They just basically said, stop being sad. Which, let me tell you, when you're trying to correct a deep behavior, that does not work almost ever. But and the mother just enabled him. Like, just thought that if she appeased him, that he would eventually, because it makes him happier in the moment, that it'll end up helping him. Ultimately, he needed someone to kind of support him and also give him the push. Like, Roxy was the one who pushed him to leave the house, which is something he needed. And then the people he meets also were just people who were open to him, who would open up to him and just love him unconditionally. That was another thing he needed that he just didn't get from his family.
ああ、
But also the fact they mentioned the six-sided world. They don't explain what that means at this point yet, but it's kind of neat. They establish it this early on.
ことはあんたが俺をこの世界に転生させたわけじゃないのか。
まあね。そういうのは悪い竜神の得意とするところさ。
悪い竜神のね。
And then the wicked dragon god. I'm not sure if he's referencing Orsted, who is known as Dragon God Orsted, or he could be actually talking about the dragon god, who I know. So I'm reading Old Dragon's Tale now. I'm about halfway in. Hitogami just showed up in that story, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of have some antagonism going there, even though they were at the point in the story they were allies. But again, it's kind of neat. He could be talking about Orsted, or he could be talking about the dragon god. It's a neat little. Or actually, for all I know, they might be the same person. I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure they're not the same person. Never mind. I'm not talking. Yeah, the wicked dragon god again. Yeah, it's hard for me to say for sure, and I will probably. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He's being a bit theatrical right now, so he might be just kind of playing it up. Because I'm in Old Dragon's Tale, you know, the protagonist is Laplace, and he's telling a story about his experiences in the Dragon Realm, and where the leader of the Dragon Realm was the Dragon God. And it's also actually it's another nice little thing. So again, but you know, Hitogami shows up in there. Knowing how Hitogami is, I know just shenanigans are going to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if they end up being enemies. So, but it's interesting. So that's a little extra bit that you probably wouldn't catch if you'd only read the main series. And again, before this past week, I've only read the main series. So it's amazing how many little things I'm starting to pick up on.
どうしてだい。
うさんくさい。
信じてくれよ。最初の1回だけでいいからな。
なんだよ、その先っぽだけ。
Again, that voice acting. Again, when I initially saw this, I was so conflicted, but now I'm thinking that's great. It really, like you can tell, Hitogami is getting a little bit frustrated by the fact that his blessing is not working on Rudy, and that he has to actually convince him to trust him as opposed to him naturally trusting him, which is honestly, I wish more stories had that kind of idea of an aura that kind of makes people behave a certain way around you. Like it's the anime has not gotten to this point, and I don't think it's too much of a spoiler to explain it, is that Hitogami is one of the characters who has Hitogami has a blessing that makes him automatically trustworthy. And I don't think this is a spoiler either, but Orsted also has the inverse curse, where it makes people automatically hate him. And Rudy, we know that he's immune to Orsted's curse, because eventually they do interact, beyond just the first one, which didn't go well. But so we do learn that Rudy is immune to Orsted's curse. I think it's logical to assume he's probably immune to Hitogami's blessing as well. I mean, granted, his lashing out kind of reinforces that, but so Hitogami's probably a little bit upset that he doesn't have that immediate thing. But yeah, I think that concept is really cool. I've only ever I never really see it being done. I think the only time I can think of off the top of my head is actually RuneScape 3, the god Zaros has a very similar aura to Hitogami. Let's see, yeah. Oh, he does? Okay. I wasn't aware that it's been so long since I've read the books that I didn't remember that conversation. So okay. So I'm glad I didn't end up actually revealing anything, but yeah, so that was a that makes a lot of sense. Cuz there's a lot going on with Orsted, who I'm not going to say too much more just now, but I do like how Hitogami Hitogami himself. I'm pretty sure Hitogami actually I think a lot of the really high level characters end up having like multiple things going on with them, because I believe Orsted has 3 curses, and that's just one of them. Or he might have 2 curses and a blessing. It's a little, I don't remember exactly. And yeah, and I like how yeah, that's true. Honestly, well, there's also, for reasons that will be revealed past the point the anime is, Orsted's reaction to Rudy is completely logical, I will say. I'm not going to say any more, but you will understand why he acted the way he did. But yeah, but I love how Hitogami is not getting that automatic trust, but he knows if he can make one good prediction, he'll have him. Okay.
いいから見たいのは絶対騙そうとしてるだろう。
参ったな。とはいえ、このままだと君死んじゃうよ。
死ぬ？
Oh, that's an interesting. I always find the origin of people's usernames kind of interesting, because most people have a pretty interesting story when they have a name where it's not obvious. Like, let's be real, ANCAP, we know how you got your name. We can kind of figure it out. But but yeah, hearing that, like, okay, you know what? I'll tell the story of my name. So I've been a RuneScape player for most of my life. Ever since, I think I was about 10 years old when I started playing. And I had just a child name, whatever I came up with at the time. And it's something that it was how I kind of presented myself, but I didn't have any particular attachment to that name beyond it being my first online pseudonym. And, eventually what happened is I was playing and I ended up doing something stupid and let somebody get access to my account. I fell for a phishing attempt basically as a kid. And so somebody got my account, and fortunately I had a bank pin, so I didn't really lose all that much, but because they were assholes, they changed my username to something. They changed it to Ice Addict, which at the time I was much more anti-drug than I am today. So I was not happy about that. But eventually, so, I had to wait a month to change it back. But I said, you know what? I don't really have that much interest in that name anymore. Like, I didn't have any attachment to it. So I was like, I kind of want to see what other names I could explore. And I did cycle through a couple of other names going forward. Like, at one point, I made a friend on RuneScape who I still talk to today, actually. And this was a long time ago, where we tried to set up a clan. Neither of us had the desire to really manage it, so it didn't go well. But we tried to kind of center it around the idea of the various RuneScape gods, where each of us kind of took a god name. So for a while, I was RSP Tumikin. Eventually, that fell apart. And one day, I was playing, and I unlocked the item called the Infernal Ads, which is, at the time, that was like the best hatchet for woodcutting, because what it would do is every so often it'll automatically burn the logs you're cutting, so you can cut for a longer time and also gain some fire making experience. And I ended up making my name a pun and named myself Dead Ads. And I would get comments about that name, and people thought it was funny. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be how I present myself from here on forward. And so I was Dead Ads from there on out. And eventually, I just kind of realized, you know what? Just ads, it has a nice look to it, has a nice sound to it. It's punchy and concise, and it's also recognizable. So I'm like, that's just kind of how my RuneScape name is still Dead Ads, but everywhere else I call myself Ads whenever I can. And amusingly, I was playing RuneScape with my name, Dead Ads, for a while, and I was killing a boss. I was killing the Queen Black Dragon. This was a long time ago. And I kept running into another guy called It Adds Up. So we would kind of have that Spider-Man pointing at each other moment. Yeah. Don't worry, ANCAP, you are not the first to make that to do that, and you will not be the last. That happens a lot, but yeah. Yeah, that is true. That is an issue. Having a name like yours is difficult for somebody who's trying to get into content creation. You kind of need to have something that's a little more searchable. But granted, yeah. But I mean, you could actually do it without the underscore. That might make it a little bit easier for you to be found. Because, I mean, yours is notable enough that you could find it. My name is actually not as searchable as I would like it to be, because an ads is actually like a woodworking tool. So that construction channels end up popping up before my name. But yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be the first person to change their name on YouTube. But because there are reasons for it. And MR, the same guy who sent me that fucking cursed ass image from earlier in the stream, his podcast is the Venture podcast. VNTURE. It's a play on VN for visual novels and venture. That is like the least fucking searchable thing ever. When you search it into any platform, you genuinely can't even. It does not accept that that's what you're trying to search for. So I've every so often been bugging him to do something about that. Like, I think really what he needs to do is like actually have it say like Venture, a visual novel podcast, because otherwise nobody's ever gonna fucking find it. Which it's a shame, because they're actually a very good podcast. They're at this point just kind of cursed to have a small audience because of how unsearchable they are. Oh, and by the way, I've been on that podcast like 5 times, so I'm not like bullshitting when I say yeah, they're actually really great. They're yeah.
だってほとんどないし、魔物はいっぱいいるし、やっていけるかな？は？
ちょっと待って、何それ？
君はね、大規模な魔力災害に巻き込まれて転移したの。
魔力災害？あの光のことか。
Yeah.
あるのかい？知らない危険な土地で生きていく自信。
And I do like they mentioned, yeah, you're in a strange and dangerous land, which at that point you don't. At this point, the viewer doesn't know that he's in the Demon Continent, and I don't think they've established how dangerous the Demon Continent is in the anime. But yeah, that's where he's been sent, and he's in for a tough time.
わかったよ、わかりました。助言でも何でも勝手にすればいいだろ。
はいはい。では。ルーデウスよ。よくお聞きなさい。目が覚めたら近くに男がいるでしょう。その男を頼るのです。そして彼を助けるのです。
Yeah, and that is an interesting. Yeah, Hitogami is a very neat character. Again, I'm not gonna say too much about him just because I don't want to needlessly spoil people. But you know, he plays a major role in the latter half of the story. But Hitogami is literally just plot armor. Yes, he is, but that's kind of the point. And eventually, yeah, he said he would always follow his. There's gonna be a time where that is going to take on a different dynamic. Again, I can't really say much more. But yeah, because so the way that they kind of play him off as almost like a curious trickster who's just kind of, he wants to. They play him off as somebody who wants to help him because he's entertained by Rudy. Which there is some truth to that, but he also the anime has not gotten to the point where they really explain how he works. Because he has some interesting motivations that will shift the dynamic of pretty much everything. And you will eventually learn why Hitogami kind of does the things he does. I won't say more than that. But it always that's one thing is it always says he always when he meets somebody and he takes an interest in somebody, the first thing he does is give them very useful advice because he can see the future. And that's one thing he's going to think. So the question is, I'm curious as to what Rudy's future would have been had he not been given this advice, because this is actually very important advice. The fact that he needs to befriend Ruijerd here, which, yeah. Okay, again, I'm not going to say anything right now, but you are going to be in for a fun time when that buildup gets to somewhere. And there's one moment in particular that I'm pretty sure the anime is very close to getting there. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen in season 3. But there's a point with that thing is going to happen. It's going to completely, like, Twitter is going to explode when that fucking happens, because it was, I remember my jaw fucking dropping when I got to that point in the books. Like, it was, and also at that point, the path to the end of the story, like, you kind of know where the story is going, like what direction it's heading. You don't really know until that point, but then you know, and it's a fun time. Things kind of start escalating after that point. That's when Rudy starts to really start studying magic, and when he creates his magical constructs, it's great. Like the Rudy of the end of the story starts at that moment. Yeah, and I love how you can tell exactly how he's thinking, what he's feeling with zero dialogue right now. Until right then. And that is another great fake out right here where, Ruijerd is covered in shadows, both to hide his hair and jewel, but also to make him seem intimidating. Let's see. Yes, I'm not going to answer that internal question of yours, because whatever the answer is, even if it was a different answer, it would kind of give things away. Basically, it's one of those things. It's pretty good. You'll know, but yeah, I'm very curious as to what would Rudy have done if he wasn't given that warning. Yeah, basically, it is the highlight of the series, in my opinion. At least the most impactful moment of the series. But but I'm curious as to what Rudy would have done, because one thing we've seen so far is that Rudy does not have a visceral reaction to green hair like other people do, which is one of the reasons he befriended Sylphie so early on. He's known to be not racist. And his parents kind of raised him that way as well. So I have a feeling he wouldn't immediately be hostile to Ruijerd, but I don't know if they would have been friendly. Well, to be fair, I don't think Ruijerd actually, unless I'm forgetting something, which is very, very possible, I'm not sure that he actually has a curse. Oh yeah, they are. Never mind. You're right. I completely forgot about that. They do have a kind of residual effects of Laplace's bullshit, but also let's be honest, part of their reputation comes down to not just being scary and curse-like, but because they did kind of go full genocide back in the last Human Demon War. Although I believe they said it's actually connected to the hair itself. Yeah. So he is scared. I don't know if he would have bolted like the face, but also I cannot for the life of me remember the mechanics of how the curse works, but it definitely doesn't seem to be a deterministic thing like it is with Orsted. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're off because he shaved. But the thing is, even before he shaves his hair, obviously Rudy's immune, but Eris accepts him pretty quickly. And he also has friends with the Migard tribe and likewise. And also I think it's important that Rudy is actually able to kind of read somebody. Yeah, that's the question. Would he help him? I think the thing about Ruijerd is I think he would have been chill with Ruijerd regardless. And Ruijerd, we know, would have brought them to their home one way or another. Even if that just meant kind of watching them from the shadows. But yeah, but the question is, would he have actually, like, pushed for the reputation thing? Who knows? But one thing I do like is that, I was actually very curious as to how the anime would handle this up until this point, because the way the books work is whenever somebody's speaking a different language, it'll just mention, yeah, this is in demon god tongue, or this is in human tongue, or whatever. I was curious as to how they would do it in the anime, because, you know, do they speak in a way that everyone can understand? Or do they actually have them speak different languages? And they kind of switch back and forth a bit. But it is kind of cool that you can immediately tell when somebody's speaking demon god, when it's important that they're to reference that they're speaking demon god as opposed to human tongue. But it's neat, and it's nice that you can definitely hear when the language is different. But it's also nice that we have a visual indicator because they have the Japanese subtitles right there. Yeah, for the most part.
質問の意味はわかるんだ。お前たちは空から降ってきた。人族の子供はひ弱だ。焚き火を作って体を温めておいた。
暗示を助けていただいたんですね。ありがとうございます。ところで、もう一人近くにいませんでしたか？従属の。
And I can imagine he's probably, Ruijerd's probably having some emotions boiling down because he's actually, you know, people are trusting him just from first meeting, which is, you know, he probably doesn't know how to process that. Because he's kind of a grumpy man.
そうですか。
俺を見ても怖くないのか。
助けていただいた方を怖がるのは失礼ですよ。
Yeah. Yeah, and that's also another important line for when later Rudy says, I don't want to be afraid of you. That's going to be... And the fact that he says, no, it's rude. It would be rude to be afraid of you because you've been kind to me.
お前は不思議な子供だな。
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Rudy ends up helping him regardless. I mean, I will say there are other things in the future that Rudy would not have done without Hitogami's instructions. And there are... Like, even there are little things, like, I haven't gotten to this point in the anime yet, but in the books, when he meets Kishirika for the first time, it's because Ruijerd basically said, oh yeah, go do this minor thing today. Like, I think he mentioned, like, go, like, eat at a certain place for breakfast. And that causes him to bump into Kishirika, who ends up giving him the demon eye. So, while this part might have actually been the same... Yeah, exactly. Go into the back alleys, feed this person. yeah, because of course Kishirika is just such a ditz, but yeah, it's yeah. So there are a lot of minor things that would have been different, but yeah, who knows? So, but I think there's a good chance this scene would have still been the same or similar.
隣、失礼します。 ここはどこですか？
マ大陸の北東ビエゴヤ地方。
随分と遠いところに来てしまいました。
It would have been nice if they showed a map here.
ここから中央大陸に帰るのにどのくらいかかるのやら。
お前たちはなぜこんなところにいる？
それがどうやら大きな魔力災害に巻き込まれたみたいでして。
安心しろ。必ず故郷まで送り届けてやる。
Yeah, Rouge is another great character who he does some pretty great stuff. And I love how he's just so awkward because of his isolation, where he's so duty bound, he's so caring, but he just has no idea how to interact with people. And it's kind of like he's kind of like Rudy in that sense, where he's trying to present himself in the correct way because he doesn't know how to deal with a child who isn't scared of him. And again, Rudy is just kind of physically a child, but he is very bad at acting like a child. So they're kind of like kindred spirits in that way.
で放り出したとあってはスペルドの誇りに傷がつく。もっとも傷だらけの誇りだがな。
エリス、おはようございます。こちらは。
And then, of course, in another instance, we see when Eris is really terrified, her demeanor completely breaks down. It's heartbreaking, but it's also it's a nice little touch. Like in the scene where the staged kidnapping became a real kidnapping, you can see her that was when she kind of broke down and first started to trust Rudy to a significant extent. And even then, I don't think she was as afraid as she is right there. Like, she's like legit panicking. And then she... Yeah. Just... Yeah. Yeah, everything just becomes just vulnerability at that point. It's another one of the things I think the anime did this very well, just showing how she is when she breaks down in a way that I don't think the text would have been capable of.
あれが普通の反応だ。
僕は異常ですか？
異常だ。
Yeah, basically.
だが悪くはない。
Yeah, but yeah, kind of. But I do find it interesting. Again, at some point, I do need to go back and reread the books just to refresh my memory. But it is interesting to see how the curse works on the Supered, because that's one of the things is where it doesn't seem to be deterministic, kind of like it is with Orsted, where with Orsted you just can't get over it. Like, it is impossible to even if you logically know, you just feel that you can't trust him when you meet him. And that's why Rudy ultimately kind of has to act as an intermediary, or also Nanahoshi, because she's also immune because she's not from this world. So that's kind of what it was so important. Even people who completely trust someone who trusts Orsted can't trust him. They just can't when they're in his presence. But it seems like the Supered curse is not quite the same. It seems like for the most part, yeah. They can logically trust him, but they can't emotionally trust him without being like fully immune. But or at least at this point in the story, I think they might have been able to kind of tweak that later on, but normally you can't. But it seems like here, even though Eris is still terrified about Supered, she does end up coming to trust him and care for him before he shaves his head. Maybe it's possible. It's also possible that it could be just a completely separate thing because Orsted's curse is kind of just something he was born with, whereas the super had that placed upon them. So it might. I'm just thinking instead of being just something that forces you into a certain box like Orsted, it might be just a force that's like slowly pushing you a little bit, and it's something that you can actually power out of.
Eris, ボボボレアスグレイラットか。
And that's another great thing. It's like she kind of the way she kind of gets over her fear initially is by getting a little bit pissed off. Like her that emotion kind of comes up to the front, so she's actually willing to kind of speak directly to him. And then when she sees he doesn't have a strong reaction to her, that's when she starts to be a little more comfortable with him. Yeah, and then that's a big one. He apologizes to her. That's another thing. Like he's like, oh shit, this scary evil demon just apologized to me for mispronouncing my name. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then of course, she idolizes Rudy, so he's telling her to trust him and telling her it's okay. So that gives her kind of the emotional strength to do it. And now, of course, she completely goes into full Eris pissed off mode where she's just like, no, it's fucking bullshit I was told to hate these people. Fuck that. It's just kind of great. Also, it's like they played her stubbornness. She's like too stubborn to be racist. It's great.
Oh, Eris, よろしく頼む。
しょうがないわね。友達になってあげるわ。
というわけで、夜の間に2人は仲良くなった。
And that actually is one thing is for all of Eris's early faults, like when she was first introduced. The one thing is like when she would judge someone, it was never because of something immutable. Like she was, while she was very bitchy, she was very egalitarian in her bitchiness. She could be equally bitchy or equally kind to someone regardless of kind of who they are. Not so much who they are as in like their relation to her, but who they are as far as demographics go. So she like, that's how she can kind of immediately accept Rudy when she realizes that the stereotypes aren't quite true. Yeah, and it does. It really does.
物おじしなくなっていくエリスが失礼なこと言っても、ルイジェルドはさらりと受け流している。誰だよ、スペルド族は切れやすいって噂流したやつ。
And then of course once she gets over her initial comfort, she's immediately like, yeah, back to her normal self.
エリス、ちゃんと送り届けないとな。
And that's another thing. Rudy's like, I gotta get Eris home. He has almost the same kind of motivator as Ruiger does. I'm gonna help these two get home. And they ultimately end up bonding over that kind of shared purpose. Oh, yeah, there we go. And I love how the music also changes when they go to a completely different location, where a lot of the Demon Continent, I'll be honest, I didn't view the Demon Continent quite like this. I viewed it as more of like a jungle environment when I was reading it. That just might have been me. And it's kind of, I viewed like, later they had like, went to a desert area. Again, I thought it would be more vegetation than this, but they do kind of have almost a desert vibe to this, and the music reflects this. Granted, again, it's been a long time since I've read the books. I always kind of viewed it as, harsh just because, they mentioned that it's forests oftentimes have a lot of mana. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's true. I mean, granted, they do show like forest life in this section of the story. So it might just be this part of the continent is mountainous like this. But yeah, I always thought of it as dense jungles, because the big thing is that they said dense forests are more mana heavy. Mana is what creates monsters. Demon content is dangerous because it has a shitload of monsters. But still, I mean, this is not a like a bad decision creatively. It's just a different decision than the books did. So it's just a deviation from the source material, which is not. Oh, fucking hell! Sorry, I gotta ban someone. There we go. Sorry about that. Not on YouTube. I had to ban it on Kick. That's just the thing that happens, unfortunately. But yeah, so yeah, I'm a person. I go against a lot of what people think, where I don't necessarily have a problem with deviating from source material. My issue is when it's done for no reason and it just makes it worse for no reason. This is one of those ones I think is pretty much neutral. I don't have a problem with it being like this. But you also have to question why they did it in the first place, which I don't know. But visually, it's really cool. Yeah, and I agree. And like again, for me, I don't think it's necessarily a good or bad decision. And that also might be true. But I do think visually depicting a journey montage the way they're doing here, where they're showing them going a long distance without much happening, I think that tends to work. That's probably easier in a desert environment, because you can just do these really long shots that you couldn't do with a jungle. Music is pretty great, though. I like it. I will say the one thing I do wish they had gotten into earlier is the books mentioned that spears are taboo in this world, which is why everyone uses swords as opposed to anything else, which, for those of you who know, in the real world, for a large part of like organized armed conflict, spears kind of reigned supreme as far as close quarters, just because you got a degree of reach to it, and it's very good for a group of people, because like think of it like this, how the Spartans would fight, where they would be, or the Spartans or the Athenians, where they would line up and they would have the spears. You just couldn't get close to somebody who had spears. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's true, but in human history, spears kind of just the fact that they give you so much reach makes them a very effective melee weapon. And also you can be very effective with spears without very much training, which was another reason they were very big. The armies were very big on using spears. They're very good in groups, and they don't require a lot of skill to use. Whereas swords, generally speaking, while there were exceptions to that, in most places swords tended to be kind of an upper class thing. So like knights would use swords, but they trained to be knights. Because well, yes, somebody who is untrained with a sword is going to be more dangerous than somebody who doesn't have one. To be really effective with a sword requires a lot of training and practice. Whereas when it came down to, hey, we gotta take a bunch of people and throw them into combat with the other people, a lot of times it was going to be like peasants who would fight with farm implements. So, and stuff that you could craft quickly with whatever you could make quickly to have the most effect. Spears were often the answer to that, because again, having the reach advantage is a big deal when fighting, which is why broadswords tended to long swords, like really long swords tended to win out over short swords, because even though you would have a little bit more speed with a short sword, the reach is such a big deal that's kind of the thing that wins out. So in Mushoku Tensei, they mentioned that because the Super used spears, there was a taboo on spears in the Mushoku Tensei world. So it's kind of a neat thing. And then of course he meets a Super who uses a spear. But yeah, but it's an interesting things. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, pole arms are big, and it's also another thing where a lot of times people see one weapon being better than another, and they don't really take it into the context of actually how they would fight back then. Like for example, there's a lot more, like on paper you would think that like a longbow would be better than a crossbow, because generally speaking, you could fire faster with a bow, you could have a bit more dexterity, you could arc things a lot more effectively with a longbow, but crossbows, the thing about crossbows is very easy to teach somebody to use a crossbow, whereas it takes years to become a master of archery. So that's why crossbows ended up kind of outpacing regular bows in the medieval times. They can be. It depends if it's constructed properly. I mean, one thing is if somebody is a master archer, generally they're going to know how their weapon works and they're going to be intimately familiar with it. So master archers tend to be very, very accurate. But it's basically like here, let me see it. Like, so let's say this is somebody who's completely untrained. With a bow, you can train to eventually get up to this level of skill and be very, very effective. But yeah, you need to be effective. It takes a lot of skill and it takes a lot of strength. You don't realize how hard it is to pull a bow. But if you give somebody a crossbow, they'll never get to this stage. But with relatively little training, you can get them here. And that's generally better for an army. Especially since you can do that with a lot of people.
どうして見えないのに魔物がいるって分かったのよ。
額にある目のおかげで俺には見える。
便利ね。
こんなものはない方がいいと何度も思ったかな。
じゃあもらってあげてもいいわよ。ほじくり出して。
そうもいかんさ。
冗談だよな。
剣さえあれば私も戦えるわ。
僕も少しくらい魔術で助けられます。
Yeah, again, that's another example of Rudy's inferiority complex. Yes, I could help a little bit. Motherfucker, you're a saint tier water magician who can silent cast. You can help more than a little. Oh, and of course he has Aqua Hartia, which is just an obscenely powerful staff.
お前は兄のそばにいて守ってもらえばいい。
誰が兄よ。私の方がお姉さんなんだからね。
そうだったか、すまん。
哀れ。ルイジェルド.
Yeah, and okay. And I like that little thing, you know, Eris is pestering Ruijerd, which is basically her way of showing that she's accepted him. And Ruijerd probably picks up on that, and Rudy's just like, oh, she's nagging him. He's suffering right now, even though he's probably... I mean, let's be real. At this point in the story, this is his happy face. That's the closest he gets to being happy until a bit later on.
見えてきたぞ。
村ね。
イラホイファ、ワコクワボ、伊藤クラーナ、ケカアンジクサジ。
い銀勢には関東があやくわに。ロイン、食わないん。
Okay, I will say I'm not sure if this actually I do like I think the Demon God tongue has a very interesting sound to it. I kind of like how it sounds. I don't know if the words are based on anything in reality. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually just picked a different language to do it, because it sounds vaguely Chinese, but I don't know. But not quite, yeah.
何話してるのよ。
僕らが怪しいから村に入れられないんですって。
ファー。
ロイン。セナ。
And that's another nice thing. I like how even though they trust him, they're still a little scared of him.
オサを呼ぶそうだ。話せば通してもらえるだろう。 電話だ。ミグルド族は離れていても会話ができる。
ミグルド族。
Yeah,
you gotta love that realization on his face. Like he fucking knows. And then you don't even, it's not even, they don't draw attention to it at this point. He's got the same amulet as Rudy. That's the one that Roxy gave him. So it's a nice little touch.
周囲ウククコナルーデウスグレイラット。
インルおにちょ。
魔人語を勉強しておいてよかった。
長のロックスです。
Yeah, true, the blue hair.
その首飾りどこで手に入れなさった？
人間語わかるんかい？
師匠にもらいました。
おお、師匠。
名前はロキシー。
ロキシー
And he fucking loses it. That's great. And I do like this moment also because it's just another instance of imprinting that symbol into Rudy's identity. Because as I mentioned earlier, that symbol is kind of how he's identified by the universe later on. Like, again, when the magic needs to reference him, they use that symbol. And it's just moments like these that kind of reinforce that and why he developed such a connection to that symbol. Like it's more than just, his wife's heritage. It's like it's become a part of him because of what that symbol and what that necklace means to him.
ロキシーイントタクサギレイ。
ここロキシーの実家かい。
And then, of course, Eris is... I think having Eris in this arc, just having her manic energy, really counters out a lot of what else is going on, which I think... It adds a lot to the moment-to-moment experience.
ロキシーが1人、ロキシーが2人、ロキシーが3人、4人。落ち着け。俺の神は。
I will say it's also still weird. The worship thing I think is still kind of weird because he's not doing it at this point yet, but Yeah, that's true. And it also plays into the idea of how how Eris has always been very obsessed with adventuring and that lifestyle, which is one of the reasons she looked up to Ghislaine so much. And how, Rudy was able to get her to learn things by having Ghislaine tell her stories. So... Yeah, and so she kind of just takes to the adventure because even though it's harder than she expected, it's kind of what she's been fantasizing about.
20年ってイミグルド位牌カドライ北クライはやべに
連絡さ冤罪やあやくあやきうい祝い成功を落差
Yeah, exactly.
あやるいあやねなねロキシーぜいぜいワンゼイクエウキクサザマにいやミスチ
インプセティ
Yeah, and I will say this is something I always found kind of interesting how, they mentioned that Roxy left, 20 years prior, and which is about half her life. They don't really get into at this point why she had so much strife with them, but that was another little thing I always appreciated because I liked how the I mentioned earlier how I like how a lot of the side stuff is progressing and doing its own thing and having their arcs independent of Rudy. This is another one I like because I mean I know Roxy is like directly connected to the main story and everything, but her little struggles with her family were very touching overall.
チロンイハカユギ
ウラチは
イルワセク
春馬をウラチはアリコはインクシンザ
お父さん
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because of the telepathy thing. And that was and that is something that feeds into her entire journey. One of the reasons she kind of, like early on, a big part of her is she feels like nobody can ever love or accept her. At home, it was because she had a difficult time connecting with her family and her peers because she couldn't speak with them telepathically, which is their preferred way of communicating. And so that's why one of the big reasons she left. And then later on, she couldn't find a romantic partner because she, to most species, looked like a child, which is why she kind of felt unlovable in that sense, which is one of the reasons that she feels so strongly about Rudy, because he just completely and unconditionally accepted her.
パウロたちも無事だと知ったら泣いてくれるんだろうか。
なるほど。我々も昨晩流星があちこちに飛んでゆくのを見て異変を感じておりました。
Facial expressions are also pretty peak in this series.
ごちそうさまでした。
どうしたものか。おう。
Yeah, and again, I think some of my favorite moments with Eris at this portion of the story is the moments where you do see her guard slip a little bit. And this is one of those ones where a lot of times it's when she's scared or upset. This one is she's just tired. She really is starting to just, you realize that she is a young teenager who is not really prepared to handle all of this. And again, that right there is just, sign that she really trusts him, even though they made it funny.
それはもう。
それでどうやって帰るつもりかね。
俺がついていく。二人だけにはしない。
ついていってどうするつもりかね。
どうもこうもない。俺が二人を守り、無事に故郷へ送り届ける。
お主、町に入れんじゃろう。
は？町に入れない？
何かあれば二人を。
There's also a nice little subtle bit of world building to, I mean, obviously it'll become obvious later on, but it's neat to know that the negative reputation of the Supered is not just a human thing. Because even though they didn't explain it super well in the anime, they didn't mention that, there's a lot of strife between humans and demons just because of all their history. It's just kind of neat when you see that, oh no, the Supered are the boogeymen even in demon society. Of course, saying things like this doesn't exactly help. Like, he probably shouldn't be even discussing the possibility of eviscerating a town or a city. Like, that's not very nice.
相変わらず子供のことになると見境がないの。そやつを助けたのは10年ほど前じゃったか。
And again, that's also another great way to showcase why the Migard accept him so much, is because, he helped one of theirs, and they understood that he meant no harm, and they accepted him because of it. That let them push past his curse.
しかしその強引さでお主の目的は達成できるのかな。
その目的というのは何なんですか？
ルイジェルド殿にはスペルド族の悪評を取り除きたいという目的があるのだ。
それは無理そうだ。ロキシーにも忠告された。スペルド族への恐怖は。
Oh yeah, that is something I noticed. Roxy left her home 20 years ago, and she was telling Rudy, be careful of the Super, they'll fucking kill you and your family. And then 10 years later, that's when Ruijerd saved one of the villagers. Okay, that's a nice little bit of continuity.
おそらくこの世界に根付いているんだろう。エリスがあんなに怯えるほどに。
でもスペルド族が戦争で敵味方区別なく襲ったというのは本当のことなんですよね。
違う。
And then first display of emotion is Ruijerd being upset at the history, and even the animation style changes at that moment to get.
実ではない。
Is great.
あれはラプラスの陰謀だ。
Once again, facial expressions. And that's one of those things is, and but It really is. But yeah, that is something that, again, Refugee, this is one of my favorite series to really analyze, because I like analyzing stuff that's really good, because a good writer can throw in so many little things into a story, and there's so much to pick apart with Refugee specifically. It's like every time I reread something or watch something or rewatch something, I end up picking on more and more. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's well, to me, that moment when Roxy was telling him about that, I think that would have explained a bit of discrimination against the Superbird. I think discrimination caused. I think she also kind of implied that there weren't very many of them, so that would explain some bigotry. But also, to me, it kind of would signal an aversion rather than an outright hatred, if that makes sense. Kind of like how, kind of like almost being in, like here in America, there was a period of time during and shortly after World War II where people weren't too fond of Germans for reasons that should be fairly obvious. Of course, it wasn't fair to the German immigrants or to the people who had lived there in US all their lives but happened to be German, but there was a bit of negative shit going on with them. People oftentimes didn't treat Germans very nicely during and after the war. But it wasn't like you couldn't function in society if you were German. You just might deal with a couple assholes here and there. And of course, eventually as the immediate aftermath of the war calmed down, people got good. I am doing good, and I hope you are as well. All right. Yeah, and I will say Laplace is also, I am very interested in Laplace now just because I'm reading Old Dragon's Tale and he's the protagonist of that story. So I would actually be very curious to read more about this, about his side of things, because I know he led the last Human Demon War. I'm sure that the Old Dragon's Tale will start to explain it, because he is a very different character in there than is explained, than how he's portrayed here, even though, of course, Laplace has gone through quite a lot in this point where he split himself into two. It's not, I don't think the anime has explained, the anime definitely hasn't explained that part yet, but the Laplace they reference is not the entirety of Laplace. Yeah, and of course, yeah, and that's true. Laplace is very clearly based on Laplace's demon. I've noticed Japan really likes that thought experiment in particular. I see it referenced all the time. But yeah, so I don't think it's too much of a spoiler, because there's a lot of mechanical stuff that goes into it. But basically, Laplace now has kind of two aspects of himself. There's, the demon god Laplace, which is kind of what people say when they think of Laplace. But then he's also the technique god, who, and I don't think that's a spoiler just because the technique god just doesn't show up. And nobody really knows where he is. So, I mean, maybe it's something that they talk about in other media, but it's kind of neat. And then, of course, the demon god Laplace also has just other weird magical shit happening with him. They mentioned the seal, which is like, in the anime they mentioned that he's sealed, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, I don't remember 100%. I believe they're actually like two separate entities now. But they're basically both split off from the same original Laplace. But yeah, again, Laplace is a very interesting character to me because, again, he's an Old Dragon's Tale. It's good. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. The Euphoria Center. I will say Euphoria does have a very good soundtrack. I do like the music in that. I mean, again, I understand why people don't like Euphoria. It's definitely not for everybody. And I'll be honest, a couple scenes from it were kind of pushing it for me, but music was great.
詳しく聞いても。
そこからルイジェルドが話し始めた。
But yeah, I will say one of one of the reasons I don't really ever buy stuff like merch and stuff from Japan, because of course it's all in Japan. They don't really directly export it, which means it costs a shitload to get it shipped to you. So it's like you can buy something for, the regular, it's going to have its price plus a little bit of a markup. Then you got to pay a shitload for shipping on top of that, which is a pain in the ass.
歴史の裏側の話だった。
槍ですか。
ああ、戦争中俺たちは奴から槍を与えられた。槍はスペルド族の魂。
Let's see, yeah. Hitogami knew Rudy is going to help him. Yeah, that could be that could be true. But also at the same time, Hitogami, if he wanted to, he could have just given him another little piece of advice that would help him out in a small way. Because, I mean, again, as I mentioned before, a lot of what goes on later, he does give him little pieces of advice that help him out a lot.
それを捨てて他の槍を使うことはできないという者もいた。
400年前の戦争、魔族を統一し、人族から権利を勝ち取った英雄ラプラス。配下として共に戦ったスペルト族。
I would actually really love to read like a history textbook set in the Mushoku Tensei world. Because there are a lot of historical things mentioned that would be very interesting to see fleshed out. I also honestly wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a story from Orsted's younger life of Orsted from when he first started the journey he is currently on. That would be very, very interesting.
与えられた栄誉の槍をルイジェルドたちは結局受け取った。
その槍は強力。
Yep, exactly. Let's see, friends. Getting a record with shipping cost me €4 more. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, maybe you're a little bit closer, or maybe just it works a little bit differently with between your countries. Yeah, that's true. I mean, just generally in the US, it's kind of just accepted that getting something shipped from a different continent is usually going to be very expensive. Unless it's something that was already going to kind of come over anyway. Yeah. I mean, once in a while, and also, again, I don't know how it is in Europe. A lot of times in the US, to get certain things from Japan, you kind of have to use one of those escrow services. One of the ones that their entire job is to take orders from you, then they buy the thing from the Japanese company and they ship it over here. And that, because of the nature of that, it's going to add up, it's going to jack up the price quite a bit.
あだなす敵がいないと思えるほどに。しかし、異変が起き始めた。俺たちは。
Oh, really? I wasn't aware that it worked like that. Okay, because I'll be perfectly honest, I don't quite know exactly how the structure of the EU works. Because I know that you do have a lot of trade deals and stuff like that kind of makes things easier for people to interact across borders, which would make sense for someone because there's so many countries in such a small area and there's so many land borders. Whereas, remember, I'm coming from the US, which is, we have us, big ocean on both sides, one country up above us, one country below us. So we're used to dealing with one big border with a country. I don't even know how it would function being a country surrounded by countries.
いつからか敵味方関係なく周囲の者たちを襲い出すようになったのだ。だが
I'll also say I'm not sure what Laplace's goal was with any of this. Like, what did he have to gain by fucking over the Supered? Because like, they're his warriors. Let him. Why are they having him kill his other warriors? Why is he having them kill his other warriors? And also, again, reading Old Dragon's Tale, the Laplace we know in the Old Dragon's Tale, very different from this Laplace. He's Old Dragon's Tale Laplace is kind of actually nice.
誰も疑問に思わなかった。誰もその変化に気づかなかった。
やがて俺たちは目に見えるものすべてを殺すようになった。
Is it? Maybe. I don't know, because again, it just seems like I could understand him kind of. I would understand it if he just made them very bloodthirsty, and then they had him fight the war, be brutal, and then he just kind of set them loose once the war was over. But I don't know. That's also possible. I will probably have a lot more going on once I finish Old Dragon's Tale, because that's like the story of Laplace. Yeah. If he was cursed prior to cursing them, untrustworthy because he's cursed. How do you get one banner? I'm not sure. Again, I will probably have more to say once I finish Old Dragon's Tale, which is, I'm about halfway done at this point. And here's the thing: is Laplace in that story a good dude, like straight up, but I can see where things might start to turn because certain characters from Mushoku Tensei have showed up, and I kind of know how they are. So it's gonna be something's gonna go wrong for him, and I'm curious to see what that is. And that might explain how he got to this point. And granted, also it could be just when he separated himself into Demon God and Technique God, he might have actually just actually, come to think of it, Laplace is half demon, half dragon, at least in Old Dragon's Tale. It might be that the Demon God Laplace is his demon half and Technique God is his dragon half. So, yeah. I imagine next week I will have more to say, because I've been reading it on my lunch breaks. Started last week. I'm about halfway through, so I'm probably going to be about finished this week. If I don't finish it during my lunch break, I'm going to finish it at home. But we'll see.
そして最後には親を殺し、妻を殺し、兄弟を殺し。
Okay, I do like how I do like how he emphasized this word killed. We killed our parents, we killed our wives, we killed our siblings. I know the subtitles don't say that, but when you hear him saying kurosht, that's kill. Is this the last one? No, this is episode 9. What I'm gonna do today is I'm actually going to be because I didn't plan things ahead. I want to have things break up relatively evenly. I didn't think that Mushoku Tensei Season 1 Part 1 is 11 episodes, not 12. So there was kind of no way to kind of evenly do it the way I was. Because, so the first week, I was just kind of saying, I don't know how long this is going to go. I'll just kind of go till I feel like it's good. And then 3 episodes was just kind of the sweet spot. So then the next week I did 3 episodes. Then I realized, oh shit, I have 5 left. So, and I kind of want to have the stream stop on on the end of part 1, because that just seems to such a great stopping point. If I'd thought about it, I would have done 4 episodes last week, 4 episodes this week, but I didn't. So I'm gonna push for all 5 today, and then I'll be a bit more aware for next week. But what I am going to do is after this episode, I'm going to take a short break. I'll play one of my videos just so there's something to watch. And after that break, I'll come back. I'll have some food in me. And we'll get the last 2 done.
己の子供を刺し殺した。この槍は俺を呪いから救い出すために。
Yeah, and they don't explain the soul thing very well. They mention that, in the books, they mentioned that the super have born with tails. Eventually the tail grows hard and snaps off, and that's what their spear is. And that they religiously believe it's their their souls. Hey, whatever you want to do, either way, I'll still be here until I'm through with the half of the season. I don't know why they call it season 1 part 1. Just call it season 1 and call the next one season 2. Needlessly complicating things. Yeah, that was a minor thing they added in the books. I don't remember if they did it here or later, but yeah.
俺たちへの罰だ。だからこそ戦士たちの長として俺がそれをなくさなければならない。
Yeah, I like Rudy because when he gets emotion, he feels it.
400年。ずっと一人ぼっちだったのだろうか。
And then of course, Rudy is completely like, oh, he had a fucked up past and he was alone for a long time. I had a fucked up past. I was alone for a long time. He feels for him. I like that. Because Rudy and Rudy have a lot of similarities that you don't notice on the surface. It's just that when Rudy had his problems, he kind of withdrew and just shut down, whereas Rudiger just kind of had one singular focus that kind of became his entire drive. They handled the same issues differently.
後悔か。
わかりました。人族の子供の俺が手伝えば変化があるかもしれません。お手伝いします。約束しましょう。できる限りのことはすると。
Yep. Yeah, and as we were talking about earlier, he might have done this regardless of what Hitogami said, but also Hitogami might have planted the idea of helping him in his head, where he just kind of said, hey, where he thinks about it and he's like, you know what? Yes, that is something I want to do. I'm going to make it, while we're on our journey, I'm going to make it my purpose to help him improve his reputation. And of course, and Rudiger can't process positive emotions at this point, so he's just kind of shocked. Of course, who else can't process positive emotions well? Yeah, that'd be Rudy. Although at least Rudiger doesn't hear positive things and get horny. Yeah, that's true.
ザクエロカリ
師匠のお母さんインパネ
Yama mo in laksan si ku akakui
Shuheiインパネ
Shuriku Rokishi Soga Exara
岩井フェウクワクワ作奏即ドルオサ
That's funny.
岩井フェ
I fucking love that.
ヘケンズイ青やウドランタ
Waka draw
おっと
ロキシーンジラクオンザゾクンザキハ
ジラクオザ
ご好意感謝いたしますわ
レイクセーサ
Yeah, and that's a nice little moment where they mention that, yeah, you know, you can kind of see how Eris is starting to kind of develop into herself, but and I know this kind of things like this kind of become the impetus for her wanting to learn Demon God in the future, but yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's how they got the sword. But and I think that's also probably one of the things that makes Eris eventually find herself willing to accept Roxy, because you know Eris is probably going to return in season 3 is how it's looking in the anime. But you know, in the books, you know, she ends up becoming his third wife, and she just kind of accepts the other two pretty much immediately. I mean, a big reason for that was just because Sylphie would glaze both of them, because he would tell people about Eris about these people he cared about, and she would kind of like them to start. But I think a big thing with Roxy is, you know, Roxy's parents gave her her sword. She already kind of has a connection to Roxy. So that's one more reason that she can accept Roxy as another wife. And I think a big thing with Sylphie is that Sylphie was good to Rudy and just really helped him when he needed it. And that's a thing she appreciates Sylphie for. And yeah, I mean, obviously during the impotence arc, Rudy just is kind of going through it, and then Sylphie is the one who pulls him out of it ultimately. Because, I mean, Eris had, at that point, really hurt Rudy, even though she didn't intend that. And it ultimately was kind of Sylphie who brought him out of his depressive spiral. And, yeah, so... well, there was, I don't know. Well, Sylphie also does have some kind of issues with her own self-esteem, where a lot of times she just doesn't always feel like worthy of him. But it's ultimately no. Well, here's the thing. So Sylphie is like an almost obsessively like kind person. Like she is just almost like kindness incarnate, very in tune with other people's emotions. And while she is definitely not happy with how Eris hurt him, but at the same time, she can tell the only reason Rudy was hurt so bad is because of how much he cared about her. And then pretty early on, she does realize that when she meets Eris, she realizes that Eris really does care, and that Rudy still really cares about her, and that's the kind of thing she can accept. Because Sylphie is like just that kind of character who's just so in tune with how other people feel, that, and just extremely, like, intentions are important to her. She understands intentions. So she is very open to reconciling with Eris. And also, I think Eris and Sylphie kind of complement each other very well. So they end up becoming cool with each other.
俺はルイジェルドを助けると約束した。生前の俺ならあの話を聞いても鼻で笑っていただろう。でも昨べ俺は信じることに決めた。
So
あの時
I will say, when I watched this bit, this shot right here I took note of it. I mentioned it, I was like, this is interesting. The scene of him narrating while you see the profile of Rudy with Eris doing swordplay in the background. I feel like it's doing something. I just can't put my finger on it.
あの話があっさり心に響いたのだ。街の外では守ってもらい、中では
Yeah, and I think another thing with Rudy with Sylphie and Eris is that a big thing about them is they both are very expressive in their love of other people, and not just not just romantic love with Rudy, but just how they feel about the people around them, how they express that. It's just Sylphie is a very warm and open kind of expression, whereas Eris is more like passionate and excited. And Roxy is kind of the odd man out in that regard. Although, granted, that does kind of feed into her story, which is ultimately goes into the... I know some people don't like it, but there's the whole thing with Roxy getting a new hat that just kind of is the moment she realizes that she is part of the family and she feels loved and accepted. So that the fact that Eris and Sylphie are such perfect complements to one another might also feed into that as well. That's a whole thing. It's after they get past the initial kind of explosive parts of the story, they ultimately end up there's a lot of like big moments with kind of breaks of slice of life in between. I do hope that the anime actually does incorporate that. But, I mean, this was part of one of the slice of life elements where, not really much is happening in the world, and they're just kind of living their lives and navigating their day-to-day problems. And one of the ones is Roxy feels like she is not accepted by Eris and Sylphie. But eventually the idea is she gets a new hat. That's a gift they get her for, I don't remember what the event was. But they get her a hat, and then she opens up the present, sees the hat, and they're like, this is exactly what I wanted, what I was looking for. They got this for me because they knew I would like it. And she just felt like a part of the family at that moment, which it was I really enjoyed that part of the book. They better fucking adapt that part in the anime. And I think that's the first time we see Ruijerd smile. Yeah, pretty much exactly. Because, again, her entire arc has been feeling like an outcast. Again, that's like a big theme in Mushoku Tensei. Again, she felt isolated due to her inability to use telepathy in the Midgard village. And then she felt isolated due to her youthful appearance in the rest of the world. So again, Rudy was like, the Grey Rats in Volume 1 were like people who really accepted her. And then her new family started to properly accept her. Exactly. Okay, so that was episode 9. So, as I said earlier, I am going to be taking a short break because the entire idea is that I want to, just rest up a little bit. But, of course, I will not be... One of the goals of fiction is to generate an emotional response in the audience, and one of the ways this is accomplished is by having major events happen to the characters in the story. They move homes, they get a new job, they get sick, they fall in love, they go to war, they have a child, they lose a loved one. When these things happen to the character, they will feel a certain way about it, and assuming the character is well written, the audience will also feel a certain way about it. The only limit to what can happen is in the imagination of the writer. But there is one subject that makes people extremely uncomfortable, and that subject is assault, and not the physical kind. People have a visceral reaction to it, even more than things like mutilation, genocide, or any other horrifically violent scenario you could imagine. Well, today, I'm going to argue why it's not only a valid element of fiction, but show that in some instances, it can enhance the story by its very nature. Now, before I really get into the meat of the argument, I do need to address a small but vocal minority that I know will be making their presence known in the comments. There is a fringe belief out there that media that contains sexual assault is fundamentally immoral, and those who create it or consume it must be apologists for that behavior in the real world. That if you enjoy any story in which a character gets raped, you must believe that rape is good. Most of you watching this will intrinsically understand that this only makes sense if you don't think about it, but I'll quickly explain for those of you who haven't quite caught up yet. I believe that sexual violence in fiction is acceptable for the same reasons I believe that physical violence in fiction is acceptable. It's not real. We rightly laugh at the Jack Thompson wannabes who say that Doom or Mortal Kombat or Grand Theft Auto will cause people to commit mass violence, because we know that when somebody gets hurt or killed in a video game, no violence actually happened. And there have been studies on the connection between video game violence and real-world violence, and they overwhelmingly fail to even prove a correlation. I would argue that the same is true of sexual violence in fiction as well. And anecdotally, I've actually noticed an inverse correlation between the family friendliness of a piece of media and how well adjusted its fans are. If you're going to argue that media containing sexual assault is only made or consumed by dangerous people, I'm gonna need more justification than, dude, trust me. And if you can't accept that fictional sexual assault isn't real, you're probably 12 years old, in which case you shouldn't be watching my videos anyway. So here's how the rest of this video is gonna go. Rather than talk about the topic purely as an abstract concept, I'm going to showcase a few direct examples. For those new to my channel, I primarily make reviews and critiques of visual novels and similar media. Visual novels are text-based stories, but they have accompanying music and visuals, and will sometimes include things like dialogue choices and gameplay elements. But one interesting facet about visual novels is that they evolved out of the Japanese porn games of the 80s and 90s, which means that even though visual novels are not inherently pornographic, and there are many that don't include any sexual content whatsoever, it's not uncommon for visual novels, even the ones that are serious artistic and literary works, to have explicit sex scenes. What this means for this video is that when a visual novel contains sexual assault, it's often not just included, but actively depicted, which turns every aspect of it up a notch. I'm going to talk about 3 pieces of media today that all contain sexual assault, but all handle it differently. First will be Euphoria, the visual novel, not the 2019 TV show. Next will be the Sayanu Uta visual novel. And last will be the Rants game series. Don't worry if you don't know one or more of these, I'll explain the necessary bits as we go. With that, let's begin. Euphoria is a psychological horror visual novel. I'm showing footage of the absolutely terrible hentai adaptation, but I'll be talking about the VN, that has a cryptic and layered plot meant to be uncovered bit by bit as you replay it to get all the different endings. The premise is that the protagonist Keisuke has woken up in a mysterious facility alongside several of his classmates and his teacher. In order to escape, they must complete a series of trials, all of which involve Keisuke being forced to do various things of an extreme sexual nature to the others. Failure or refusal means death, and not a quick one. To complicate matters further, Keisuke has a fetish for this kind of thing. Don't get me wrong, he's not a bad person. He has a functioning conscience, and he's fully aware that acting on these desires would be wrong, so he suppresses them in his day-to-day life with no real issues aside from a bit of shame for having these thoughts in the first place. But now he's in a situation where he's forced to engage in that behavior, and the two halves of his mind are in conflict with one another. He has a visceral enjoyment when doing the trials, but once finished, he hates himself for it. And to make matters worse, one of his classmates, Nemu, is constantly provoking him and actively attempting to make him embrace his dark side. While this is far from the only conflict, much of the story outside the true route hinges on the question of will Keisuke remain himself or will he succumb to his demons? And the sex scenes in Euphoria are mostly very extreme and deliberately so. And by the very nature of them being threatened with death, all participants are in fact sexual assault victims. The thing that a lot of people fail to realize about Euphoria is that it's meant to make you uncomfortable. The extreme nature of the scenes highlights the contrasting nature of the story. On the one hand, we get to see Keisuke's personality in its extreme form in contrast to how he is when he's in normal guy mode. He goes from being a pretty standard kind of high school protagonist to someone who has been completely overcome by his lizard brain and acts like a monster. Will he get through this with his humanity intact, or will he let this newfound situation completely take him over? There are endings depicting both, and they all feed into this overarching dynamic. And there's another contrast between Keisuke and the reader. As mentioned before, you're supposed to be uncomfortable during these scenes, and the fact that Keisuke is showing his sadistic side is also meant to make you very uncomfortable. Now, it's true that some adult games and visual novels, particularly a lot of nuke, will kinda lighten the mood in their sex scenes and will avoid showing all the negative consequences of the more extreme or less consensual acts, or in some cases, those negative consequences don't even exist in the context of that fictional universe. But Euphoria does give these scenes a level of gravitas that you don't see in most visual novels with this level of sexual content. To repeat what was said earlier, Euphoria is a psychological horror, and much of that horror comes from seeing how such an extreme level of stress and trauma can affect our cast of characters. So the average reader will not have Keisuke's reactions to those scenes. Keisuke always has this manic glee and his partners are always visibly distressed, even though most of them are willing to endure the trials because they know that this is just what needs to be done. And in fact, 2 of them derive either pleasure or satisfaction from the situation for reasons that are a bit spoilery. But even they look like they're close to breaking during the scenes. These are real characters with real motivations, and with the exception of the soft antagonist Nemu, the typical reader doesn't want them to suffer. So having the protagonist's emotional response conflict with the viewer's emotional response serves as a dissonance to amplify the entire tone of "this is really messed up." And then in the second half of the non-true routes, Keisuke is put into more of a submissive role, as the antagonist of that section puts him and those around them through things that are even more twisted than in the beginning. And while these scenes are also meant to make you uncomfortable, it does so for a different reason. I can't even describe some of the things that happen in this section without potentially running into TOS issues, and I actually had a physical reaction to one of them, which I didn't even think could happen at the time, since it's pretty hard for fiction to rock me. But this section is meant to make you have a visceral reaction to just how far the antagonist is willing to go and just how evil they can be. The goal is to make this antagonist into a brutal and overpowering presence that puts more and more pressure on Keisuke's psyche as the ordeal goes on. And it also actually serves a dual purpose, as the true ending makes you think about the entire story in a different way, which completely recontextualizes the things that are happening and adds another crazy layer to things. Which does tie into the whole "you're meant to be uncomfortable" thing. But that can't be discussed without spoiling things, and if you can handle it, Euphoria really should be on your reading list. So that's the first use of sexual assault in fiction, as a cudgel to bash the audience over the head. The next thing I want to talk about is the visual novel Saya no Uta. Unfortunately, some mild to moderate spoilers are necessary in this section, nothing that should ruin your experience with it, but the first big reveal alongside two major events that happen later in the story will have to be spoiled. If you want to avoid this, that's completely understandable, so you can use this timestamp or the chapters down below. Saya no Uta is a Lovecraftian homage written by Gen Urobuchi, most known for his work on Madoka Magica, Psycho Pass, and Fate Zero. The premise is that the protagonist Fuminori was in a terrible accident that took his parents' lives and left him severely injured. The doctors save his life, but he sustains brain damage that alters his perception of the world. The world around him looks all fleshy and pulsating, the people look like monsters, the food tastes disgusting. It basically looks and feels like he's in hell, and he has an uncontrollable, visceral disdain for the people around him, even though he knows it's not logical. But he meets one person who looks normal to him, the titular Saya. Only issue is, as revealed not too far into the story, she's not human. She just looks that way to Fuminori due to his brain damage. She's an alien who pretty much functions as an eldritch horror, and she ends up forming a codependent bond and a romantic relationship with Fuminori. I've already talked about Saya no Uta in multiple videos now, but the gist of what the story is going for is a showcase of how Fuminori slowly rejects his humanity and slips further and further into insanity via a series of events that each push him just a bit more towards his ultimate fall. In Saya no Uta, there are two sexual assault scenes, and rather than sharing Euphoria's aim, which is basically to fuck with the reader, here the goal is entirely about utilizing the disturbing nature of the act to shape Fuminori's character. The first scene pushes him over a major moral line, and the second shows him at the point of no return. The context for the first scene is that Saya is kind of lonely and wants to see if she can make new friends. So she goes to Fuminori's neighbor and messes with his brain so that he has the same condition as Fuminori. This process drives him insane, and after a few crazy person things, including killing his own family, they look like monsters to him, he runs into Saya, who tries to introduce herself, except the dude is way too far gone and he forces himself on her. Fuminori walks in on this, and for context, he's already crossed multiple moral lines and started withdrawing from society. Naturally, he's none too thrilled about seeing what looks to be a monster assaulting his lover, and in a rage he, for the first time, takes a human life. Saya no Uta is structured around these big moments where Fuminori is pushed into doing something he normally wouldn't do, and they mark a shift in the overall tone and in Fuminori's sanity. And naturally, these only escalate as time goes on, with each one pushing his boundaries just a bit more. Taking a life was a big step. Granted, I'd argue that he was completely justified in this scenario, but it's still no small thing to kill someone. And I think it was deliberate that it was something as extreme, as vile as a sexual assault to make him overcome with emotion so that he can do something so impactful. The second scene is much later in the story after Fuminori has become pretty despicable, eating the flesh of humans that Saya had killed, attempted premeditated murder, you name it. So at this point, Saya decides she wants to do something nice for Fuminori. So she abducts a girl named Yo. Yo was a part of Fuminori's friend group from before his accident, and it's strongly implied that they would have ended up together had things been different. After taking her, Saya proceeds to mutate and warp her body into a horrifying abomination, breaking her mind in the process. This allowed Fuminori to look at her and perceive her as her original form. The two then proceed to make her into their plaything. Let me try to frame this moment for a bit. At the start of the story, Fuminori already had an aversion to people. He viewed them as monsters, and even though he knew it wasn't real, he couldn't help but hate them. He could tolerate their presence for a while, but would isolate himself as much as possible. But he was still in control of himself, and at worst he was a bit rude at times. But he slowly kept getting worse and worse. He became less willing to keep up the facade of normalcy. He stopped caring about how his actions affected anyone but himself and Saya. Then at one point he screams at Yo and says many cruel things to her so that he would hurt her badly enough that she would leave him alone. This is someone he cared about at one point. And when he and Saya ruthlessly abuse her while she's already in constant suffering due to her transformation, at that point the reader is slapped in the face with a hard truth. Fuminori is completely gone and there is no turning back. The assault scene is horrific and evil, and that's the point. It's meant to be so intense that you know there is no good left in him and he has fully fallen into darkness. Up until that point, you could kind of understand most of his actions. Even eating human flesh is contextualized as it being the one thing that doesn't taste disgusting to him, so it was hard to refuse. But not this, especially since he no longer viewed Yo as a monster. She looked exactly like the person he had known for years and had cared about. He didn't have that visceral hatred when he looked at her, but he no longer needed it to completely dehumanize her. That is what this scene is for, and it would be extremely difficult to get that same visceral impact without something as terrible and brutal as sexual assault. And because it was so awful, it really served as great character work. And that's the second use of sexual assault in fiction. A tool for shaping a character's personality and actions through extreme and traumatic events. Ready for a bit of a tonal shift? The last piece of media I'm going to cover today handles the topic very differently. Rants is a series of adult games that spanned from 1989 to 2018. It was a pretty big hit and inspired titles such as Nekopada and Mushoku Tensei. Yes, really. And its finale, Rants 10 Showdown, currently holds the record for the longest script of any video game ever, clocking in at roughly 3.8 million Japanese characters. It hasn't released in English yet. Rants started out as a pure parody of fantasy RPGs. Remember that this was 1989, right around the time the earliest Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest games were releasing. The main gimmick is that instead of a valiant hero fighting for the weak, the titular Rants is a narcissistic, horny asshole who thinks he's a valiant and noble hero. The series would eventually escape the realm of pure parody and develop a real fleshed-out story, though it did keep its comedic roots and it also kept Rants' assholery, and the fact that he always wants sex and isn't particularly concerned with whether or not the women around him also want sex. Yeah, the Rants series is one of the biggest examples of an okay, hear me out kind of game. But yes, Rants commits sexual assault quite a few times and it is often played up for laughs. That admittedly sounds really fucked up, but the way it's presented to the player softens the edges up quite a lot. Rants often leans into ridiculous, absurdist humor. Rants once yelled at the sun for daring to shine in his eyes while he's sleepy. At one point he tried to sleep with a ghost, but when he jumped on her, he went right through and crashed into the floor. He once accidentally nuked a sentient alien race into extinction. He cured an epidemic with his dick. The events of Rants 4 happened because he just casually pissed off God himself about halfway through the previous game. While Rants does have a serious story from 3 onward, it is at its core extremely goofy, and it's clear that many scenes are basically in silly mode. So we have to realize that sexual assault in the Rants universe doesn't function the same as it does in the real world, or how it's depicted in most other fictional works. In this context, it's basically the sexual equivalent of Wile E. Coyote having an anvil dropped on his head after falling off a cliff. In the real world, he'd be a smear on the ground, but in context it becomes a mild annoyance to him at worst. Same thing with the sexual assault in Rants. In the real world, it's a horrifying and traumatic thing that destroys lives, but in the Rants universe, it just isn't for the most part. It's an upsetting thing, sure, but Rants' victims always get over it remarkably quickly, and often the only lasting impact is that they're just kinda pissed at him. So when Rants delivers the Hammer of Justice, his words not mine, to the main antagonist of the first game, the player's first thought isn't, oh, this is horrible and disturbing, and instead they're able to fully embrace the absurdity of this subversive take on the hero triumphing over the villain. In Rants, the extreme nature of sexual assault is not used as a source of horror or trauma like the other titles I talked about today, but as a source of absurdity. We don't think, oh no, how awful, because we know the girl's gonna be fine. It allows us to laugh at how out of pocket Rants is being, and how crazy it is that when confronting ruthless, powerful, and evil villains, his first instinct is often to boink them. Although interestingly, there are times when sexual assault is not done as a pure joke in the Rants games. In these instances, it's mostly used to amplify the evil factor of an antagonist. See, the thing about Rants the character is that yes, he is very rapey, but his goal is not to necessarily cause suffering. He is purely out for his own gratification, and the desires of the people around him simply don't factor into his calculations. Hell, in Rants 4, one of the women he meets shares his proclivities, and they end up working together, as it were. At one point, Rants actually reins her in and tells her that she's going too far with one of their victims. When she goes past the point of wanting to make herself feel good and into the realm of wanting to make someone else feel bad, Rants gets uncomfortable and puts a stop to it. So he has lines. So when a villain commits a sexual assault, it's almost always framed in a twisted and sadistic way. For example, the antagonists of Rants 2 were 4 mages who had become possessed by cursed magical rings and were forced to do evil things. One of them would kidnap women and do some pretty messed up things to them that were not treated lightly by the game. One minor antagonist in Rants 6 was obsessed with tracking down one of the side characters and killing her, and he raised his daughter to be extremely powerful so that she could do what he was growing too old for. And part of that process involved transferring his magical power to her through sexual abuse, which the game treats as horrifying, and it even causes the person she was trying to kill to forgive her and feel sorry for her. One of the side quests in Rants 6 was all about destroying a brothel that caters to clients who, let's just say they prefer youthful workers, and Rants himself is full of righteous fury upon learning that one of the camp had at one point been trafficked to that location. So despite being a comedic series that does make light of sexual assault, it's also capable of treating it seriously, and it's actually quite impressive that they're able to have these two elements coexist without breaking the player's immersion. And honestly, I think both uses of sexual assault are able to enhance their respective tones. And that's the third use of sexual assault in fiction. A means of delivering absurdist comedy, and as a means of making a villain that much more evil. So to be clear, I'm obviously not saying that sexual assault is a good thing. Of course not. But what I am saying is that it does have legitimate artistic value in the context of fiction writing. Not only is it a thing that people actually experience, which I think on its own would be enough justification to include it in fiction, but it elicits intense and visceral reactions that are difficult to achieve through other means. When used properly, the extreme nature of sexual assault can be used to enhance the tone of a story, as a defining moment in a character's arc, as a means of showcasing an unredeemably evil villain, or in some cases, making a scene so absurd that you can't help but laugh. George Carlin had an excellent take on that last one.
Like rape, they'll say, you can't joke about rape. Rape's not funny. I say, fuck you, I think it's hilarious. How do you like that? I can prove to you that rape is funny. Picture Porky Pig raping Elmer Fudd.
So yeah, as uncomfortable a topic as it is, sexual assault does have real value in art, and I think it's high time we all stop being so outraged when people write about it. Thanks for watching. Big thank you to my members, especially my $10 members Bulk Squat Thrust and President Irina Vladimirovna Putina. Screen is not working properly. Oh shit, it's... Excuse me. Sorry about that, there's technical issues. I do need to fix that. Properties. Come on. Nope, it's still showing the old, chat for some reason. The stuff from, last. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not less TOS, more like Content ID. Oh, really? That's fucking... Okay, here, let me... That sucks, because it was working when I first tested it. Let me just see if it's working there. Yeah. Okay, so it's working. It was working last stream on Kick. Why the fuck is it? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can just redo it. Because I would like that to, Okay, there we go. So let me just quickly adjust the size. I can't remember the exact size. I should have checked that. Nope, no filters. Need properties. Okay, that was right. And okay, I've almost got it fixed. Nope, still got to be a little bit more than that. Okay, that looks good enough. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. That should work now. Let me just hold off, make sure it's is still working. Huh. No, for some reason it's yeah, for some reason it's still lagging behind. I'm gonna have to figure out what's up with that, because yeah, okay, that's weird. I'm not sure how to fix that. I might need to find a different program to use. Because one thing is, you can see on my screen right now, I have this is the thing that's supposed to be casting to OBS, and it's 2 messages behind. Let me see. Okay, let me try that. Maybe that will work. Okay. That seems to work. Okay. I think the issue is it's for some reason not auto-refreshing. Which I mean, it shouldn't need to refresh. Okay, I mean, when I mean, I can manually refresh it. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna just... So it does work when I manually refresh it. Hopefully I can keep it that way. Let me just do a real quick test. Okay, and it's actually still busted on Kick. Okay, yeah, so refreshing fixes it, but it... Okay, you know what? I am not going to worry about it too much. I think. Yeah, because I'll be honest, I don't know why it's not staying active. Maybe it's an issue with it being, with the app being minimized. So, you know, I'm going to refresh it once, make sure it does not stay minimized. Make sure that I do not minimize it, and see if that will fix things. If not, I will just worry about it on my own time. Okay, let's just get back to it then. Sorry, just gotta really quickly mute the YouTube. And of course, it is nice that they yeah, and of course, you know, the little camera work of hiding his hair for a second. And and I know you guys on YouTube can't hear this right now, but this new OP is absolutely beautiful. And this is a great way to also to just introduce actual, like, demon society. And of course, that's adorable too. Okay, I didn't realize this when I was watching it the first time. She's like, "Oh yeah, thank you. I'll take it. I'll take good care of it." That's actually a bit more prophetic than you think, because it was a gift he got her. she actually does really value it a lot, so that she gets really pissed when someone fucks with it. I do appreciate that they made the ranking system actually serve a purpose and beyond just being something that's just kind of there for video game pacing, because that's the idea. Is like you want to start at the bottom and work your way up. That's just how video games tend to work, at least RPGs especially. Whereas here it's basically a case of, hey, you got to prove yourself as capable before you start taking on more dangerous jobs. But once you move up, you can't take lower ranked jobs because we don't want you to take jobs away from the people who that's actually appropriate for. And they even point out that going to the highest rank is actually just a status symbol more than anything, because you can only go one level up or down. So you actually just lose a tier of potential jobs if you go from the second highest to the highest rank. And I think that's an interesting way of doing things. Although one thing they don't mention in the anime is that individual adventurer rank and group adventurer ranks, because they are tracked separately. Like as they complete jobs, Rudy will grow as an adventurer himself, but also the group's score will go up. And I think that's an interesting system. But I do also like the stoic Ruijerd. He's in control, but he's starting to get pissed. Okay, and this is another thing I was mentioning, or when I mentioned earlier. I'm trying to see if I can find a good example of that. So, I mentioned earlier that the human language looks very alphabetized. Like it looks like a Latin or Germanic alphabet, or even a Cyrillic one. Like it looks like it's written the way English is written. Whereas you look at this looks like a character-based system, like Chinese or Japanese, or how Korean used to be. And some of these even look somewhat similar to actual Japanese characters. Like let me see here. Like, I mean, Japanese does use this. That's a very common one. That means one. They use a lot of simple ones. I don't think they use that one specifically. They might. I don't know. This one looks kind of like a Japanese katakana right there with the little addition on top. I do think it's very interesting that they decided to make it so that, oh, yeah, Demon God is a character-based language, whereas human is an alphabet language. It's a nice little touch. I don't know if Rifujin was the one who made that decision, or if that was a decision from the creative team who worked on the anime, but either way, I like it. It's just that little gesture from Rudy giving her that cloak. It's great that they showcase just how much that means to her. This might be a little bit on the nose, granted, but it's a nice little showcase of just how their relationship is continuing to change. And of course, Rudy is going to completely miss the importance of this. Though, granted, it's also completely fair that he's freaking out and wants to stop her from murdering the other person. But still. And that also, I'm not sure if they just skipped over the incantation, because he shouldn't be able to silent cast that. As a returning, well, I'm not a repeat viewer. Well, technically I am. I'm a repeat viewer of Season 1, Part 1, but as someone coming from the books, I absolutely love the subtly eerie parts of the Hitogami meetings, even though they contrast with the outward symbolism. Like, the bright white, that's how heaven is often depicted. The way Hitogami talks to Rudy is always just a little eerie, just creepy. It makes you just a little bit it's a little unsettling every time. And it's just, I love that it just kind of hints at his underlying behavior. And that also is a great one because, obsequious, that's not exactly the most common word. And so I'm guessing, granted my Japanese is not good enough to say this definitively, but I'm guessing he used a similarly niche or obscure word to kind of make himself be a little pretentious. I like that little touch where he likes to present himself in a certain way. He likes to put himself above others. It's good.
いやいや、そんなことないさ。どう
What did he just say? What did he say in Japanese? Here, I'll rewind it. Because in English they used obsequious, which is a word you can understand in context, but is not the most common word. Let me see. So yeah, I don't know enough Japanese to know what he just said there in Japanese, but in English they used obsequious. I feel like you wouldn't, as a translator, use the word obsequious unless there's a reason for it. Yeah, that is true. But also he is just actually pretty good at manipulation. The thing is, if you can see the future, you can tell people a few tips that really help them out. You're gonna kind of trust him anyway, and Rudy does end up trusting him. So that makes sense, but yeah, but it would also make sense that he would be unskilled at actually coming across as trustworthy. But I mean, I don't know. I could see it kind of working both ways, as it from the audience's perspective, because it could be like, do we want to actually see through the veil? Okay, is it fairly nervous? Okay, I wasn't sure. Again, my Japanese is like N5 level at best, so anything that uses anything not like one of the most common words in language flies right by me at the moment. But yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but yeah, ultimately, I am really growing on Hitogami. His presentation in the anime specifically. Oh, but also I will point out that Hitogami definitely has difficulty understanding how people work. He parallels Rudy in a couple ways as well, in ways I'm not going to spoil for any of the potential anime onlys watching. But he definitely has difficulty understanding how people think, how people work, how people feel. And that is part of what kind of drives his behavior in the future. I mean, I'm not I don't remember 100% how he was in the light novels. I kind of, it might be just my interpretation, I kind of viewed him as, because he's the blessing to make himself appear trustworthy, I kind of got the idea that he would come across that way. But I do actually really like this interpretation. And also the fact that they're contrasting the obvious heavenly symbolism, the appearance and aesthetics there, with the but contrasting the heavenly appearance with the light horror elements, like when he's stuttering and distorting at the very end there. Yeah, that is also true. I mean, the ability to see the future is a big... It's obviously, he can see just about anyone's future, which is a very, very powerful skill. However, I do like how he could have been so much more overpowered if he kind of let go of some of his ego. Because I think that's ultimately one of his big downfalls, is that... okay, well, I'm trying not to get too spoilery, but he does mention at one point that he uses up a lot of his power looking at his own future, and that limits how much he can look at the future in the regular world, because he can't bring himself to let his future be unknown. And I think that's a cool way of him basically gimping himself, despite the fact that he is absurdly powerful. He's probably, realistically, he is probably the biggest threat. Yeah, that's true. Again, his entire purpose is that he is ego. He's like ego personified. Yeah, that's true as well. Hitogami is one of those characters who, it's almost like, imagine he had someone to give him a hug. he might have just he might have just been completely different. Okay, and I have confirmed that the YouTube chat is not updating, so I'll figure something out. Yeah, I do know how to fix that in the, or how to, another way of doing that. I am rather annoyed that it doesn't just work like it's supposed to, but I don't know. We'll... And like I was saying earlier, and this is when I actually noticed this during my first watch. I didn't notice it from the scene earlier, but in this is where, when Eris is being vulnerable with Rudy, which is, you know, that's a big step for her, her intonations completely change. She goes from, you know, I mean, she normally communicates over yelling. That's just how she engages. She's very animated, very manic. But when she's nervous or concerned about something and is opening up, her voice drops an octave. She gets very breathy. It's very good voice work. Because at this moment, as much as she's been enjoying her, yeah, exactly. As much as she's been enjoying the adventure, you know, she's still young. She's like, she still just wants to go home. And it's starting to sink in just kind of what they're doing at this point, what their situation is. And I like how Rudy has also kind of figured things out enough to know that what she really wants there is affirmation and comfort. Like, and he's saying like exactly the right things in this moment, which, let's be real, the Rudy from 5 episodes ago wouldn't have been doing that. And then, of course, she's leaning on him, which just shows the level of trust in him. Yeah. Yeah, and I do like how that one offhand comment by one of the guys at the Adventurers Guild is like, "Oh, you'll be able to find that lost cat really easily with your third eye." It's like, yeah, he actually just can. Because I will say, as much as wait, they fucking dyed his eyebrows too? Holy shit. Okay, but yeah, Ruijerd's third eye is another very powerful ability. Like it's a big advantage he has on top of just being a very strong warrior. And this is another great scene leading up to a fake out, because once again, it's still playing on a lot of the video game fantasy tropes. I believe the third eye, if my memory serves me, which it may not, his third eye seems to work on just kind of having a very heightened sense of the area around him. So he can just kind of see where things are, see how things are, and just generally be able to react to things that he can't pick up on with his other senses. But yeah, but I do like how this is a fake out here, because they're playing on the video game trope of kind of delving into the dungeon with all sorts of horrifying beasts and creatures in there, which those will kind of play into that, where the pets that they're trying to find are the big scary beasts. And leading up to even the music and the way things are shot is going to lead up to you thinking there's going to be a big fight scene before, well, we'll get there. Yep, and that beast that's designed to look intimidating right there. Yeah. Yeah, again, I love that just this is what they mean when they say cat. It's funny. Yeah, and then the step. The music cuts out. And this guy does kind of look intimidating, even though he's, not really at the end of the day. Yep. And again, he's just acting like the way kind of a strong bandit villain would. And that's another nice thing. Rudy, they've been showing a lot of little instances of Rudy doing like something that's like Quagmire, which from what I've heard, the anime doesn't really explain why he's called Quagmire, but in the books, his whole thing is when he's on when he's on his own after the Demon Continent arc, he ends up joining up with a lot of other adventurer parties. And a big thing that he would do is he would open up fights by using Quagmire, the spell, to give themselves a tactical advantage. And he became so well known for doing that in every party that people just started calling him Quagmire. And it's nice that they're showing him doing little bits of that throughout the series. And you can hear the music there. The strings are starting to ramp up. And then cuts out because he's like, no, these guys are actually not very strong. They're just weak. Although, okay. And I will say, I don't know why, but I see this character right here. I don't know. I can almost kind of understand the furries when I see her. Like, there's just not... I kind of get it. And this next scene, this next little bit coming up, it's... again, I love the little callbacks Mushoku Tensei likes to do, and it's going to do another one right here. And that right there is another... No, not in general, but I mean, that I look at that one character and I think, not usually my thing, but would. But yeah, but I love how this right here is a direct callback to the scene in episode, it was either 3 or 4. No, it was episode 5 or 6, where with the kidnapping plot, where Ghislaine ended up killing the North Saint who was attacking them. And the head rolls off right in front of him. And he has that same kind of freaked out reaction. He's like, holy shit, I watched somebody die. Their head is in front of me. And he's just not yet mentally prepared for sentient creatures to be dying. Like, he can handle the monster being killed, things like that. But it's like, no, this was a person. And also, of course, Ruiger just killed somebody that they had in captivity, which is, I mean that's a war crime, but yeah. But then again, I play RimWorld, so I probably shouldn't be talking about war crimes. That is the correct reaction. Yeah. Even Eris is kind of freaked out, which I like. Yeah. And that is another nice defining element of Rudy, where for all of his power, he really does not like it when people die. Like that is something that he carries with him for a long time, where later on in the books, it's a like a big deal when he actually has to fight people knowing that they're going to die. Because he said in the past, whenever he would have to fight someone, it would usually be a group of people. He would just kind of fire off a shot in there. It's like, yeah, some people are going to die, but at least I don't have to like see it. It's not something that's I've intentionally killed a specific person. So that's something he has to grapple with. And I do like that, how he has these few moral lines that he hates to cross. With another big one being bullying in general. And I don't know, and I think a part of it is he doesn't want to see Ruijerd as this tyrant. And then yeah. So he's gonna see yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's a truth to the idea that a lot of times if you're I mean, it's because a lot of isekai kind of play off video game tropes. That's the idea, is that when you, in a video game, even games that try to talk about the ethics of killing and all that stuff and how that can corrupt somebody, even then they usually don't really do a good job of it. Like if you played the Tomb Raider remakes, in the first one there's a cutscene where she kills somebody and then just like has a panic attack about it. And then you immediately move on to the next stage where you end up killing like a dozen more people, no issue. Far Cry 3 was one that actually handled it well, where they used the fact that you're killing indiscriminately to represent the fact that, oh no, this is actually just how he's behaving. Because he freaked out about that one kill, and then as he's killing more, he starts to get used to it. And granted, I will say in a lot of other isekai, the fact that they do have to kill so much, that will desensitize you to it. Just kind of like how if you're in the military and you kill people, eventually you kind of get used to it. Although you also can get PTSD, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I will say that is a great thing, is really just it messes him up when bad things happen to people, and I like that. And also another reason I like Ruijerd is because of how his mentality is and how it changes. Because at his core, he's always kind of had noble aims. He essentially wants to redeem himself for killing his family. And he has this core drive to help children. He really cares about children because he killed his own son. But he focuses on that so hard, like to the exclusion of everything else, to the point of, again, somebody kicks a child and he kills them for it, which is, some would say, an overreaction. But it's one of those things where he has a moral principle that he is so rigid on that he can't accept other morals on top of that. Yeah, and I do like how Rudy's trying to explain it. He has to explain it with logic, even though it's an emotional thing he's feeling. And that's kind of how he's been processing things since then. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. I mean, I'm not super familiar with isekai. I mean, as far believe it or not, I've actually watched a lot less anime than people think I have. But the ones I've seen, a lot of them are either ones that deliberately subvert isekai tropes. Like I watched this. I've also watched the first 2 seasons of Re:Zero. But I've also seen Konosuba, which is another thing that's a parody of isekai, or Eminence in Shadow, which is another parody of isekai. And Sword Art Online, but that one sucked. But yeah, it's a lot of writers don't really think about how much a lot of people would be affected by certain things, or just what it means for that character in general. And I do like Ruijerd is just, He's like so autistic he doesn't get it. But I think it's what he's going to say coming up soon that is going to be the reason he actually gets through to him. The logic doesn't really get through to him. Although I do like how Eris just saw him murder a dude and she's still sticking up for Rudy. And also, I think Rudy's voice acting is pretty great here too. Like, I think the voice acting in general for this series has been pretty much spot on since the beginning. I'm very impressed by how Rudy's voice actor here is really selling the fact that he's like about to have a panic attack. And that's the line that I think gets it. I don't want to be afraid of you. Because that's calling back to when they first met. That's how Ruijerd has experienced pretty much everyone, is they immediately are afraid of him. And the thing that kind of touched him was that Rudy wasn't more than a little bit nervous about him. And then he accepted him and befriended him and, you know, showed him some degree of compassion. And now it's getting to the point where it's like, dude, your actions are going to make me think of you like the demon that you have been trying to dispel. And I really like that. That and once he actually goes into the emotional side of things and drops the logical side, that's what gets through to him. Kid Rudy in season 3. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It's hard to say just because eventually his voice is going to have to change just because he's not going to be a 10-year-old kid anymore. It's fucked up that that's actually like a really clever way to make money. Like, completely unethical, but still clever. And then, even though Rudy is getting through to him, he's just like, villains. It's just like, oh. And he's like, no, don't fucking kill him. And I also think it is a big deal that Rudy actually puts his body in front of them, like saying, like, I'm going to, you know, put myself in danger to protect these people who are not good. And it is actually kind of neat that once Rudy actually gets pissed, he becomes so much more intimidating than when he was playing off being intimidating earlier. Although, granted, he's not acting like a dumbass in this scene, so. Oh, and that's actually a nice little touch. He says that little bit, that little, like, I thought so in realistically, it's Japanese, but in human tongue. That's a nice little touch. So they can't understand him. And Ruijerd's pissed faces always get me. He's such an interesting character. It's hard to really get my thoughts together on him just because every time I do, I think of his entire arc, and there's just so much going on there. He is pretty fucked up in the head, and him overcoming that is a big part of his story. And that's also a great moment there, because for one, Rudy just hitting it, Eris just hitting him is like she knows how scary he is. That's kind of a big deal. That she's more angry than scared at this point. But also she punches him. He doesn't even move like a tiny bit. That's another great way to showcase that he's actually pretty strong. Because granted, Eris is 13 at this point, but she's also trained and has magic, like has battle aura to be able to hit harder. So the fact that he felt nothing is still kind of crazy. Yeah. And that line is so funny. They place it right in the middle of a serious moment. I kick people too. But when you look into it, it actually does do a great job of showing how Eris kind of behaves and processes things. Where I think somebody in the last stream said it perfectly. She's not stupid, but she is simple. Where she thinks of things in a very direct manner, and so she'll just express things and be just completely blunt about it, even if it sounds kind of silly. In this case, it's like, yeah, he kicked a child, so I killed him, but I kick people. You didn't kill me. It's funny. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Orsted. Yeah, he's on another level entirely. But I'll be honest, I am so excited to see the fight scene with Orsted when they adapt it, because there's so much going on in that scene, and I'm excited. It's going to be great if they can do it right. And that's that ran right there is the one that gets him. She realizes how can, he's trying to redeem himself for a past evil. So, and he's not letting people do the same for lesser evils. It's really nice how Eris's kind of funny line feeds into that eventual prodding right there. It's not the scene I'm referring to with Orsted. It's got to be in season 3, I'm sure, because it's after the reveal. It's after the big reveal, which the big reveal with the diary is what I'll say, to not spoil anime onlys. But after that fight that he prepares for, I'm excited to see that, because I'm sure the anime hasn't shown it yet. Oh, I mean, voice acting just amazing. I really like her voice acting in that scene right there. That monologue. They got everything about her personality just right in her voice. And that's kind of also just how he processes things a lot of the way Rudy does, where he's just kind of being like, yeah, I will see you home no matter what. That's the core thing he's holding on to that lets him move past his other hang-ups. And that's kind of how Rudy interprets a lot of the positive things he does, although it's handled in a more selfish manner, where he says, where Rudy will do a good thing. He won't really understand why he's doing a good thing, and he'll rationalize it as having some sort of selfish motivation for it. And it seems like Ruijerd is doing basically the same thing, except for instead of having a selfish motivation, he's going, instead of having a selfish motivation, he's relying on his saying, my core goal, my principle, I'm going to help this child, that is more important than this other conviction. Even though he's actually just doing the right thing. Yep. Yep. And I do like, again, how this kind of falls apart, this plan of his, because it's the kind of thing that seems like it would work, and in other writers, I would imagine them making it work as kind of the push for the next part of the story. But I like how Refugee decided to twist that a bit. And then Nokopara again. I almost feel like Nokopara was set up to be a little bit too villainous, because if I'm remembering from the books, he was definitely a dick. But I feel like the idea was he was meant to be kind of a minor annoyance, to where rather than being this as big of a threat as he's going to appear, it's kind of like, yeah, this guy is bothering us, but we can't actually deal with him at all without causing problems. It's like the idea is that Rudy wants to improve Ruijerd's reputation, and that's kind of how he restrains himself from actually doing something about Nokopara. Which, granted, there's still that kind of similarity here. Obviously, he's not going to be able to stop the three of them if they really get into it, but I don't know. He seems like almost too much of an asshole in the anime. Yeah. And that aspect, that's a nice little bit of subtle world building, where the fact that, you know, they're able to just kind of casually talk about how, oh yeah, our companion is dead, and then it's like, oh yeah, oh he's dead, yeah, sucks, sorry about that. So he just shows demon continent is super dangerous, and you know, people dying is just, you know, a thing people are used to at this point. It's subtle, but it's really good. I do like his tattoos, though. I do like his voice acting. As I've said, the voice acting I think is pretty stellar in this series. Nokopara, I'm not 100% sure I agree with his portrayal here, but his voice acting is spot on. All right, and that's episode 10. Move on to episode 11. The last one for this series. And I definitely like that we open up on a shot of seeing the aftermath of the displacement event. And, of course, it's focused on Roxy, who we can immediately recognize because of the hair. And of course, she has the lolly magician aesthetics going on as well, so it's very distinctive. But it is one thing I like, is being able to see the contrast between Rudy's situation and the situation back home. It's important that we have this proper context. Yep, and that's stylistically, I like that shot as well. And it is nice just to see, you know, Roxy really does she does care. Like it's one of those things. She acts kind of professional, but like Rudy is a student she really connected with, and it's nice to see her have that care, even though, you know, that she keeps in touch with them. And now when shit goes sour, she immediately goes to check on them, and she's happy when she finds out that they're at least not confirmed dead. And I know we haven't been I know that they're not going to be a major feature in this episode yet, but it's so cool that we get to see Tallhand and Elise so early on. And and the way they're doing it now, this is for the people coming from the books. The books, they know that this is Tallhand and Elise. They're setting it up. It's clearly a bit of just a nod towards people who know what's going on. It's great. Oh, one sec. Can't let the YouTube. Oh shit! I forgot to unmute it earlier. My bad. Okay, so. Yeah. I will say this OP in particular, I think, does it very well. I like how they have the Paul explaining his side in the letter, while Rudy, Eris, and Rudy are doing their thing underneath that. I just, the stylistic element of that, it highlights the contrast between how things are going, where things are going well for Dead End, but poorly for everyone else. It's contrast is something I like to see. It just gets the juices flowing. Yeah. 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 And another thing I like about this letter is it just shows, without saying it directly, that Paul just really trusts Rudy. Like he really thinks highly of him. He's just like, you know what? Shit's going down. He's capable enough. I don't have to worry about him. He'll be fine. And that says a lot more than he ever directly says about Rudy, or to Rudy directly at this point in the story. And that, of course, just again, Eris is once again going gremlin mode. And that's another actually pretty big thing, is Paul actually humbling himself and being like, no, this is more important than my pride, which they don't really go into it at this point in the anime, but, you got to see how Paul was kind of an arrogant asshole. He did bad things. Of course, he raped Lilia when he was younger, and he's actually kind of thrown that prideful self of his to the side in the service of something that he deems is more important, which is finding his family. And it just reinforces how much his family means to him. That was nice. And again, I actually I love both OPs from so far in the season, but this one hits a certain way. Yeah, exactly. Paul was, he was one of those guys who, he was flawed in a way that, like, he did a lot of bad things, but one thing people realized about him is that he was decent at his heart, like way deep down. It's just he was not mature enough to actually be a decent person at that point. Because, yeah.
実に美味しいです。
謎の魔物って何よ。
それがわからないから調査しに行くんですよ。
強いのかしら。
そうかもしれませんね。
そう、早く会いたいわ。
まあ俺たちなら余裕で討伐できるだろう。これでしばらく金の心配とはおさらばだ。
And I do like how this next section is very much in like a grayscale kind of look. It really does, as I've mentioned before, Mushoku Tensei does a lot of great things with color. And the fact that this forest is all gray, and they're going to use that to contrast other colors later on. Actually, come to think of it, I wonder how these people's adventurer groups, because what they took is a B rank Slayer assignment. Like it was a B rank task, which means you need to be at least C rank to take it. Are these guys C rank? They seem like they would be F or D rank, because they're eager, but they're not all that competent. And I do like also they show here Eris, because she still doesn't know Demon God tongue. I know she learns it later on. That's part of her, like, just her separation from the things that are going on whenever people are talking to each other in Demon God, which is one of the things that pushes her to learn. She's sick of being left out. That laugh fucking gets me. And again, what I mentioned about color, they're going to show it a bit later on, but the one thing about the forest being very gray, both the ground and the trees and the sky when you see it, is that it makes anything that's not a dark or dull color stand out. So like you see their three hair colors really do stand out against the background. And again, it's one of the things I really like about this section of the story. Yeah, that is true as well. It is true that she's not taking things as seriously, and she's kind of just off doing her own thing. It's going to be one of those. It sets up a future moment of her wanting to improve herself. She's fun though. And even the creatures they're seeing in the forest are mostly brown or black. Like that little spider was brown. Again, there's just no color here except for the people who don't fit. And I love how they're setting this part up, because Rudy's just kind of trying to be the orchestrator of everything, wanting to time things just perfectly so that he can make themselves look as good as possible, and then it just blows up in his face before and they're setting up as him being just so confident, and that's a great way to knock him down. And we are seeing a bit of color with the snake, but it's still a dark color, except for the bright glowing blue eyes.
助けるぞ。いや、もうちょっと待って。どうせ助けるなら恩は高く売りつける。その方が評判も上がるってもんだ。
And just the timing, I think, of this moment is going to be great.
演出するんだ。多少怪我を負っても治癒魔術がある。俺の策は完璧だ。
I think the timing of that moment right there, the sound design was perfect. That's one thing that a book can't really do, is they can't really time things out minute to minute like that. So he's like, everything is perfect. The triumphant music is playing to like to build up to a fight scene. Then right at that moment, that happens. And once again, Rudy is watching somebody violently die in front of him. Yeah, that's also true. That's pretty likely. Camouflage would make sense. Although, again, I think just visually it's exciting either way. I just like the visual design of this section of the story. But yeah, it does make sense as well. And then again, we just show, and it's another great showcase of just the relative powers of everyone, where Ruijerd is able to just effortlessly kill this thing that had swiped away that other guy he swiped away the spider as easily as the spider swiped away the other guy. But another thing, I really like this fight scene here, because it's the first one that really showcases what enhanced things the people in this world can do in combat. Because the others were maybe a little exaggerated so far, or they had one flashy thing, like when Ghislaine did the Sword of Light in episode 5. But this is where we actually start to see them like doing the superpowered shit that makes the combat so high intensity here. And even though that was a quick fight scene where they just completely crushed them, that was pretty good. And once again, Rudy sees none of that. He's just staring at the death that he's responsible for. Because each of the 3 deaths that he's witnessed so far, all of them fuck with him. It's just becoming increasingly more close to his decisions. Because the first one was from a situation that really wasn't his fault. He had to set up a situation. Somebody tried to take advantage of that. And he watched Ghislaine kill somebody. Head rolled off right in front of him. The next one he was a little bit closer to, because he got up next to the guy who kicked him before Ruijerd kills him. And then he again sees the head fall right in front of him. This time, he sees somebody dead because of a mistake he made. Every single time, it gets a little bit closer to him, and I love that. And it also does a great job of reinforcing Rudy's feelings about people dying. He doesn't like it. And also, like I said earlier, one of the things it likes to do has the red contrast against the gray background, which just... It gives us a very harsh look, and I love it. And I also do like how Eris she wants to immediately stick up for him because that's just kind of how she is. She likes to, she does, to a sense, idolize Rudy and really just wants to stick up for him when he's not sticking up for himself. She also kind of realizes he fucked up. And yeah, that's another thing that I mentioned earlier. This is a little bit of a different instance of Rudy learning from his fuck-ups, but, with the bath scene with Sylphie and with the bedroom scene with Eris, both of those are he crosses a line, hurts somebody, and feels really shitty about it, and resolves to change himself. This is another kind of instance of that where, he didn't know this guy. He didn't really care for him. But he realizes, somebody just lost their life because of a decision I made. And it was the wrong decision. And yeah, that's something that kind of humbles him, stops him from kind of viewing the world as a game. And I also do find it interesting that Rudyard's pissed. It's understandable. But he's at this point, he's almost kind of no longer views Rudy as a child. I think because he ended up developing a level of respect for him, he now views him, again, as somebody he can hold responsible for this death, even though Rudyard doesn't know that he's mentally an adult, but in this world, he's 10 years old. And again, he's talking like Rudy is not a child. Rudyard is a terrifying character at this point. But I think that's one of the things that makes him so great. He's so laser focused on his core principles that anything else kind of, he tunnel visions on it, basically. And then that's another thing that kind of, he's able to kind of break his tunnel vision by being able to interpret his morals in a slightly different way. Where he's like, being a kid is more than just the raw age. It's how you engage with the world. And that's, and again, I really like this group of people here. It is a shame that this is the only time we really get to see them substantially, but I mean, again, but it's another thing of what I've been saying earlier, where a lot of these characters who are just minor or off to the side, they go through their own little journeys and emotional struggles, and it's just not a focal point of the main story, but it makes the world feel real. And that is such a great moment there, where he goes to pat him on the head like he would with Rudy or Eris. It's like, no, you get the shoulder, because like he's about to say, is like, you're not a kid, you're a warrior. I like that. And of course, ending that scene with, you hear the sobs and again the blood contrasting against the gray background. That's just, stylistically, it's great. And it is also like, yeah, yeah, and that's another thing I like right there of how. So again, because Eris doesn't yet speak Demon God, but there's been a couple of instances now where they'll have a moment with somebody, and Eris doesn't really know what's going on, but when they're about to part, she will say something in human tongue and just express a feeling towards somebody else. And despite the language barrier, they'll pick up on it. So like when she thanked the Migard for their hospitality, she did it in human tongue. They got what she was going for. She gives them a farewell that's kind as opposed to their initial meeting where she kicked the crap out of that guy. It's, it's ultimately, it's nice little bit of storytelling that they're able to communicate despite a language barrier. And it's great. Now we get to actually see like a real fight scene, which I'm excited about because they one tapped the spider and the other snake, but and that's another great way to showcase, as far as world building goes, showcase the relative power of different things because we knew that the kids were kind of weak. They got easily overwhelmed by simple monsters, and these other adventurers were a lot stronger than them. Now we see the stronger adventurers again having had their ass thoroughly handed to them. So that puts it into perspective how good these guys are when they actually go up against the thing that bested these experienced adventurers. And once again, red against the gray background, that just makes this thing look even more intimidating.
レッドフードコブラだ。まさかこの森に出るとは。
こいつが謎の魔物ってことですか？
みたいだな。あの魔物は強い。奴らでは歯が立たなかっただろう。
早く助けなきゃ死んじゃうわよ。どうすんのよ。
And I love this next line here. Can we win? Definitely. It's like, now there's no I really like that where, and of course Rudy is at the point where he's no longer concerned about looking good. He's just like, I just fucked up by not rushing in to save somebody. I'm not making that mistake again. I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, the Cobra definitely shouldn't be there. I suspect it's because the displacement event, the lead up to it, caused a lot more mana to be concentrated in areas. That's why there were a lot more monsters in Fittoa. I wouldn't be surprised if the same kind of thing is happening in the Demon Continent. And again, this is another scene where I absolutely love seeing just what high-powered warriors in Mushoku Tensei are capable of. Something that they showed it a bit in the last fight, but until this fight scene, you never really get to properly see it. Also, a snake with fucking teeth like that, how terrifying is that? And I love how for all this, Rudy just can't fucking land a spell to save his life. But that's fucking cool. Again, showing... the whole point of this is to showcase how strong Ruijerd is. Because again, we went from weak adventurers getting overcome by not too strong monsters to that monster that these guys easily swept the floor with, even without Rudy's help. Then they move on to the stronger adventurers, which get crushed by this snake. and the Ruijerd just stopping it with one hand. All of that builds into showing how strong Ruijerd is.
Eris!
And now Rudy finally manages to land a spell. Yeah, that was a great scene. And another thing I like about this ending right here is they just killed this big snake. I mentioned this earlier, how a lot of times there'll be a scene with 3 people, and each of the 3 people will have a different reaction to the same thing. This is another example of that with Eris losing her shit, like, yeah, fuck yeah. Then Rudy is just... Eris is exhilaration, Rudy is just relief. It's like, holy shit, we managed to kill this dangerous thing. And then there's Ruijerd. He's just pissed that they weren't able to save the person. He considers it a failure. Again, I love... It almost seems like the anime's way of highlighting something that the books did that they don't do, which the books loved to have a scene play and then have it replay from a different perspective, which that was my favorite element of the books, and I'm really sad that it doesn't happen in the anime. This almost feels like kind of a nod towards that, where they will just explicitly show 3 separate reactions to a bunch of different events.
Has cannot the trend. I know it don't say you in 90.
クエンシンロワロワみねるわみ
Shunzai ni wilila zanguza.
アクシャドラウィクセウェ
Yeah, I will say, I am not a very confrontational person, but if I was in Rudy's situation, it would be so hard for me to not do something to Nokopada. He's such a dick. But like, it's actually kind of the restraint. I mean, they do a good job of making you hate this guy, even though he's not, you know, a direct threat to them.
Cleanse Pakanza, Lin was right runner. Shouldn't Singapore. Yeah, okay, the Oxona Xajo. I was a Goxbat Rusa. Lace? How Raji? Yowie.
So, yeah, and this is another interesting way of showcasing things, because it's played up like Nokopada is this big, intimidating guy who has power over them, even though realistically, any one of them could probably kill him without thinking.
I would rather love so few lands gonzi. こいつ。この町に来てから、なんでこうもやることなすこと悪い方向に転ぶんだ。とりあえず金だけ払って様子を見て逃げ出すか。いや、ダメだ。仮に次の町に着いたとしても、資格を奪われたら金を稼ぐ方法がなくなってしまう。ジャリルたちに全ての罪をなすりつけてしらばっくれることはもう無理そうだな。何か他に策はないか。
And I'll be honest, the solution Rudy ends up coming to is not something I would have ever thought of. Like, it makes sense because he's gonna, you know, show that Ruijerd is a supered, and that's gonna scare the shit out of Nokopada. Personally, I would have found a different way to intimidate him. Like, I would utilize the fact that Rudy can silent cast, and like basically what he just like conjure some like water in his airways and hold it there for a second before saying, yeah, I can do this without incantations. Don't fuck with us, or we can kill you and make it look like an accident. That's probably where the direction I would have gone. But that wouldn't move the story forward like this does.
もう考えるのも面倒だ。
ルーデウス。
大丈夫ですよ。僕に任せてください。
And the music in this scene really enhances everything. And again, they're doing more stuff with colors in the background. That the gold city contrasted with the red sun. That's like even more red than Eris's hair. It's nice. But the strings just make it so eerie. And that sounds almost exactly like what Ruijerd said earlier with look at that. He said, okay. I mean, granted, it would be I mean, the idea is not to actually just kill Nokopada. The idea is to make him think that you're going to kill him. So you basically intimidate him, but you just showcase like, hey, I have the capacity to kill you without drawing attention to myself. If that's kind of my deterrent for you to leave us alone. Even if he has backup and they say, you know what, yeah, maybe you could call someone else, but you'll still be dead. And the idea is, again, it's not that you're actually trying to kill him. And granted, Rudy wouldn't kill him because Rudy hates killing, as we've just seen. But Nokopada doesn't have to know that. So you just need to make him scared for his life, essentially. But I do like how that one line of, even if I have to wipe the entire city off the map, is a direct callback to when Ruijerd said that if they're in the city and need help, he'll kill everyone if he has to. Just shows how Rudy and Ruijerd are kind of kindred spirits in a way. And I do like how it ultimately ended up being Ruijerd's decision. Rudy was gonna wash away his hair coloring with the rain, but then Ruijerd just dumps it on his hair anyway. I like that. And then I love it. As soon as he screams, then the rain starts coming down. And granted, this is the rain Rudy just caused, but still, it's just stylistically, it just shows the change in the tone of right before to right after, where, you know, Nokopada's kind of in control, he's being intimidating. Then there's the moment in between where things are kind of unsure. Then he screams to signal the transition to everyone being scared. And then and again, this nice callback to the moment earlier when Ruijerd did kill the one bug guy. That he held Rudy up the same way and was able to be called off. Now he's holding up another bad dude in the same way. And this time he's just going to let him go, which, again, it's a nice way to... This is another thing that Mushoku Tensei likes to do a lot. To show a character growing, they will have him kind of be in a similar situation several times over. Each time it'll play out a little bit differently. And that's, I mean, things happening 3 times is very, very, very common in all sorts of writing. Like, hell, even stories in general have 3 acts most of the time. It's just something about our psychology makes it sink in a lot more when something happens 3 times. Man, they've had like 5 different amazing angry Ruijerd faces.
ゾとはうしくいとけない祝いをんてわろ気配つあやばす
So yeah, this is this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Ruijerd isn't going to kill this guy, but he's making him think he will. So that's plenty. Like, let people make up the scary thing themselves rather than actually just, you know, destroying them. And once again, red on a dark background. It's been a theme of this episode. And of course, once Ruijerd makes the decision to not kill this guy, he makes the humanitarian decision. Like at the point when you're not sure if he's going to do that, all of a sudden things start to lighten up a little bit. It's not super complex visual storytelling, but it's effective. And then, of course, rain itself symbolizes sad things, unhappy things. That's, again, nothing new. Mushoku Tensei itself has done that on several occasions already. And this moment here I really like. Okay, and that's another thing. They have this visceral fear of him, both because of the social stigma against the super, where they're kind of viewed as these horrifying monsters, but also because of the curse that had just started to kind of show itself again. But then, you know, it's really kind of snaps him out of it, makes him think, yeah, this is the same guy. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're right that Ruijerd is a lot more inherently scarier, but that's why I was thinking that Rudy, what he would do is just conjure up some water silently in his airways to make it so temporarily he can't breathe and say, look at what I can do. And especially since Rudy's silent casting is a rare ability, you would normally expect if somebody's going to kill you with magic that they'd have to say something, when Rudy would be able to point out that, yeah, I can just do this. But again, that's just, I am not Rudy, so my thought processes work a little bit differently. But that being said, this scene right here, I do like that because despite everything, despite Ruijerd getting scared, Ruijerd getting driven out of town, you know, Rudy did end up changing two minds about him right there, which is a nice little... it shows how difficult his goal is going to be, but shows that progress can be made. And then, of course, the next separation between them is Eris being all upset that they were scared of Ruijerd. And he's upset with himself for being angry. The fact that there's no music happening right now is pretty great. Like, I think that makes the scene a lot more tense. And this shot is one of my favorites so far. Seeing them standing back to back, kind of just ready to have that talk. It's... And of course, just the way the sky is drawn, I think it's just a beautiful scene right here. The one thing I like about the anime is there are a lot of moments like this where they just set you up to be wowed, and that in a way that the books can't really do. Although they sometimes will have the illustrations in the light novels, which are excellent because Shirotaka is an excellent artist, but yeah, they can't do it quite the same way as this.
なぜ黙っているんですか？
すまん。
なんで謝るんですか？謝るのはこっちの方です。依頼は効率のいい金稼ぎとか、あわよくばスペルト族の汚名返上とか。
Yeah, and then that is another. Yeah, that's true. She was screaming at Ruijerd, and she's now able to calm herself down and kind of let things play out the way. And ultimately, this is something Rudy has to reconcile with, because he also did have his moment of growth in this episode where, again, he made a fuck up that hurt somebody, and that's caused him to completely recontextualize how he thinks about things. So that's great.
そんな自分の甘えた考えのせいで。
And that's just how Rudy also just does in the early parts. He makes a bad mistake, hurts somebody, feels like shit, and then that is the catalyst that makes him learn a particular lesson.
いや、お前はやれるだけのことをやってくれていたのだろう。悪いのは俺だ。お前があれこれ考えているのに気づいてやれなかった。しかし。
And then Ruijerd is also starting to grow. He's starting to realize, you know, I gotta start thinking about what others are going through, not just what I want to do. Because, you know, Ruijerd, while he does have this noble core to him, he's also a very he's the kind of person, he doesn't really consider others at all. So it's interesting that he's starting to learn that. He before this, he was always behaving in a generally kind of selfish way, where if you consider his goals to be in his interest.
さっきやっと分かった。あの時。
And then of course they're bonding.
お前が奴を殺そうとした時。
Because yeah.
覚悟が伝わった。お前は守ろうと必死なだけだったのだな。
Yeah, and that's I think where they're starting to get each other, even though they're on paper polar opposites. They really are kindred spirits in a lot of ways. It's neat. Although that's funny, she does. Again, that little noise is funny.
お前は戦士だ。すまなかった。
ルイジェルドさんにとって戦士って何ですか？
戦士は俺の誇りだ。戦士は子供を助け、仲間を大切にする。俺は戦士だ。おめえ返上はできなくても、お前らのことは。
And I feel like this is almost he's kind of reevaluating his own place and his own convictions. Yeah, and that is true. Ruijerd, his trauma is a big part of what he is, at least early on. It's one of those things where he feels like he is desperate to redeem himself, because even though it's not really his fault what he did, it was still his hands that ended up hurting people and killing his son and all that stuff. And he's just become so focused on his idea of redemption that, you know, everything else kind of pales in comparison. And here in this monologue, he's starting to recontextualize what all that means to him.
守り抜く。だからお前もスペルド族のことは考えず、守る者のことだけ考えろ。
誇り。はい、ありがとうございます。でもルイジェルドさんの悪評は必ず消します。
懲りないやつだな。そんなに俺が信用できないか。
信用していますよ。だから報いたいんです。
頑固なやつだな。
ルイジェルドさんほどじゃありません。
And again, I like this bonding moment here, and yeah, it's one of those things where he's again trying to do a little bit of a a soft sacrifice of saying, hey, you don't need to worry about me. I'm just gonna help you because that's the right thing to do. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna help you anyway. Go fuck yourself. Your opinion doesn't matter. I'm going to help you. It's a not. Of course, he's not saying it that way, but yeah, it's a nice reckoning between the two. And that's, of course, the first time we hear Ruijerd laugh. Of course, it is a bit of a corny moment. I think to end this kind of thing in a laugh, but it's fine. They're allowed. I think this show is entitled to an overindulgent moment here and there. And now they're and of course that's symbolic of Ruijerd finally viewing Rudy as an equal, as opposed to just his charge that he has to protect.
戦士なんて大層なもんじゃないし、
And self-esteem issues.
ルイジェルドの言う誇りなんてものも正直よくわからない。でもなぜだろう。俺はルイジェルドに認められたことがとても嬉しかった。
So, again, the laugh is a little indulgent. Now, personally, I think that would have been an excellent place to end the episode and end part 1. Like that is like the perfect way to close everything off. So while the rest of the episode does have some nice things going for it, it's like, oh, this would have been just the place to close things off on, and they could do what they're doing here at the start of the next episode. But it's not the biggest deal, but that was such a perfect ending, and they continued past it. So I do like this for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, it's it's the fact that when people drastically change their hair in stories, that's usually symbolic of some sort of character change or some sort of big moment. Like the obvious example would be like Mulan, where she kind of rejects her old lifestyle and showcases that by cutting her hair. And so this is kind of Ruijerd kind of turning himself over and getting a new lease on his life and how he's going to focus things. Shaves his head. Also, it is a nice note about how the curse happens through the Superd's hair, so that when he shaves his hair, that actually affects his curse. But it's also showing how Ruijerd is having this new perspective on things, where his goal was always partially to restore the reputation of the Superd. And part of that was being noticeable as a Superd with the green hair. And he's kind of starting to say, you know what, doing good things is a little bit more important than that. And I'm willing to take away the part of me that looks like Superd so that it's easier for me to do the right thing. And the headband. And that line right there is what made me realize a nice little thing is how that headband of his that Rudy gives him is kind of it's really symbolic of Ruijerd finally being like fully accepted as kind of part of the little family they've made here. Like they're really truly companions at this point, as opposed to just, he feels he has a duty to escort them and they're appreciative of his assistance. But now he's like, he's part of the group. He's part of that closeness that Rudy and Eris have. He's now included in that. And the headband is kind of just symbolic of that.
僕は今まで一人で全て何とかしなきゃって焦っていました。 そしてこれが今回の失敗の原因だと思います。この先もいろいろ問題が起きるでしょう。でもその時意見を互えて揉めないように、これからはみんなで話をしてどうするかを一緒に考えていきたいと思っています。
And that's another big moment for Rudy, is where he's starting to finally rely on other people, and importantly, he's starting to view other people as real people, which is a struggle that he has had up to this point, where, you know, he's trying to basically orchestrate events in his own head, and now he's just like, you know what, I can't do this alone. I need to rely on you as well.
Oh.
And he's also kind of stepped down as the de facto leader, and now they're basically operating as equals.
それでは早速第1回デッドエンド作戦会議を始めたいと思います。目標はアスラ王国。
Okay, I think I do need to quickly mute that, because that is the ED coming up, and yes, and that is, I agree, that is another amazingly beautiful background. But yeah, I have to mute this because I think the music will get copyright dinged if I don't. And I do like this little montage at the end, even though I still maintain that after that one scene, it would have been probably best to end things there. But this nice little scene is, this is good. And I also like how the comedic elements, which are coming up soon, they kind of take the edge off the seriousness and remind you that, you know, despite all the real stuff going on, this is still supposed to be a fun show. And yeah, that's another another power showcase where we've seen Eris is pretty good at sword fighting already. You know, she cut that big ass snake in half, but Rudyard is just kind of barely even thinking about it and completely trouncing her. And then again, yeah, there's comedy elements here where Rudy is spying on Eris, and then Rudiger just cuts that off. I love it. Come on, that's funny. Yeah. I mean, I don't have really much to add right here. It's just, you know, it's the montage is doing its thing, and I think it's neat. All right, and that was the end of episode 11. Yeah, and I think they're setting up. I remember the stuff that's coming up next from the books. I'm excited to start watching that, because this is actually as far as I've watched on my own so far. So for the next stream, I'm going to have to prepare by watching some of the next part of the season. I mean, I still maintain that instead of season 1 part 2, it should just be season 2. Like, there's no reason, if they're breaking it up by cores anyway, why not? But whatever, I should stop expecting things to make sense. Oh yeah, and I forgot there's still a little bit more with, yeah, the teasing Roxy, Elinalise, and Tall Hand. Again, first-time viewers won't necessarily know the significance of this, but people coming from the books are like, oh shit, they're coming. And also, it kind of softly implies that they're going to the same place, even though I think they're going to different. They're going to just miss each other, if I'm remembering correctly. But you know, it's kind of teasing future events. I like that, and then that's just the end of it. Okay, so well, we've got through season 1, part 1 of Mushoku Tensei. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Next time, I will make sure to schedule things out so that it's a little more even, so I don't have to do 5 episodes in one sitting, because 7 hours isn't nothing. But ultimately, I had a good time. I'm really enjoying Mushoku Tensei so far. It's doing a whole lot right, and despite my various grievances with it, it is still very good. Yeah, and that's true, and that is true. the thing about Eris is how Rudy's getting hit with it. But when Eris hits Rudy, oh, I can't words today. Yeah, Rudy definitely deserved that one. But a big part is that Eris starts out just kind of indiscriminately violent. Then she starts to, and that definitely tapers off as she's starting to become close to Rudy, to the point where eventually she's, just kind of giving them love taps, really. And then she actually eventually just kind of stops hitting him altogether for the most part. Except when Rudy does something that crosses a line, that's when she'll just lay into him. Where the first time was during the bedroom scene where he pushed things too far. She beats the crap out of him. And again, of course, when he spies on her, then she slaps him again. Makes sense. It's a nice little subtle bit of character growth for Eris. But yeah, overall, despite my grievances, my mild grievances with how they handle certain things, I do think this show is very good so far. I'm really enjoying it. I am excited to get started watching the next season. And I'm not sure right off the top of my head how many I'll do next week. But regardless of that, I will be doing some more next week. And we'll get started off with Season 1, Part 2. And also, I've got a video I'm working on that should be out sometime this week. I'm expecting to get early access out for members today or tomorrow. But sometime this week, almost certainly will be when it goes public. It'll be Mushoku Tensei related. So that's going to be, that's something I'm happy I've been able to do. But aside from that, thank you everyone who was watching. Thank you to everyone who was chatting and lurking. You are all appreciated here. I'll make sure to get the combined chat on screen fixed for next week, because I don't know why it's not working this week, but I'll get it fixed. I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for watching, and see you later.